Well, good morning to you wherever you are. Welcome to a sunlit Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad and Tobago, where the Guyana Harpy Eagles are taking on Barbados Pride in third round action of Cricket West Indies Professional Cricket League 4-day tournament 2022. The news is that the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they have won the toss and they have decided to have a bat first. Just to remind you that Barbados Pride, they are at the top of the table with 40 points, while the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're in fourth position on 21.4 points. So the news is a good one. The weather condition is fine. The ground looks an absolute spectacle. And we had a little visit on the pitch this morning. There is some grass that was rolled in and just trying to shoot out. So there's that little tinge of green in some parts of the pitch. For the Barbados Pride, they have left out Justin Greaves and Chaim Holder from their 13, while the Harpy Eagles, Vishal Singh has been injured, so he's not in the squad, and Kevin Sinclair has been left out. So I'll quickly run through the Guyana Harpy Eagles for you. Leon Johnson, he's the skipper. Kimo Paul, Chandapal Hemraj, Tej Narain Chandapal, Tevin Imlak, Akshaya Pasad, Virasamy Pamal, Anthony Bramble, Gudikesh Moti, Niall Smith, and Dimitri Cameron, the medium fast bowler, is on debut here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Barbados, they're from skipper Craig Braffett, Shamar Brooks, Jonathan Carter, Ruston Chase, Shane Dowridge, Keon Harding, Shea Hope, Akeem Jordan, Shane Mosley, Raymond Reefer, and Jamal Warrican. That's a very strong lineup with most of their first-class test players or those that have played one-day national for the West Indies are in this squad. Very, very strong squad. It's a good time for me to say good morning to you, to my dear friend, my colleague from Guyana, John Ramsing. Good morning to you, John. Pleasant condition. The Harpy Eagles calling correctly at the toss and immediately deciding that they're going to have a bat first.
Good morning, Inderjeet. Good morning to viewers and listeners across the region and those in India joining us. So good morning once again. It's really a nice atmosphere for cricket, and it's good to be back at a first-class venue. The last time we had some first-class cricket, the last game ended on February 18, exactly 3 months ago, and here we are for round 3. And it's good to see the Guyana Harpy Eagles making the bold move to win the toss and have a bat. Conditions look absolutely perfect again. Queen's Park looks typical Queen's Park. Be ready for some action.
The first ball is about to be bowled. Raymond Reefer to the left-handed Tej Narain Chandapal. And a good start here by Reefer, touching down about the line of the middle stump. And the little left-hander moving across and defending down towards white mid-on. And starting off with tremendous assistance in the slip cordon. There are 4 slips or maybe 3 slips and what you call a fly slip as well. Not really in a gully's position. And there's also a cover moving in now towards a backward point area. Extra cover. There is mid-on and a forward short leg and long leg posted way out on the boundary. Reefer, we all know him, can do a thing or two with the ball. A delivery this time, John, aligned with the leg and middle stump. Tej Narain Chandapal showed tremendous form in the last practice match they had in Guyana, where he scored a mammoth 163.
Yes, and there was some news back in Guyana about Chandrapal not opening the batting alongside Chandrapal Hemraj. So it's good to see that they've kept the opening pair and maybe enforced, because Shimon Hetmai, who played the last game, is not here. Vishal Singh also injured today, so maybe they have kept the opening batters.
And that's beautifully bowled by the left-handed Reefer, bang on target.
Yeah, nice delivery again from Reefer. Reefer has been working hard over the years. Remember the first 5 years at the turn of the Professional Cricket League system. He was with the Guyana, that time the Guyana Jaguars. So he's learned a lot about playing with these guys, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And now he's coming against the Harpy Eagles for the very first time since he's gone back to his familiar franchise, the Barbados Pride. So familiarity there. You must have some competition as well.
Certainly, I do agree with you. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Some good pace and lift as well. Maybe just moving a little outside the line of the off stump. And good take by the keeper, Dowridge, there is no run, but a good start here by Reefer. And John, Barbados Pride, they must start as favorite here because of their performances. Guyana, they were defeated when they came under the Jaguars brand in the 2020 Professional Cricket League. Both home and away matches, they lose to the Barbados Pride. And Barbados Pride coming here with 2 victories so far in this year's competition. Nice delivery once again, touching down and moving outside the line of the off stump. But the little left-hander, Tejnarain Chandapal, had no worries, just judging the line and pulling the bat inside.
This is good to see from Tejnarain Chandapal, because the last time he was here against the Leeward Islands, he was actually going for those balls just outside the off stump. This time showing good judgment, pulling the bat within in the line and not being tempted just yet. Early days, but Raymond Reefer getting some good carry as well. It goes to show that it's a good pitch, and the tradition of the Queen's Park oval cricket pitch, it's good for batting early on. Then it tends to keep a bit low and offer the spinners a little bit as time goes on. So good toss, I think, for Guyana Harp Eagles to win and to bat.
Yes, and skipper Leon Johnson knows that very well. And that's another fine delivery. So Raymond Reefer here, no wit whatsoever for Tejnarain Chandapal to go after it. 1 over has been completed. A maiden sent down by Raymond Reefer. The Harpy Eagles, they're yet to put a run on the board.
Yes, and after 3 months, and a maiden to start with, so it's good to see that both Chandapal and Raymond Reefer just trying to have a feel of conditions in that first over. And nobody seemed to want to give the advantage too early. Nice testing over from Reefer. And he looks fit. He looks really good, I must say. And Chandapal showing good judgment. You mentioned that knock before coming back into first class cricket from Chandapal. It was a magnificent innings, 163. It really showed that he was a determined character after perhaps news broke that he may not be featuring in this game. And he's showing the selectors and maybe the management of the team why he should be included, and rightfully so. He is back here in the starting 11.
Yeah, so Akeem Jordan, he will pick the bowling up from this end. That's the commentary box end, the northern end of the ground. And there are 3 slips, a gully backward point. There's also an extra cover. We have a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a long leg out on the boundary. Akeem Jordan, right arm, medium fast bowler, can be very nippy at times. Delivery lined with the middle and leg stump, and Chandapal Hemraj just moving across a little and playing defensively down towards short straight mid-wicket. And once again, there is no run. Hemraj, 28 years old, 33 first-class matches before this one, 1,733 runs, a highest of 144, but a meager average of 29.37. Will surely love to better that. Beaten outside the line of the off stump, beautifully bowled by Akeem Jordan. John pitching down on a good line and good length, and just moving away, leaving the left-hander stranded.
Oh, what a delivery. Excellent delivery from the right-handed bowler, bowling around the wicket. Upon pitching, the ball just moved a little bit. Not exaggerated movement, just enough to beat the bat of Hemraj, who was actually playing at it. Played and missed. Excellent delivery.
Yes, and that's going to make Chandapal Hemraj thinks a lot. This time, showing good judgment, allowing one to go by. He walks away, no doubt will be talking to himself. Perhaps the best season for Chandapal Hemraj would have been in the 2017-2018 season when he played all 10 matches, 623 runs with a highest of 90, and had a good average of 36.64 with 50s. But since then, he has not lived up to expectation in the 4-day tournament. Wrapped on the pad, there's a shout half-heartedly as well, and that ball was clearly going down the leg side.
Yes, most definitely. But it's good to show that Jordan bowling stump to stump, not trying to give too much of room to the left-handed batsman. Hemraj is aware of that, so he's forced to play as well. So this ball was heading down the leg side. He was trying his best to get bat onto it. And Luckily for him, the ball did not pitch online because he missed it and he could have easily been given out leg before. Nice start from Jordan.
Good delivery. This one is just short of a good length. Did not get up a lot, but the left-hander Chandapal Hemraj was right in behind of it. So the good thing here from Jordan, he's ensuring that he's using the new ball close to the line of the off stump and ensuring that the batsman play. This is good controlled medium fast bowling by Akeem Jordan. And this time he's going to be off the mark, nicely tucked away off the pads, down towards a wide mid-wicket and collects a single. So the Harpy Eagles, they're on their way. They are one without loss.
Yes, that's always a good feeling for any batsman to get off the mark. It was a delivery that was on the line of leg stump again, so was not causing any discomfort whatsoever for Hemraj. Just tucked it easily into the onside for an easy single. But Jordan getting the ball to move away from the left-hander just a little bit, just enough we'd want to say, but starting the last two deliveries a bit too much on the line of leg stump, and Hemraj was not in any trouble at all. Just as the over started, when he was just outside the off stump, that seemed to be giving Hemraj some trouble, and if he can get back on that line, it would do him wonderfully well. But Hemraj is there. The last time he played here against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, he had a half century in the second innings. Wonderful knock. And he really took on the faster bowlers from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at that time, including Alzari Joseph. I think he hit like 5 consecutive fours in one over. So he'd want to bring back some memories and bat very deep for his side.
And this is beautifully flicked off the pads, down through backward square. And we are going to have the force boundary here for this morning. Nicely timed. And he positions himself in a good corridor to play that shot. It was heading down the leg side, and he got it sweetly off the willow here, Tejnarain Chandapal. The Eagle, in fact, it's Hemraj, I beg your pardon. It's 5 without loss. Oh, sweetly timed.
Yes, that's really a good shot on the line of leg stump, and any batsman will take that any day. And there we go. Reefer, straying, and paying the penalty.
And this time, outside the line of the leg stump, no harm done. It goes through very quietly to Dowridge. And once again, there is no run. And Reefer experience, he has spent quite a few seasons in the Professional Cricket League with the Guyana Jaguars. They're now Harpy Eagles. Now he's playing for his home franchise, the Barbados Pride. So, John, he's going to have tremendous knowledge on all aspects of the Guyana Harpy Eagles team. Coming forward and driving, Reefer took some pace off that one. It hit towards wide mid-off, and he gets the single. Chandapal Hemraj, so he's busy this morning looking for scoring opportunity. A very good ploy. He does not want to be bogged down whatsoever, and the score moves on to 6 without loss. And he's looking very solid. He was beaten outside the line of the off stump once by Akeem Jordan. Since then, the ball has been coming off the meat of the bat, and these are good signs. Right on target, and Tejnarain Chandapal coming forward and playing down towards mid-on. And he should be oozing with confidence out in the middle there. Like we said, had a very long innings. Brilliant knock in the final practice match at the Guyana National Stadium. The umpires for today's contest, Carl Tuckett from Nevis and Patrick Gustard, the Jamaican, while the local guy is the assistant umpire, Michael Cowlisar from Trinidad and Tobago. Great weather for cricket here at Queen's Park Oval. That's a good delivery. He was pushing at that one. Tend to make believe that he was pulling the bat inside the line, but I think he was genuinely beaten. That was beautiful bowl by Raymond Reefer.
Yeah, Reefer continues to bowl a nice line to Chandapal. He was on the line of leg stump to Hemraj, but this time pitching on about middle and off, moving away from Chandapal. That's Tejnarain Chandapal. And as a result of that, Chandapal just half forward, half back, and beaten on the previous occasion. But this time, he pulled inside the line. Good bowling from Reefer.
He's a very useful player, Raymond Reefer. String down the leg side and brilliantly taken by Dowridge, diving away towards his right. Another over has been completed. 3 overs gone. Harpy Eagles winning the toss and batting. They are 6 without loss. Tej Narain Chandapal is yet to score, and Hemraj Chandrapal, he's on 6.
Yeah, it's a nice testing over once again from Reefer with the new ball, and got the opportunity to bowl to both of the batsmen on this occasion. But Chandapal Hemraj seemed to be a bit more comfortable just reading the pace of the pitch, and while Tej Narain Chandapal a bit more circumspect so far, not being able to get bat onto ball, maybe just a bit watchful. You mentioned oozing with confidence, but he will still have to start from 0.
Certainly, I do agree with you, John. And this is flicked away. It's gone down towards fine leg. And he gets the boundary. Left the bat in a hurry as Akeem Jordan straight down the leg side. And a nice little tickle there for Chandapal Hemraj. He now moves into double figures. He's gone on to 10. Straying and paying the penalty.
Yes, he started outside the off stump in the previous over to Hemraj. This time Jordan on the line of leg stump, and that was a bit wide of leg stump, and makes it easy for the batsman to just flick, and he got connection, 4 runs.
And a big drive. It goes down towards a backward point. It flew off the outer portion of the bat all along the ground, and the fielder did a fine job there. That's Ruston Chase diving away towards his right and saving a boundary.
Yeah, so it was a full-blooded drive, and Hemraj looking for a boundary, but Ruston Chase in the perfect position, showing his experience as well. He's been around for a long time, Ruston Chase, so showing his ability to stop that boundary. But there we go again. Jordan just a bit inconsistent with his line.
And this time that's a no ball. And driven away down towards the wide mid-wicket boundary. And he gets another boundary there. No ball by Akeem Jordan and Chandapal Hemraj. He's not going to mess around with those. He's a very attacking player. And when he's on the go, he's lovely to look at.
Yeah, that's a nice shot to a half volley. I'm not sure if Chandapal Hemraj heard the call very early as well. But he was going the aerial route. And then eventually got the ball over the mid-on fielder. So it was a good shot, safe shot, to a bad delivery. Pitched up and also a no ball.
Yes, so that will take the score on now to 14. Short and punched off the back foot. That's brilliantly played by Hemraj. Ruston Chase can give up the chase now as it goes into the cover boundary for 4. That was like poetry in motion, John, rocking on the back foot.
And once again, Jordan inconsistent. This time outside the off stump, and it was a bit full again for Hemraj, and he just drove nicely. And that bat, I wonder what is the manufacturer. It looks really good, and it went straight across the boundary down to cover for 4 easily. And even Chase, like you mentioned, could not stop it. Well timed, well placed.
Yes, and you get the pleasing sound of the leather hitting the willow when the timing is good, and that is what Chandapal Hemraj did. Edging and drop there at the second slip position. Should have been a goner, Chandapal Hemraj. Pushing at one outside the line of the off stump. And the catch is floored by Jomel Warrican at the second slip. Well. Why does he want to do that? That was a simple catch.
Was a simple catch. And there we go with Jordan pulling back the line just a little bit outside the off stump and tempting Chandapal Hemraj. Chandapal went for the drive, got the edge, nice healthy edge. And there's Warrican at third slip, just could not hold on. And oh boy.
I'm not too certain if that position, a second slip, is Jomel Warrican. Well, we get that for you in a moment. Off the back foot goes Hemraj again. Down towards extra cover. And they get the single. So one more to the score. Was it Jonathan Carter, John? Yes, so Carter very experienced in that position. And it should have been taken there. This is professional cricket league. Your team has a plan. And you see Akeem Jordan striving on the line of the off stump, looking to move the ball away, induce the left-hander into the shot, and to watch him go down in the slips. It hurts tremendously for Barbados' pride. Jaguars, in fact, the Harpy Eagles, they are 20 without loss. Hemraj is on 19. Danger Narayan Chandapal yet to score. So he just could be wondering, I need to get off the mark. The first run is very, very important for a batsman. And looking to work it away through forward of square, got it high up on the bat. It goes away into the offside field, down towards where Gully would have been. The over has been completed at the end of it. Guyana Harpy Eagles, they are 20 without loss. Hemraj is on 19 and Tejnarayan Chandapal yet to score.
Good end to the over from Akeem Jordan. Lifting delivery to Chandapal Hemraj. The Tejnarayan Chandapal. He was about to turn it into the onside, but the ball moved slightly away. And then with the extra bounce as well, made it a bit uncomfortable for Tejnarayan Chandapal. And in the end, it was a dot ball. But other than that, and then the drop catch that went, the one that went to second slip, Jordan was a little bit too inconsistent with his line and length, but could have had his man, had Jonathan Carter hold on to that catch. But that's gone. You have to look ahead. The opportunity was there. It means now that Hemraj will have something to think about whenever he's facing up to Jordan again.
And he must capitalize on that opportunity. Rifa, 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5. Begins his third. And this is played down towards mid-on by Chandapal. Hemraj cannot score, but he was right in behind the line of that delivery. And we haven't seen any devil in the pit so far this morning for the pace bowlers. We haven't seen any short delivery that really had them on the back foot. I think the bowlers, they are striving for good length and line, settle, and with 4 slips standing by, Raymond Rifa will surely be looking to get it just about the line of the off stump there, and at the good length too. Just like that. That was very well bowled, but Hemraj just walks away after shoulders, arms, and allowed the ball to go by to the keeper. So if you've just joined the broadcast, let me tell you that the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they won the toss and they are having a bat first. So far, they have progressed nicely. They're 20 without loss, with Chandapal Hemraj doing the bulk of the scoring. He has scored 19. There is 1 extra. Tejnarayan Chandapal is yet to trouble the scorers. The pride starting with Raymond Rifa from the southern end and Akeem Jordan from the northern end. Brilliant sunshine, great conditions for cricket here at the Queen's Park Oval. That's a good delivery once again, this time on the line of the middle stump. And the left-hander just tapping it away down towards short extra cover. John, when we came into Trinidad and Tobago yesterday, we had a little bit of rain, but this morning we woke up to brilliant sunshine.
Yeah, so it's really nice to see nice weather like this, because we left home in Guyana with lots of rain as well, flooding in some parts of Georgetown and the coastline. So it's good to know that not only that it's not raining, but there's no immediate threat of rain either here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, there is word around that we might very well be entering the El Nino, and is it El Nino or is it La Nina, the rainy season?
La Nina.
La Nina. And off the back foot there, played away down towards extra cover short. Good timing, but not able to pierce the point and the short extra cover. Chandapal Hemraj. That season might very well start in Trinidad and Tobago, but we're enjoying this. I've been told that the rains will stay away.
Yes, I did check the forecast, the extended forecast, and it said it's going to be good for the next few days. Let's hope it remains that way, because we have 3 consecutive weeks of first-class cricket in Port of Spain, down at Turaba, and also down at Diego Martin. So we want to have all these matches completed.
Yes, certainly we are looking forward to have a good completion to this tournament. Beaten, appeal, he's gone, caught behind Hemraj, and Rifa gets his man. The trap was set and beautifully bowled by Raymond Rifa, touching down at the exact spot that he wanted it, moved away, and Hemraj couldn't get the bat inside the line. He hasn't capitalized on a dropped opportunity. He walks back very slowly to the pavilion. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they are 20 for the loss of 1. Hemraj gone for 19.
That's a peach of a delivery from Raymond Rifa, just pitching and just slightly moving away from the left-hander, but not a whole lot for it to beat the outside edge of the bat. So he got the inner part of the bat, and the keeper Dowridge did the rest. So just a little bit of movement, and while Chandapal Hemraj was trying to off with the full face of the bat. He maybe pushed a bit too much outside off, and the ball took the inner part of the bat, and Dowridge took a nice sprawling catch. Rifa again continues his good work with the ball. He's an asset to any team that he's in. In the few seasons that he was with the Guyana Jaguars at that time, he really was an asset. Coming back to the Barbados Pride, we see that his worth as well is really being shown. In the first game upon return to the Pride, he went wicketless against the Leeward Islands, but in the second game against Jamaica Scorpions, 6 for 23, and then 1 for 6. And also with the bat, he had a good innings of 71 in the lone innings that allowed Barbados to beat Jamaica Scorpions by 10 wickets. So he's showing good work again, Raymond Reefer. He was selected for the West Indies President's 11 game against the touring England side, and he got 100 in the first innings at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. So Raymond Reefer continues his good work, and we know that with all the experience that he has gained against Guyana, he's using that to his advantage now, and here he is in the wickets column already.
Yes, so the new bat out in the middle is Tevin Imlach, 25 years, and he too is a wicketkeeper, a batsman, Tevin Imlach. Good to see him getting the opportunity. 2 matches at the first class level for Guyana. 10 runs, not a blazing start to his career. Had 9 matches in list A game, 247 runs with a highest of 57, good average of 35.28. Also played for the West Indies B in the 2018-2019 Super 50 tournament. And his first outing here at PCL 2022. And had no problem just stepping onto the front foot and stroking it nicely down towards extra cover. The end of a successful over for Raymond Reefer. At the end of it, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they are 20 for the loss of 1. Tej Narain Chandapal and Imlach, they're yet to score. Reefer 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 5. Akeem Jordan 2 overs, no maiden, none for 15.
Nice over. Successful one for Reefer and the Barbados Pride. And the early breakthrough is what you're looking for as a fielding side. And they got it through Raymond Reefer. Hemraj looked really good. He was dropped, so that perhaps was playing in his mind. And then he made a tentative push to Raymond Reefer. And edge found, and the keeper did the rest. So Guyana winning the toss, Guyana Harpy Eagles winning the toss, opting to bat, lost the first wicket, and maybe they want to consolidate now, because after winning the toss, you really want to have a long go in your first innings.
And good start to this over by Akeem Jordan to the left-handed Tej Narain Chandapal. He defends, plays down toward short extra cover. There is no run. And John, with Tej Narain Chandapal being very, very patient out in the middle. More thoughts from you, and then it will be the voice of Sean Levers.
Yeah, that's the hallmark of Tej Narain Chandapal, pretty much like in the mold of his father, Shiv Narain Chandapal, who tends to be a bit more grafty rather than a bit flamboyant. As we see, Jordan continues to side the off stump to Tej Narain, but he's not going to try too many shots, too early at least, and the bowlers will have to work very hard for his wicket. And I'm looking for some stats on Akeem Jordan, and I'm finding list A and T20. It means that Akeem Jordan is also on debut because there's no first class stats available for him. Good time to say good morning to my colleague Sean. Hello, Sean.
Good morning to you, John. Good morning to listeners and viewers wherever you are across Guyana, across the Caribbean, and also listening to us in New York and also in India. Bright and sunny day here at the Queen's Park Oval, where if you've just joined us, we greet you with the news that Guyana winning the toss, and they've lost Chandrapal Hemraj. He played 6-1 the internationals. He's 28 years old, and he was caught behind by Dowridge off the bowling of the left-arm medium pacer. Reefer for 19, it was 20 for 1. So Tevin Imlach has come out at number 3 to join Tej Narain Chandrapal, who deliberately plays inside the line of that ball, and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. So 3 slips. Well, in 3 slips and 2 gullies. So attacking field. A pitch with a little bit of bounce and carry. And bright sunny weather. This is the start of the hurricane season also here in Trinidad, John. Spattering of spectators across the stands. We didn't expect today's a working day to see many spectators. Hopefully, the spectators are more at the Trinidad game.
Yeah, that might be the situation. I cannot say that will be, because the spectators tend to travel and follow the home team. And the other two matches on today, all matches in Trinidad and Tobago, mind you, the host against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and then at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, Jamaica Scorpions against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. So those in the area, in the Woodbrook area, will want to come and watch this game. And if you're so adamant that you must follow one of the other teams, then you have to do some traveling. But it's good to see that first class cricket is back, even if it's one venue.
Jordan from the Tragaret Road end bowls, and that's turned into the onside. And Imlak is Chandrapal, in fact, is off the mark. This is a 16 ball, so it's been a patient knock, the end of the over. So at the end of the over, Guyana winning the toss and batting there 21 for 1. Chandrapal, Shivnarayan Chandrapal's son, Tejnarayan Chandrapal, he's been there from the start. A temperament similar to his father, but in that 163 made in the practice game, he looked more positive, he found the gaps better, and that was his flaws for most of his career at John Ramsey.
Yeah, it was a bit too tentative on the occasion. Some half volley that you must put away, some singles that you must pick up as well. He was not taking. So what we saw, you and I witnessed that for the game, and that magnificent 163 was a commanding 100. He showed that he has shots and he can play shots and he can take singles and find the gaps easily. We would like to see more of that from Teja and Chandrapal.
4 slips on the gully as Reefer, the left arm medium pacer, comes in from the Brian Lara pavilion end, and this is turned into the onside. Warrican comes off the fine leg boundary and does the fielding. So Chandrapal is now 3. Imlak is yet to score. And the man gone. Chandrapal Hemraj caught behind off the bowling of Reefer for 19, 20 for 1. So Reefer the wicket taker as the sun goes behind the clouds briefly. So bright sunny weather. The flags, the Guyana flag, the Trinidad and Tobago flag, and the Barbados flag being fluttered out in the breeze. Here is Reefer bowls, a good delivery, played nicely into the offside, and there is no run. So Chandrapal would be like a type of batsman who would bat for hours and hours. Not maybe the exact same concentration as his illustrious father, who I think batted 5 hours 3 times without being dismissed. So Tejnarayan Chandrapal, 25-year-old. This is his 46th first-class game. He's averaging just about over 28, 200s and 1050s. Here is Reefer. Again, Chandrapal, bat looking as broad as the side screen. Back towards the short extra cover position. There's no run. So a venue that has hosted a lot of test cricket. In fact, they won, the first time West Indies won here was in 1935. They've hosted 61 test matches so far, the most by any venue in the Caribbean. And incidentally, West Indies won their first ever test match at Boda in Guyana in the 3rd test in 1930 when they beat England. So this was the 2nd test match ever played in the West Indies at this venue. The first was at the Mecca, Kensington Oval. A ball that's outside the line of the leg stump. And we've accustomed to seeing so many one-day matches that would have been a wide in a one-day. But this is a 4-day game, and you got more leverage.
Yes, and the umpires tend to realize that as well, because sometimes bowling down the leg side is not necessarily negative. Sometimes it's working to a plan. You have a leg slip, you have a person way down on the backward square, you're looking for a short ball to set up a batsman. And in 4-day or in the longer version of the game, the umpires tend to be a bit lenient.
So Reefer bowling with just 3 men on the onside, on his way from the players' pavilion end. And this is a ball that brings the left-handed Chandrapal again forward. And there is no run. So long leg, halfway in, about 3/4 of the way in from the boundary. Same thing with the forward square. And there's also a conventional mid-on, where the 30-yard circle will be in a one-day game. There's no mid-off, there's an extra cover, and there's a deep gully, almost a backward point, and the 4 slips, 3 slips, and maybe a fine gully. So Dowridge goes down as Reefer bustles in, goes past the umpire and bowls a back of a length delivery, and Chandrapal eases into it, right across, back and across, and plays it out towards mid-on. So the over's completed at the end of it, 23-1 Guyana.
Yeah, not a good over from Raymond Reefer. Looks like it's a maiden sent down to Chandrapal. But Tevin Imlak will have his opportunity now. We just faced one delivery since arriving at the crease. We just seen 2 first-class matches for Tevin Imlak before this one. And many felt that with his batting exploits, he's a wicket-keeper batsman, also an opening batsman. Many felt that he would have gotten an opportunity, even if it's just purely as a batsman. And it's happening here again. His first 2 games against the Windward Islands when he made his debut, and then his last game, all he played as a batsman, not as a wicketkeeper. His first game, he just 8 runs he got, and then his second, no score and 2 against the Leeward Islands at Providence. Now he has an opportunity, and he has been in a rich vein of form back home. We want to see that form transferred at this first-class level for him.
So 3 slips and a gully also for Jordan, who comes in and bowls a ball that's outside the line of the off stump, and the right-handed Imlak shoulders arms. Imlak began as a batsman, bringing back memories of the 1980 tour of Australia when Jeffrey Dujon started as a batsman and had, I think, 3 40s. David Murray, I think, was the keeper on that occasion. And then when he got injured, Dujon cemented his place and actually started the trend of batsmen, wicket keepers making runs. And that was a trend that most in the world picked up on. If you couldn't make runs as a wicket keeper, then you wouldn't play. Bramble is Guyana's wicket keeper, and he made runs in the last 2 rounds.
And also in the trial match, the practice match back home before coming down to Trinidad and Tobago. So it would have been a difficult decision to leave Bramble out. He's been a servant of Guyana's cricket since 2008 after Durban Christian faded. So good to see that Tevin Imlak getting his opportunity.
Jordan in bowls, good delivery on the line of the Midland leg stump. Back and across comes Imlak. And you're speaking about Bramble. Bramble is the only wicket keeper in the Caribbean that had 196. The only wicketkeeper that had double century was Junior Randolph Murray. Got that against Guyana, 218 at the Tantine ground in Grenada. So if Bramble had gotten 4 more runs, he would have equaled being the second wicketkeeper. That's a good delivery. It came back and not too close to the stump to challenge it or to force the batsman to play, and he left it alone. But that was a good delivery going the other way, and that one came back.
Yeah, that's what Jordan has been bowling pretty much most of the morning. That ball that was pitching just on the line of, in this case, outside off stump to the right hander, coming back in to the left hander. He's getting the ball to move away outside the off stump, and that's his hallmark. And once they can pick up that line, the batsman will be able to score off of him.
Umpires for this game, Carl Tuckett of Nevis. Myself and him played under 19 cricket together in Jamaica. That's a long, long time ago. And the other umpire from Jamaica, actually, Patrick Gustard. So those are the standing umpires. The stands here, the Jeffrey Stallmeyer stand, the Queen's Park Oval Cricket Club, the Brian Lahr Pavilion, the Joey Carew Members Pavilion. All of these stands have names. And that's a wonderful thing, to let the players and the followers Google the names and see what they've done. So the end of the over is 23-1. Chandrapal on 1, he's a patient 1, he's on 22 balls, and Imlak yet to score.
Yeah, consecutive maidens sent down by Barbados Pride bowlers. The opening bowlers doing all the hard work so far. Raymond Reefer, the one with the wicket, and Akeem Jordan not yet picking up a wicket, but it's been very tight. So it's a good start for Barbados Pride with the new ball. Early wicket going down, and we're just going to see a bowling change from the players' pavilion end. And Imlak, I want to make this point as well. Imlak is getting his opportunity because the lead selector back home, Rabindranath Seeram, said that they're not going to bring in players that have not been given the exposure, but want to give those that were in the squad the opportunity to play. So Imlak and Akshay Prasad, who were in the squad for the last two rounds, they're both in the 11 today. Enforced changes because Shimon Hetmai is not in the first class season now, and Vishal Singh sick today. There's another change in Clinton Pestano not being in the team at all, and the debutant Dimitri Cameron being included. So 3 changes for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and the selectors, they perhaps were looking to use the opportunity to get those players, give those players the exposure. And they have 2 traveling reserves, Anthony Adams and Ronsford Beaton. They're part of the squad as well.
And another thing which maybe worked in favor of the selectors, not picking batsmen to replace Prasad and Imlak as Carter comes in, bowls, and that's outside the line of the off stump, and no shot played there by Chandrapal. And with players like Trevon Griffith, 20-year-old Kevlon Imlak, Kevlon Anderson, and of course West Indies on the 19th player Matthew Nandu. Those were the contenders for replacement of the batsman, especially since Hetimai was no longer available. Again outside the line of the awesome, and much like his father, doesn't play at the ball, ignores that it is goes by to be taken by the keeper Dowridge, and the total kept on 23 for 1. Those 3 batsmen didn't make any big score, so the selectors they didn't force the selector's hand to pick them. And Rabindranath Seeram, the former middle order West Indies B team and Guyana batsman, decided not to pick them and leave these 2 who were on tour already. And that's a good move because of the fact that there was no pressure on the selectors by the batsmen.
Yes, Sean, I do agree with you. And we all know that, the only way you can put pressure is to be consistent, score runs, so that, your name is always mentioned. So some of these players who have not performed, they are back here because they were absolutely unchallenged.
Carter for the 3rd ball in a row. This one's a little wider. And again, Chandrapal ignores it. 2 slips. And there's no gully now. There's a square point, short it. There's a short extra cover. There's a wide mid-off. There's a mid-on. And there's a short mid-wicket. And a fine leg on the boundary, more a long leg. So sun comes out here in all its glory. This one is closer to the line of the off and forces Chandrapal to play. This time he plays it off the middle of the bat down towards Reefer at mid-off, and there's no run. These 2 teams, the last 2 games they've played, Barbados has emerged the winners on both occasions. That's in the 2019-20,000 tournament.
2019 and the 2020 tournament.
2020 tournament. The Barbados won both matches when the defending champions Barbados dethroned Guyana, who had won the 5 previous occasions. 23 for 1, 9 overs gone. Chandrapal on 1 and Imlak on yet to score.
Yes, 23 for the loss of 1 here, Sean. We have had 9 overs completed so far. Tejanarayan Chandrapal, he is on 1. It is my humble opinion that after playing so much cricket, Tejanarayan Chandrapal, I will love to see him get off strike more often than not. You have to look where your scoring opportunities are. We just cannot be blocking and blocking all the time. That's not good cricket. You must look to use soft hands, pick the gaps, rotate the strike.
Quite agree with you. This is a ball that hits the bat of Imlak. It is back and across. A ball that's back of a length, played out towards backward point. Well, Imlak is more the aggressor. Chandrapal will be the accumulator, will be add stickability to the innings. But I agree with you. He just can't bat and don't make any runs, even if you rotate the strike. And that will encourage the bowlers having to bowl to 2 different batsmen.
Yes, and he does not have to go far for any inspiration whatsoever. His dad, Shivnarine Chandapal, while he bats very long, when he was playing the game at the top level, Shivnarine Chandapal knows how to score runs. So
And,
just look up to that for
And
motivation.
at test level, he scored the second most runs to
Yeah.
Brian Lara.
Exactly. So that's a difference between the two. I mean, I'm not saying he needs to do everything that his father has done, but just in case if there's any motivation that he needs from somebody, Shiv is someone that he can look up to.
Jordan, in bright sunshine, bowls, and that's a good delivery. Again, brings the batsman forward defensively. Picked up by the captain, Braffett, at mid-off. As I said, this is the start of the hurricane season. I looked on the newscast this morning. When we came from Guyana yesterday, there was the delegates coming in for the ceremony in Guyana, and it was pouring rain. They had umbrellas up at the airport at Ogle.
Yes, and actually it's the Honorable Keith Rowley, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, that is in Guyana for a 5-day visit. So while he was going to Guyana, we were coming to
Yeah.
his country. And it was good to see the Honorable Prime Minister given a red carpet
Yeah.
welcome at the Eugene F. Correa International Airport.
The soldiers were there early, and they had the red carpet welcome put out. They spread out the carpet, and that was good. There were the band corps and the national anthem of Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana, and the full works.
Yes, certainly. And we have the Agriculture Expo in Guyana that starts tomorrow, 19th to the 21st. So Prime Minister Rowley is there. And that's how CARICOM must live. That's how
Yeah.
CARICOM can survive. You know, you're looking to see how you can assist each other, come up with the best of brains. At the end of the day, we are one people, one Caribbean.
23 for 1. Guyana winning the toss and batting. They've lost Hemrat for 19. It was 20 for 1. And this is a good delivery. Missing the leg stump, but barely.
Yes, it was going down the leg side, and especially coming over the wicket from this end. He was pushing long forward too, and from our vantage point, it was slanted down the leg side and even making further headway as well. But this is a good start by Akeem Jordan to his first class career, and it's good to see the young man. He's been very disciplined so far.
81 on his back as he races in from the commentary box end and bowls a ball that's pitched up Yorker length, and a big drive there played by Imlak, and only got the bottom of the bat, trickled away, inches away from the stumps.
Yes, so the over has come to an end. That was a fine delivery once again by Akeem Jordan. He was striving for the Yorker, got the Yorker, thick on the portion of the bat, and he's lucky he did not trickle on to the stump to dislodge the bails. Look at the score, 23 for 1. We have had how many? 10 overs gone so far. So they're scoring at 2.3 runs and over, losing the valuable wicket of Chandapal Hemraj. So these two will have to rebuild the innings.
Yes, need to rebuild the innings. Certainly, Chandrapal has got the temperament. I don't know if he's got the skill set to, as yet. He's played 4 to 5 first-class matches, and he seems to still bat too negatively. Even if you start, you wait out the new ball, and that's fine. But Shivnarine Chandrapal used to start just like this, but then change gear. And that's the difference with his son, as Carter bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal is beaten outside the line of the off-stump. Didn't play or not play. He just put the bat at it, and it passed the edge, and it went towards Dowditch.
That was beautifully bowled. Away movement too from Carter. And Sean, we have seen over the years, he can be a handful playing for his country, Barbados, in this franchise tournament, Barbados Pride. We saw what he did in 2020 at Providence, where he really moved the ball around.
This one is, again, that line, that movement, but this time Chandrapal deliberately opts not to play. One of 9 players with international experience in this powerful Barbados team. 2 test players in the Guyana team, 3, Pomal also, but 2 batsmen, but 1 not playing. That's a big blow for Guyana.
Vishal Singh.
Yeah, Vishal Singh not playing because of some illness.
Yes, I understand that he's not feeling well, and that's the reason why he's not in the team. But that's a huge blow for Guyana because Vishal Singh, he normally consolidate the position of his team, bats long and score runs as well.
And he was one that scored 90-something in the first round, which was 2 matches.
So right about that one. Here, but John, this is good bowling. Maybe the previous delivery from Carter was a little bit too wide outside the line of the off stump, but I cannot recall. We're in over number 11 so far. It's a 4-day game. I cannot recall seeing, maybe exception of a no ball, any bad bowling whatsoever. This is testing stuff for the Guyana Harp Eagles.
Yeah, once again, just outside the line of the off stump, a little away movement from the left-hander. But this time, Chandrapal again in control. And when you get yourself into this mindset, you unconsciously get bogged down.
Yes, I do agree with you. I'm not too certain if it's negative batting, inverted commas, as per se the meaning of the word negative. I feel there's a technical flaw in Tej Narayan Chandrapal batting to get the ball into the gaps. You know, get it into the gaps and even playing with soft hands.
And rotate the strike. That's important.
Very, very important. So I see it as a technical flaw there. He must correct this. Every single day he's getting older as he plays more matches. If the time for him to score, you know, frequently, it's now. Because what you do, Sean, if you're not getting the ball off the track to score runs, you're putting pressure on the non-striker as well.
Yes, if you just joined us, 23 for 1, Guyana winning the toss. Hemraj gone for 19 at 20 for 1. Chandrapal on 1 from 34 balls. Imlak yet to score. Time for a change. John Ramsey will join you in the jeep.
Yes, so we are watching Akeem Jordan once again from the northern end of the ground. Not a bad delivery, a testing delivery, testing the patience there of the right-handed Tevin Imlak. He will have none of it. He just allowed the ball to go by outside the line of the off stump, and there is no run. As I say hello once again to my colleague, my friend, my brother, John Ramsey.
Hello once again, Indrajit. It's since the fall of Hemraj's wicket, runs have dried up. Lots of maidens being sent down by the bowlers. So Jordan once again on a nice line of length. He settled in nicely from the media centre end. Akeem Jordan, tall, strong looking lad. And also Jonathan Carter coming in and offering some amount of movements as well. So the batsmen not entirely comfortable. So that's why it's making it a bit tough for them to get runs just yet. But both of these players, they have the ability to bat long. And also you guys were mentioning rotation of the strike. I think it will come.
Yes, well, we hope so. And that's a delivery, once again, wide outside the line of the off stump, not forcing the right-handed Imlak to any shot. So he is showing good judgment. Mind you, it's a 4-day game. They've just lost a wicket. We aren't looking forward for them to go out there and bash the bowling, but at the same time, play every ball on its merit. And you must be able to not only look for scoring opportunities, you must be able to create those opportunities in scoring as well. That is also important. Down the leg side this time, striving for pace and losing control, Akeem Jordan. Like you said, John, for Akeem Jordan, this is his debut professional cricket league match. The young man is definitely going to learn. Big moment for him playing for your country.
Yes, and yet to pick up a wicket, but the experience that he has gathered so far, I'm sure he's going to work with that. So you've seen a wicket already at the other end. He had a chance going down. So he's going to be there as well very soon.
Technically sound and correct here, Tevin Imlak, stretching out, defending on the front foot, down towards the skipper Craig Braffett, down at extra cover, and there is no run. He has had 26 List A matches, Akeem Jordan, picking up 45 wickets with a best of 5 for 18 versus Trinidad and Tobago in the Super 50 games. Started his career in 2018 for the CCC against Jamaica. So while he hasn't played a lot of first-class matches, 26 matches at the List A game, he would have learned a whole deal from that. And once again, not troubling the batsman, not making play. The over has been completed. At the end of it, the Harpy Eagles winning the toss and batting. They're 23 for the loss of 1. Tejnarine Chandapal is on 1. Imlak is yet to score.
I think that's probably 6 consecutive maidens or thereabout. These guys just need to rotate the strike a little bit more, try to pick the gaps and let the singles start do it, because if they're not going to do that, pat themselves into this defensive frame of mind, they will not be able to get runs. And it's a runs games at the end of the day. Jordan so far 6 overs, of which 3 are maidens. And Jonathan Carter, 2 overs for him, both maidens. And then before Ray Morifo went off, he bowled a maiden as well. So maiden has been the order of the morning for the Barbados Pride bowlers so far.
Yes, and if you're going to put pressure on the batting team, you know, one of the ways you can do that is to avoid them scoring runs, and frequently too. And they have done that this morning. They've restricted the scoring rate. The pressure is on Guyana. It is now a test of their temperament and their total character as batsmen out in the middle. That's a good delivery by Jonathan Carter, and well played too by the left-handed Tejnarine Chandapal, allowing the ball to go by, showing good judgment. Once again, there is no run. On the other hand, Chandapal Hemraj, he must understand, John, the time has come for him. It's just not go outside here on the back foot, stroke 1 through covers and you look good, stroke 1 through mid-wicket and look good, and then you walk back to the pavilion the next delivery.
Yeah, not at all. And that type of batting, you know, the way he bats, very positive, very attacking. If he can bat maybe 2 sessions, he'll have maybe a double hundred. So you need to look at it that way as well. And then the bowlers will have a plan for him. If they look at the way he's batting, trying to go at everything, very soon they'll be able to set traps for him. So he needs to have a counter plan for the bowlers, Hemraj.
Yes, I do agree with you. And this is a nice wristy shot. It goes down towards forward square. They get the single in the process. And Shane Mosley moves away nicely towards his left from forward square, down towards short backward square, but cannot prevent the single. So Tejnarine Chandapal, he now moves on to 2, takes the score on to 24 now for the loss of 1 wicket. Remind you that the Guyana Harpy Eagles called correctly at the toss and decided they're going to have a bat first. They started off with Tejnarine Chandapal and Chandapal Hemraj. Hemraj was dropped by Carter at second slip, and then he went, caught the wicket off Reefer for 19. It was 20 for 1 then in the 5th over. Right on target once again, and Imlak defends down towards short mid on. The bowler himself, Jonathan Carter, is a busy boy, and he brings lots of experience to the Professional Cricket League. He has been around for a very, very long time. He's not a youngster. He's 34 years of age. Boy from Belplain in Barbados has shown commitment to his country. That's a good delivery, right on target, and he's defending.
Nice work. I was always impressed with the work of Jonathan Carter. Gives you everything. It's sorry to see that the first ball that went to Hanford this morning to him, he did not take it. But with the ball, we can see he's trying very hard. And I'm sure later on when he gets the opportunity with the bat, he will continue to work hard again. I remember last CPL season, he was actually the batting coach of one of the franchise. And eventually, I was given the opportunity to play as well in the same tournament. That was quite remarkable from him. But Jonathan Carter, we know him, hard worker. And just a single being conceded in that over the first from him this morning, the first run off of his bowling. But Chandapal needs to get the strike rotated a bit more. Imlak, we know him from the West Indies on the 19 winning team in 2016. So getting another opportunity at the first class level. And this is an opportunity for him not only to bat long, but also get some runs, because many back home have been calling for him to be included in the team, and now he's included. He needs to show that he can actually deliver the goods. And there's a bowling change from the media center end.
And that's Keon Hardin. He has replaced Jordan, and he will be bowling to the left-handed Tejnarine Chandapal. Let's see how he goes. He's backed up with 4 slips. No ball signaled by the umpire, just overstepping there. And Keon Harding, John, on his day, can be real trouble. We have seen him present trouble along with Chimar Holder when they operated in tandem when Guyana was in Barbados for the 2020 tournament. Can be a handful, moves the ball around nicely too.
Yes, a nippy bowler. And like you said, on his day, he can be a whole lot of trouble. And getting the opportunity with a ball that is relatively new, just 13 overs before this. So he'll be able to work it up as well.
Far too wide this time, Keon Harding. So he's just trying to get that line. That is what he needs. He has the good, sharp, medium, fast bowling, but he needs to get the line right. 25 years, Keon Harding. Traveled to the West Indies team to England in 2020 as a reserve player. Played one-day international in 2021 against Bangladesh. Had just one match. 19 first-class matches before the 60 wickets. Best bowling of 5 for 19, 10 for 76 in a match. And this is pitched up once again, wide outside the line of the off stump. No trouble there for the left-hander, Tejnarain Chandapal. He has to be careful with the one that is closer to the line of the off stump. This season so far, Keon Harding, 4 for 42 and 2 for 69 against the Leewards, and then none for 61 and none for 13 against Jamaica. So did well against the Leewards, not so well against Jamaica. And no doubt he'll be looking for a vastly improved performance in this match against the Harpy Eagles. And that's well bowled outside the line of the off stump, much closer. But give Tejnarain Chandapal the benefit. Saw it early and pulled the bat inside the line, allows it to go by into the gloves of the keeper. We've just lost the streaming sunshine for a little bit. At least we are cold here because we are under air condition, but I guess it's very, very hot out in the middle.
Yeah, it seems very hot outside because there's looks as if it's overcast, but I understand it's the Saharan dust that is giving it that kind of gloomy look. It says no threat of rain, I must say, but just it's a bit seems overcast.
And that's once again outside the line of the off stump, not forcing the left-hander to play at it. So how many deliveries have gone there in this over? 4 deliveries, and yet Harding is not making the left-handed Chandapal playing at 1. All of them have been left alone to go by into the gloves of the keeper.
So Harding will also have to realize what he's doing to Chandapal. Chandapal is not going to be tempted. He's bowling just about 5th stump to Chandapal, and Chandapal is just allowing it to go by to the keeper.
And this is a short delivery. Didn't get up the way he wanted it. This time he gets a bat onto ball and forces it down to Shane Mosley, down at short mid-wicket. And once again, the little left-hander, Tejnarain Chandapal, cannot score. Chandapal so far, for his 2, he has faced 43 deliveries.
Yes.
Well, let us hope, that having faced 43 deliveries, you've gotten your eyes in, that you make it count. So the sunshine greets us once again here at the Queen's Park Oval. That's a good delivery outside the line of the off stump. The end of the over, the first by Keon Harding, 1 over 1 run. Harpy Eagles winning toss and batting. They're 25 for the loss of 1. Tejnarain Chandapal is on 2. Imlak has faced 21 deliveries and he's yet to score.
Yeah, good over from Harding. Good start. Well, barring the no ball that he sent down at the start of his over and start of his spell. But other than that, was just on about the off stump, testing Chandapal into the drive, and he was not tempted. And the one that he actually played, it was on the line of his body. So Chandapal there looks, just because he's very defensive at the moment and not getting the scoring opportunities. Well, the scoring opportunities are there, just not taking. Other than that, looks very solid in defense. Tevin Imlak as well, yet to get off the mark. His 3rd first-class game, and he's playing once again purely as a batsman. And we know him for his wicket-keeping exploits, but he's been very good with the bat. And this is the perfect opportunity for both of these players because we may say that the axe was hanging over Tejnarain Chandapal's head. And after that 100, he's back into the starting 11 here. Well, he's starting again. He is the established opener alongside Hemraj. Hemraj as well, with a lot of work to be done. He's gone already this morning for 19, quite early in the fifth over. Good bowling from Raymond Reefer. But this pair now, I think now that they're having a refreshments break, the message will also be clear to them that you guys already have a sighter. You need to begin to get some runs, and that is how it's gonna. That's how it's gonna work from there on, and that should be the message coming out. But Barbados Pride, being asked to bowl first, I think they'll be very happy with their work in the first hour so far. 14 overs in that hour, 25 runs, and Raymond Reefer picking up the early wicket. Not a bad start for the Pride, the defending champions, and the unbeaten team in this year's season.
Yes, I think they have won the first hour after the Harpy Eagles won the toss and deciding that they're going to take first strike. Hemraj, the lone wicket to go, was caught nicely by Dowridge of the bowling of Reefer for 19. It was a beautiful delivery. Touchdown, moved away from the left-hander. He couldn't get the bat inside the line. The edge found, the catch was taken by Dowridge, 20 for 1 in the fifth over. And now we're seeing these two, Tejnarain Chandapal and Tevin Imlak, looking to regroup. Has been pretty slow out in the middle, but the main thing for the Harpy Eagles that they're still there. Both of them can bat, and they're just hoping that they can make their stay so far count. But you're right, John. 1 hour gone, 14 overs bowled, 25 for 1. Barbados winning the first hour.
Most definitely. At this point in time, I just want to say good morning and get well soon to our good friend Anil Hardial down there at Regal Stationery and Computer Center in Campbellville, Georgetown. Glued to his television set, his computer, I must say, and following the action there in Campbellville. And good morning to all the guys there as well. And Anil, generous man, and also ardent cricket fan.
Yes, certainly, John. And sometimes without the generosity of corporate Guyana and friends, it might not be possible to travel to do cricket these days across the Caribbean. And here is where Mr. Anil Hardial has come in very handy. Ensure that our accommodation in Trinidad and Tobago is top class. So thanks to you, buddy. Thanks to the Regal family, Regal Sports Club, and Regal Stationery and Computer Center.
And coming in as well on the stream, we must say good morning to Uncle Derek Kalicharan. He said the track looks very friendly. Why are they not getting runs? They're a bit too defensive, according to Derek Kalicharan.
Hi, Derek. The track doesn't give you runs. It's the batsman out in the middle that has to make use of that batting track. Nice to hear from you, Derek. One of the best leg spinners in the Caribbean. Give human services to Guyana cricket.
Oh, yes. And I'm still playing, I must say, in the New York area. Uncle Derek, good morning. And it's women's cricket today in Guyana, but I haven't gotten any scores just yet. But it's a senior women's inter-county tournament, start of that, and it's a 50 overs affair.
And good start by Jonathan Carter. Short delivery, short of a good length. And the right-handed Imlak just moving across the stumps and tucking it away down towards short mid-wicket, cannot score. And yes, John, that match I think today we played at the National Stadium, and that's in preparation for the Cricket West Indies women's tournament, which will be played in Guyana starting on the 5th of June.
Oh, what a peach of a delivery from Carter. Just touched down and got some bounce and beat the outside edge of Imlak's bat. There he is, just a bit, once again, too defensive, and was a good delivery. Well handled in the end, you'd want to say.
Yes, and that is what you call a staggering bat. You're trying to pull it inside the line, and the ball is speeding through. Thank heavens that he got it inside the line, and the ball went by to the keeper, but beautifully bowled by Carter then.
Yeah, now a fuller delivery from Carter. Looks good. And Carter's just bowling that nagging outside off stump line and asking the batsmen to be extremely watchful. And so far, Imlak and Chandapal are very watchful.
So far, Carter, he's in his 4th over, 2 maidens, none for 1 so far. So far, so good for Jonathan Carter and the Barbados Pride. This is wide outside the line of the off stump. No pressure on Imlak. He walks away, allows the ball to go by into the gloves of Shane Dowridge. John, it's good to see Dowridge back in regional cricket.
Yeah, he always had a lot of time for Dowridge, and it's good to see that not only that he's back, but he's doing very well. Already with a dismissal in this match, so we know that he's a world-class fighter.
And he opens the face this time. Imlak, he's going to get his first runs here. Goes down towards the fine third man boundary. The return will come in, and they collect two more to the score. He's off the mark, Imlach, 27 for 1.
First run for Tevin Imlach at the first class level in 2 years and just maybe 2 months, because his last game was in March 2020 when that pandemic broke out, and now getting an opportunity again, and he's gotten a double. Good start for him.
And this time, this was lined with the middle stump and turned away down towards forward square. Cannot score. Another over has been completed at the end of it. The Guyana Harp Eagles, they are 27 for the loss of 1. Chandapal is on 2, and so too Imlach. Carter, 4 overs, 2 maiden, none for 3. Keon Harding, 1 over for 1 run. And the bowling continued to present very disciplined approach by the bowlers, John, here, by the Barbados Pride, certainly making Guyana work for every single run. Raymond Reefer, 4 overs, 3 maidens, picking up 1 for 5.
And the first over after the drinks break, when the message perhaps came out to the Guyana batsmen to look for runs, 2 conceded. So that's really positive, you'd want to say. We must work with these little positives in Inderjeet.
Yes, I do agree with you. This is outside the line of the off stump, pretty close to the line of the off stump. Tejinarayan Chandapal, John, has shown good judgment this time. Give him the benefit of the doubt that he did pull the bat inside the line.
Yeah, he did. I mean, that was the line of attack in the previous over from Keon Harding. So Chandapal, familiar with what Harding is offering, and not being tempted. So Harding continues just outside the off stump, bowling at just about 5th stump, I would say. And Chandapal not being lured into that drive so far.
And this is short. He stepped on the back foot, opens the face, beats the diving fourth slip out towards the third man boundary for 4. You got the impression that he might not have been all that comfortable, but he kept it down, and he gets the boundary. So he moves on to 6, 32 for the loss of 1.
Good cricket. Nice delivery, first of all, from Keon Harding. Much closer to the batsman. Got bounce as well, so he just rode it nicely up in the face of the bat, but not going with hard hand, just allowing the bat to guide the ball down to third man. And the outfield here to Queen's Park Oval very fast, and that went into the boundary ahead of Shamar Brooks. So runs begin to flow after the drinks break.
1 shot getting a boundary. He's opening the face again, this time pushing forward, down towards backward point. This time cannot pierce the offside field. He walks away concentrating all the time. And John, we had to wait until over number 16 from a fast bowler to see a short delivery that has the batsman on the back foot. That was the previous delivery by Keon Harding. I'm just wondering to know where all the fast bowlers in the Caribbean has gone.
Well, I'm not sure, but what I'm noticing is that Harding is getting much closer to the batsman now.
Yes, and not a bad ploy at all, because you're having 4 slips and a backward point. So you want you want to get that ball outside the line of the off stump in that corridor, where you offer the batsman an opportunity to go for the drive. But you must have that element of surprise as well as a fast bowler. The one that you create the fear of physical damage. I'm not seeing that. Maybe we have to go scout around and bring people from the school system, to get some real fast bowler that the first thing the batsman think about is going to come to my chest, my nose, my neck, my head. Like that one. Beautifully bowled.
Yes, I think we're calling for it, and Harding actually perhaps listening. He's bowling from the media center, and after all. Yeah, but it's good to see that Harding and the umpire signaling that's 1 short, 1 for the over. So Harding, like I mentioned, intelligent over we're seeing so far. The first one that went down towards the third man was short and had the batsman on the back foot. Now he's actually offering much more opportunities for the batsman to play. And this time, short one, just in front of the nose of Chandapal, and he allowed it to go by into the keeper's glove. But Harding asking some questions.
Yes, certainly. And Chandapal handles that one well. And after the short delivery, now he's pitching one up. Was hoping to get it close, but straight outside the line of the off stump, releases the pressure. And it's so good to see if you get one that has the batsman on the back foot pulling the head inside the line, that your next delivery, if you're going to look at to give him the opportunity of driving or pushing forward, that you make him play. So just losing the plot a little there, Keon Harding, outside the line of the off stump. Brilliant sunshine. Gorgeous day for cricket here at the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad and Tobago. Once again, far too wide as Chandapal plants the leg outside the line of the off stump, allows it to go by. The end of the over, the end of it, Harp Eagles 32 for the loss of 1, winning the toss and batting. Tej Narain Chandapal is on 6, Stephen Imlak is on 2.
Yeah, nice over, you'd want to say, from Harding once again. Despite conceding the boundary, he made the batsman play and have that nagging line outside the off stump, asking questions of Tej Narain Chandapal. But Chandapal showing good judgment. Temperament has been very good so far, and he's going to do that all day to you if you're outside the off stump. You got to be in his corridor before you can actually play. And it's good to see that he has made that adjustment as well, because in the previous 2 rounds right here in Trinidad and Tobago, right here at the Queen's Park Oval, those balls you were actually playing at, what we say in Guyana, fishing at those deliveries outside the off stump.
And Imlak is riding this one nicely off the hips, a short delivery down towards short backward square and collects the single. So we're seeing far better rotation of the strike, and this is what you want to see. It's now on to 33 for the loss of 1. You just don't want to give your wicket away in all flamboyance, going for shots all over the place. Play every ball on its merit. Look for your scoring opportunity. Rotate the strike. You ensure that the bowler thinks differently. The captain has to think about his fielding positions as well. So we are having 4 slips. There's a backward point for Carter now to the left-handed Tej Narain Chandapal. Now we are seeing that Keon Harding has been removed from the second slip, and he's going to be placed at a short mid-wicket, almost at 30 degrees to the batsman, the left-handed Tej Narain Chandapal. So there are 3 slips, a backward point, and an extra cover. Good delivery. Not any danger to the left-handed Tej Narain Chandapal. Very easy. Walking across the stumps and defending. So in the slips we have, that's Shamar Brooks. In fact, Shehope. He is at 3rd slip in the 2nd slip position. That's Shamar Brooks. And 4th slipper, we are having there Jordan. Good delivery, striving for the Yorker this time. And Tej Narain Chandapal moving across the stump. And here, Jonathan Carter, experience. He'll be looking and seeing that Tej Narain Chandapal has this habit of walking across the stump. He'll be looking to just get one, slide one in there for a possible leg before. But this time he gets the meat of the bat and plays down towards extra cover. There's no run.
He's brought in that fielder at short mid-wicket as well. So what Carter will be trying to do is to bowl on the line of that leg stump, leg heading towards middle really, moving the ball away from the left-hander's bat and maybe sliding one and maybe trying to get one shot in the armpit so that that fielder can come into play.
Coming forward, good delivery, gets the thick outer edge down towards Ruston Chase at point. Cannot once again score Tej Narain Chandapal. He's kept there on 6, still 33 for the loss of 1. I think we have a very good feel here this morning set by skipper Craig Braffett. And why not? He has been on a nice run of recently, Craig Braffett. Good to see him, come of age and leading by example as well. That's a good delivery from outside the line of the off stump. It got the thicker inner portion of the bat and drags it away into the onside field down towards short forward square. There is no run. The over has been completed at the end of it. 33 for 1. Chandapal is on 9. Imlak has 3.
Yes, nice over once again from Carter. Full and straight, the order of the day, and asking lots of questions of Tej Narain Chandapal, and he's also equal to the task. But something you may want to say will give if Carter continues to bowl the way he's bowling, asking lots of questions, bowling that nagging line and length. And he's one of the bowlers you want to say in cricket that you want to see the back of. You don't want to see him running at you too often. And the only way the Guyana Harp Eagles can see that is if the score runs off of him and allow the captain to say, you know what, you're leaking too many runs, let's make a change. But so far, the way Carter and Harding are going, you feel that Barbados really eyeing up a wicket very soon.
Yes, and they've opened up the field a little, just two slips, a gully, and a backward point. Previously, they had four fielders in the slip position, so less attacking men, less catching positions there now for Barbados. And no doubt they're looking for Harding here to get them a wicket. On the other hand, the Guyana Harpy Eagles looking to consolidate. So far, no worries whatsoever for these two. Maybe the only thing they'll be thinking about, like we've been saying all morning, they just need to look for scoring opportunities, and there are quite a few out in the middle. Nice delivery, nicely pitched up, and he stepped onto the front foot and is defending Imlak down towards short cover. Once again, there is no run. Lovely conditions for cricket here at the Queen's Park Oval. And John, we have two more matches in the Professional Cricket League on today. One at Taruba and the other is at Diego Martin.
Yeah, down south. We say when in Trinidad they call it Taruba down south. So the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they're up against the home team, the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, unbeaten as well, the Red Force. And then at Diego Martin, at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, Windward Islands Volcanoes against Jamaica Scorpions. So it's all happening in the Trinidad Republic here in Trinidad and Tobago.
And it's been a good start for Trinidad and Tobago to this year's tournament. Over the years, recent past, they have struggled a little in the four-day tournament. Good to see them starting off with 2 wins. And they have been the host, and good hosts too, for the first 2 rounds and for this third round as well.
Yes,
and the completion.
It says a lot about home advantage. Barbados Pride as well got the opportunity to play their first 2 matches in Barbados. They came out with 2 victories. Let's see what will happen now that they're in Trinidad and Tobago. They have to play the remaining 3 matches here, while Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will play all of their matches in Trinidad and Tobago. So it means now that that start that the Trinidad and Tobago side have in this year's tournament, if they can continue in that same vein, they can very well challenge for the championship. The Guyana Harp Eagles, they must win and win convincingly all of their matches to be in contention again.
Yes, and the Harpy Eagles under the Jaguars brand has been the most successful Professional Cricket League franchise tournament. This one lined with the middle and leg stump and worked away by Imlak down into the onside field, down towards forward short leg. Once again, he cannot score. Maybe if he had delayed the shot a little bit more, it would have gone down towards a long leg. But he came forward there and played it away down towards forward short leg. Cannot score. I think these are little things that the youngsters should be learning as their career progress. That's a good delivery, right on target, striving for the Yorker. And Imlak walking around the delivery and defending down towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. And you have some batsmen, especially those that went to England and played their trade, West Indian batsmen, who play as late as possible. Give them the opportunity to have total control of what they want to do. Shivnarine Chandapal is one of them, who normally play as late as possible. And I was told, I've never seen him bat, the great man himself, Sir Gary Sobers, down the leg side, just like I said, and tickle it nicely, waited on the ball, and he gets the boundary. That's a fine shot by the right-handed Imlak, down towards the backward square. That must do his confidence a lot of good. 37 for 1. Imlak moves on to 7.
And there we see Harding striving a little bit too much because it was the end of the over as well, and overcompensating, and got a flick down towards the boundary at fine leg. But Imlak indeed was in perfect position to play the shot, and the ball presented himself and he got the boundary. And his highest score at the first class level was 8 on debut. He has an opportunity not only to go past that, but to go past that by many, and that would be very good for him as he makes a return to first class cricket.
Yes, multiply it by 12 and then add 4 more. He can very well get a century. So far, Carter, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 4. Keon Harding, 3 overs, no maiden, none for 10. The 2 bowlers operating at the moment. We're watching Jonathan Carter from the southern end to bowl to Tejnarine Chandapal. Allows a short lifting delivery to go by. There is no run. John, has gone to get some coffee. And Sean has joined me. Hello, Sean. 37 for the loss of 1. These two looking to regroup.
Yes, a good steady start. Good morning to you again, Indrajit. Good morning to listeners wherever you are and viewers in Guyana, in the Caribbean, in India, and in North America, wherever in the world you might be. We get some updates now from the game in Taruba, Windward Islands, 44 for 2 of 13 overs. That's the last we heard. And the game in Diamartin with Trinidad and Tobago and the Leeward Islands, 38 for 1. Thanks to Brandon Corlett. He's the Guyanese journalist in the commentary box. And good afternoon to Derek Caliteran, who is listening in New York. Derek, if you're listening, please send me the date of the Surich Gunari Memorial match.
Yes, Derek Caliteran, myself, and John did talk about him. He's definitely watching. Maybe we have even supporters in Alaska watching the broadcast. You never know. The world is such a small place. Short delivery outside the line of the off stump goes by into the gloves of the keeper. There is no run.
Well, I know there are Guyanese everywhere in the world, at least 3.
Yes. So 1, 2, 3 slips here. There's a backward point. We have an extra cover. We also have a forward square. There's a short mid-wicket. And there is a long leg, once again, outside the line of the off stump. And wherever they are, Sean, they carry their cricket with them.
Yes, when I was in Sri Lanka, I was very surprised. I saw a Guyana flag when Chandrapal was batting. And I went down, and these were Sri Lankans. Their mother or father or grandfather were from Guyana, but they were proudly waving the Guyana flag. They said they'd lived almost 40 years in Sri Lanka.
And this is turned away into the onside field.
That's a good stop.
Lovely looking stop there from Shamar Brooks, diving away towards his right, knocking the ball down. That would have gone whistling down towards the boundary. The end of the over. Harpy Eagles, they are 37 for the loss of 1. Tandapal is on 6. Tevin Imlak, he has 7. So these two, they're just beginning to rotate the strike a little bit better than when they started. And I guess as the confidence level grows, we might very well see a better rotation of the strike.
And it's interesting to know that since Imlak has come out, he's looked to be more positive. He's got 7 from 34 balls, but he's got more than Chandrapal, who's got 5 from 62 balls. As you said, they're now beginning. Beginning is the operative word to rotate the strike.
Yes, and take into consideration that Chandrapal, out of that 5, he had a boundary? Was it Imlak that got the boundary?
Imlak
I think
that
it was
got the
Imlak
boundary.
who got the boundary. That's right.
And on the other hand, you look at someone like Hemraj. Hemraj hit 4 fours, but he's back in the pavilion for 19. He dominated the first wicket partnership. The first wicket fell at 20. He made 19, but he's back in the pavilion. And Rohan Kanai, when he was our coach at youth level, he told us that despite how many shots you could play, how much skill you've got and talent, you can't score a single run if you're in the pavilion.
Exactly, and Rohan Kanai is absolutely right with that. The only way you can score runs if you're out in the middle. Chandapal Hemraj, he needs to regroup himself, Sean. We know we can continue to talk about his class, his talent when he's on the go. Consistency is the name of the game. And here is where I think he's just falling apart a little. You had a good start. I remember in round 2, he batted, he scored, I think, 60 odd, got a half century. Could have easily
couldn't go on to 100.
Right, converted to 100. I mean, look at the talent of the man. He's such a class player when he gets on the go. But, you know, he has to think it through. Success depends on many things. But most of all, it depends on you, the individual.
Good delivery there from Hardin. Pitched up in the block hole, and nice shot there from Imlak. He's showing positive intent. He's not getting many runs, but he's looking to hit the ball, not just block the ball.
Yes, and he's a compact player. Did get a half century in the last practice match as well. So he has come here in some good form too. There was a sweetly timed on drive, but he found out the player down in that position. That's Raymond Reefer down at wide mid-on and couldn't score. But he will feel comfortable that I'm beginning to put some good timing here All he needs to do now is to look for the gap. He's going to be mindful too that there is a short mid-wicket. So he has to keep it down.
Oh my!
Edging between the keeper and the first slip down to the boundary for 4. That was outside the line of the off stump, had some pace on it, and took Imlach by surprise, took the edge of the bat around the neck area, and it flew past between, in fact, the first slip and the keeper down to the boundary.
Yes, and that's a real fortuitous boundary, but a boundary nevertheless. And that boundary takes Imlat into double figures. His highest first-class score was 8. This is his third match. But that was a superb delivery. It left a little bit, and he edged it closer to Dowridge. I thought Dowridge should have went for that catch because it was to his right. It passed between Dowridge and the second slip.
I'm just wondering if it was the bounce that outdid Dowridge there, because generally he's an excellent wicketkeeper. Absolutely no doubt about that. Could have been a little misjudgment there, but was a splendid delivery by Keon Harding. Just wondering why he doesn't get them more often in that position.
Well, that's a tremendous delivery, as you said. It left the batsman, it left him late, and it wasn't short. It was just back of a length, and it flew past the slip cordon between the first slip and the keeper. Still the sweltering heat here at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. And the run rate now, that boundary, has increased it to 2.4. It was 1 point something all along.
Yes, 41 for the loss of 1. We're in the 20th over in this 4-day encounter between Barbados Pride and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And Harding, all is well with him. He was down a little, had a little attention by one of his colleagues. And this is a form defensive shot, stretching long forward, getting to the pitch of the delivery. That shows confidence. Played back up the track, there is no run. So Harding, can't blame him for effort here. He's getting it much better in this over. The previous over was a little bit wayward, way outside the off stump. But now he has put it together and making the batsman play.
And a powerful Barbados team. They actually are the defending champions. In the last tournament, they won with 2 games left to be played. They dethroned Guyana, who had won the previous 5 years. And that was because they were so far ahead that it wouldn't have mattered if those 2 games were played. So they were given the championship. That, I think, is their 22nd time they've won the regional first-class title since 1966. Guyana has won it 12 times, including the 2002 Buster Cup International, which Carl Hooper won when they beat Jamaica at Sabina Park. So we must add in that one also.
Yes, Sean, and there's no doubt Barbados has been the most successful team in regional first-class cricket. They have done that over the years. And once they can have their best players available to play, we all know they're going to be a handful to deal with. And they're showing just that.
Yeah, back in the days, a Guyana, Trinidad versus Barbados match was like a test match. The might of the Barbadian team, Garner, Joel Garner, Malcolm Marshall, Sylvester Clark, Wayne Daniel, they had a powerful 4-prong pace attack.
Yes, gone are those days. I'm wondering to know why those days are gone. You know, so many lovely cricketers coming in from Barbados. Not only the fast bowlers, but they produce some of the most exciting batsmen in world cricket. You think about Greenwich, you think about Haynes, Sir Gary Sobers in the olden days. So many names you can mention. You mentioned those lovely fast bowlers coming down to even the likes of Mosley, Franklin Stevenson, so many other one as well.
Well, you're not missing any cricket. There's somebody coming on with something onto the field for one of the players, as there's going to be a bowling change. 42 for 1. 20 overs gone. We can say it's a solid start by Guyana, but they need to progress because the main thing that is worrying the Guyanese is the top order batting. And if that batting without Vishal Singh could click, then it could be a good total.
Yes, but this man that is coming in to bowl here is an experienced campaigner, Ruston Chase. 91 first-class matches, and 4,675 runs. He's an all-rounder. His batting has been real good. He has picked up a wicket as well, 154 wickets. Best bowling in a match, 10 for 104. And that was against Guyana in 2016, the fourth year of the Professional Cricket League. Let's see Imlak. He has something else to deal with. And close into him is this is played away. Lovely looking shot by Imlak out through the covers. It's slowing up, but has enough to touch the white rope. And that's 4 good looking runs to Tevin Imlak. That will take the Harpy Eagles now on to 46 for the loss of 1.
Yes, a good looking shot there. And this is Imlak showing positivity. While Chandrapal is looking solid, but scoring at a pedestrian pace.
Yeah, so there's a forward short leg, the solitary slip, a backward point, there's a cover, wide mid-off. There, as we watch Ruston chase once again. That's a good delivery, a little closer this time to the right-hander. He watches the ball right onto the bat and played it out into the offside field. There's also mid-on, a mid-wicket, forward square on the boundary, and a short backward square. Ruston Chase, he's driving again, beats square cover, and this is slowing up. It might not have enough to reach the boundary, and the fielder will get there now, sends the left-handed return in. Is that Warwican?
Yeah, Warwican.
Yeah, the return comes in, and they've gotten, did they run 3? 4 they actually ran. So, they have turned that into a boundary. 4 runs.
Not a boundary, they ran 4.
Yes, they ran 4. And that will take the score now on to 50. So that's the 50 up for the Harpy Eagles. And the run's just beginning to flow a little now.
Off the bat of Imlak. 20.2 overs, 50 coming up. The score rate now 2.46. And Guyana edging slightly in front.
So he's coming forward this time in black, plays down towards wide mid-on. There is no run. Now he must not lose concentration there. Got 2 fine, got 1 boundary and then run 4. So he will feel confident. Just cannot overdo it at times. But he played well once again. Walking forward, getting to the pitch of the delivery and driving down towards mid-off. There is no run. Nothing wrong with that. Ruston Chase just tossing 1 up.
Yes, as an off spinner, you need to get your first over out of the way. You bowl a little flat defensively. You don't try to spin the ball. But it's nice to see Ruston Chase in a 4-day game looking to toss the ball, because that's one of our problems in the West Indies as the over comes to an end, 50 for 1. Most of the off spinners especially, they bowl the ball too fast. Yes, as we welcome for the first time in the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana Times journalist and cricket connoisseur, Brandon Corlett. Welcome, Brandon.
Hi, good morning.
This is your first trip to Trinidad for cricket?
Yes. Actually, my second time in Trinidad, but first for cricket.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's pretty welcoming here in Trinidad, I must say. Brilliant sunshine as well.
Yes, but this is the start of the hurricane season, according to the Met Office.
Right. I heard on the local radio while coming from the airport yesterday that we should expect some tropical storms.
Yes, but it's a bright sunny day, sweltering heat. There's cool breeze across the ground, blowing across the ground. You see the Barbados flag, the Trinidad and Tobago flag, and the Guyana flag, the golden arrowhead. Do you know that there's only 2 flags in the Caribbean that have names? And those are the 2 flags, the golden arrowhead of Guyana and the Barbados trident of Barbados.
Yeah, definitely. I always learn something from you, the veteran commentator and cricket journalist.
Please don't call me veteran. You make a sound like I'm 73. Yes, those are the flags. And the other one, Queen's Park Cricket Club flag. So we've got it all. And do you know that the Queen's Park Cricket Club was called the Sinclair Oval back in the days?
Well, that's news to me.
Yeah.
I'm only 22 years old.
So Harden from the commentary box end, sun still streaming down. expanses of blue in the sky. As I heard John Ramsing say, the gloomy conditions in the sky is not clouds, it's the Sahara dust. And I've learned something from him also. Here is Hardin, number 7 on his back, bowls outside the line of the off stump. Chandrapal, much like his father, you could bowl for a week and a day, and he would not play at those deliveries. I saw Shivnarayan Chandrapal playing at the CCC ground against the combined colleges and campuses a few years ago, well, more than a few years ago, and they bowled at him, but 10 overs, almost 10 overs, just outside the off stump, and he left the ball alone every single occasion.
A lot of caution shown by the great Shiv Chandrapal there.
They wanted to bowl at him wide, so he would have driven the ball, and he didn't. This is a good ball again, closer to the line of the stumps. And this time, Ryan Chandrapal, who is on 5 from 65 balls now, covers up and plays it out towards extra cover.
Yeah, it's a different Ryan Chandrapal that we saw last week at the National Stadium Providence. He was actually more attacking in his approach.
Yes, I was impressed with him in that innings because he came out playing with more intent, more positivity, and found the gaps a lot easier than he's doing now. He's not even hitting the ball to find the gaps.
Very cautious in his approach.
Again, left alone outside the line of the off. Well, this could work in favor of the batting team in a 4-day game when the sun is very hot, because the bowler will tire himself out and become exhausted, and he should bowl the ball closer to the stumps and test Chandrapal's defense.
Definitely, I agree with you. Make the batsman play.
Maybe that's a ploy, bowl wide, but you can't bowl wide to Shivnarayan Chandrapal or now his son, because they wouldn't play at the ball. You could bowl wide. That ploy could work against Hemraj, who's a more free-flowing attacking batsman. He likes to feel the ball and bat, while Chandrapal, leave alone, is as good as a solid defensive shot.
Yes, that's I agree with you there. As Keon Hardin makes his way to the mark again. The 25-year-old fast bowler actually played one-day international match for the West Indies.
Who, Hardin?
Hardin.
Yeah.
I think he was a replacement player for Romario Shepherd when he tested positive for COVID-19.
Yeah, 5 players in the Guyana side have played international cricket, but one, unfortunately, out of this team, not feeling well. That's Vishal Singh. That's a nice ball on the line of the leg stump and turned away by Chandrapal. No ball called by the umpire. But this is a 4-day game, so no free hit.
No, no free hit in this.
51 for 1. Chandrapal goes to 6 from 67 balls. Imlak on 20, back in strike.
Yeah, Imlak actually looked more positive after that drinks break. Came out and played some positive off drives, especially against Roston Chase.
And that over from Roston Chase released the shackles.
To an extent.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Hardin moves in, bowls, and that's nicely played out to the backward square, pitched up on the line of the leg stump. Nice wristy stroke, more like the Asian batsmen.
Yeah.
They play with a lot of wrist.
Virat Kohli and company.
Yeah, all of them.
Yeah. Keon Hardin with 19 first-class matches, 60 wickets under his belt. He actually toured England the first time West Indies played cricket during the COVID-19 pandemic. He was on tour there.
Yes, and a brave man to go on tour during a pandemic. But at the start of your career, you wouldn't waste that opportunity.
Once in a lifetime opportunity.
2 slips and a gully going down, a backward point and a short cover. This is on the line of the leg stump and clipped away by Chandrapal out towards the mid-on position, and the over comes to an end. So at the end of the over, Chandrapal is on 7, Imlak on 21, and Guyana winning the toss and electing to bat. They've lost Hemraj, caught behind by Dowridge off the bowling of left-arm Seymour Reefer for 19. It was then 20 for 1. Since then, these two have joined forces, and it's now 53 for 1, 22 overs gone.
Yeah, Guyana slowly but surely progressing I must say, taking Ryan Chandrapal with 45 first class matches, his average is 28. I'm sure with the remaining 3 rounds, he would want to build on that average.
Yes, and he's only got 200s with 10 50s. So
Right.
that means his conversion rate is a little on the slow side. Because if you get to pass 50 12 times and you only convert 2 in 3 figures total, that means your conversion rate is not what it should be at this level.
Definitely. I think that's a problem across the Caribbean with most of our batsmen,
Chase, the off spinner. Bowls, nice delivery. Hanging it just outside the off stump. A little bit of loop in that one. Brings the batsman Imlach forward and plays it quietly into the offside. He's bowling with a solitary slip. A cover, a extra cover, and a mid-off. That's the offside field. Passes the umpire. Gustard, the Jamaican, and bowls, and that's a lovely shot. Played outside the line of the off stump, square of the wicket, and Imlach continues to look positive. He goes now to 21, and the total going up now to 25 is Imlach, and the total going up to 27 for 1. 57 for 1.
Yeah, Imlach positive, very positive from him. He's actually enjoying the ball coming into him from Ruston Chase.
Yes, Ruston Chase is not getting the ball to grip and turn much as yet because the ball is just about 22 overs old, and it's a good pitch. It's a good carry, good bounce. So we're seeing a good contest here. This is the first time that the spin bowlers are on. Ruston Chase bowls. That one comes back into the right-handed Imlach with the defense. We've seen fast bowlers. This is the first time we've seen spin from Barbados.
Yeah, we actually have Jomel Warrican in the lineup as well, so it's just a matter of time until we see Warrican.
Chase on his way, bowls down the leg side, ignored by the batsman Imlach, taken by Dowridge. Dowridge is in the team because of his keeping, but he can also contribute with the bat. He's one of the wicket keepers that could bat. This is a ball that's on the line of the off stump, steered more than edged down towards the short third man position in the hustle through for a single. So he came forward, the ball was fullish and wide, and he just steered it down towards short third man. Good batting by Imlach. He's gone now to 25, and the total 58 for 1. Imlach, in fact, on 26.
Yeah, Imlach, very more a positive approach by Imlach, and a lot of Guyanese would want to see this from him. He's been in a rich vein of form at home. He actually scored a double century for Demerara Cricket Club.
Round the wicket now comes Chase. Both the left-handed Chandrapal, who's forward, pushes it into the offside. He's kept on 7, 25 to Imlach, and Guyana going slowly but surely into a better position in the first session. They're 58 for 1.
Yes, definitely. These two batsmen will want to, put on some more runs for the second wicket partnership, because it's been a recurring decimal, so to speak, because the coaches are calling for the batsmen to dig deep and score big. So hopefully we can see some big scores from Imlach and Chandrapal.
And this is going to depend on these two batsmen and Leon Johnson, who is the most experienced to come, because the unavailability of Shimron Hetimaya, who's gone back to the IPL, and of course the absence due to illness by one of their more senior batsmen who's played at the test level, Vishal Singh. So it's a dent in the Guyana batting, losing two of their top batsmen.
Yeah, definitely Vishal Singh was the leading batsman in terms of runs for the Guyana Harpy Eagles in the opening rounds of this tournament.
So Rifa, who's got plenty of knowledge of Guyana, he played most of the franchise tournament for Guyana, and that's where he got into the West Indies team from. He comes back from the commentary box and bowls the first delivery outside the line of the off stump, not close enough to challenge the off stump or to make the batsman play, and is left alone by Imlach, who remains on 26, 7 to Chandrapal, 58 for 1.
Yeah, I describe Raymond Reefer as a utility player. I mean, he bowls, he bats, very solid in his cricket. I think he should have been in the West Indies squads to Netherlands and Pakistan.
Yes, well, you talk about that. The the tour starts on the 31st to the 2nd of June. That's three one-day matches in Netherlands. This is again outside the line of the off-stump. And from June 8th to 12th, they go to Pakistan for 3 more one-day internationals. But this team doesn't have much of the West Indian players, Barbadian West Indian players. So this Barbados team is a very strong team.
Yeah, definitely. She-Hope is in the squad. Shamar Brooks, I think. Craig Bradford, the West Indies Test captain. A star-studded lineup from the Barbados Pride.
Here is Reefer bowls, and this is fade away outside the line of the off stump. The loud appeal, and that just missed the outside edge. We'll look at the replay to see if that ball in fact hit the edge, but that was certainly a confident appeal.
Yeah, it looked pretty close there.
So 58 for 1. Still the bright sunny weather here in Port of Spain. Chandrapal on 7. Imlak, who played that injudicious shot, he's on 26. And Reefer would be encouraged by that as he gets back to the top of his mark. He's got 2 slips, a gully, and the keeper waiting for the possible outside edge. Here he is, passes the umpire and bowls, and that's a lovely shot through the offside. Would it have enough to get it to the boundary? Yes, it would. That's a glorious shot. He came forward after being beaten the previous delivery and played a similar shot, but this time he got his left foot closer to the ball and connected. Nice song as the leather kissed willow, and it went for 4. He's now into the 30s. He's on 30, 62 for 1. That's a good shot.
Imlak is looking really good, I must say.
So Imlak continuing to look good. He's come out and he's outscored Tej Chandrapal. Of course, Chandrapal picked for his stickability at the top of the order, glues the innings together. And this is a well-played delivery again. That's well played. Outside the line of the off-stump. Carried him fuller and wider. Would have liked him to be induced into the drive, but he had good sense. They wasn't tempted and just left it alone. Good batting.
You know, I'm pretty impressed with Imlak. When you're fit, mentally you will be able to stay long at the crease and score runs. But runs has been the issue for Imlak. Hopefully, he can sort those issues out.
Patrick Gusai of Jamaica at square leg. Carl Tuckett from Nevis. He's at the bowler's end. Passed now by Reefer. And that's a back of a length ball. Solid defensive shot. Brings the over to an end. Imlak is on 30. Chandrapal is offering stout resistance. He's on 7. Guyana winning the toss and batting there 62 for 1 after losing Hemraj, who had a shot fill 19 with 4 fours. He was caught behind off Reefer for 19, 20 for 1. And since then, these two have taken the score to 62 for 1.
Yeah, definitely Chandrapal and Imlak would have dropped anchor here at Queen's Park Oval.
Mostly Chandrapal.
He would have faced 70 deliveries for his 7 runs.
Mm-hmm. So spin to continue. Breeze continuing to blow. The flags, the Queen's Park Oval flag, that's the white one. The Barbados Trident. And the Guyana Golden Arrowhead. And of course the Trinidad and Tobago flag. There are 4 flags there fluttering away in the breeze. And when you see the flags fluttering, it means that there is breeze. There is, you hardly see blue in the sky, but that may be because of the Sahara dust that John told us about. Yep. But there's bright sunshine. This is a glorious conditions for cricket. The outfield is immaculate. It looked like a billiards table.
Definitely.
Even though there was reportedly some rain. Well, a lot of rain over the previous couple of weeks here in Trinidad.
Yeah.
And to have this ground in such an immaculate condition, it says a lot of kudos to the ground staff. You call them curators now. Chase bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal is driving. And when you talk about curators, before 1954, the test matches were played here on Martin, and it was the Guyanese who brought Guyana Earth to build a pitch here. So Yeah. You were here, Brandon, when the guy from Guyana, Bajmandes?
I'm not sure if I was born then.
You're not sure if you were born?
I was born until 2000. I actually spoke to the head curator here. He said we should expect a lot of runs in this
Yeah,
match.
good pitch.
Yeah.
So, solitary slip going down. Forward short leg in place. Chandrapal in strike. Chases in, bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal is beaten outside the line of the off. That one turned.
Yeah, well, the ball is getting a bit older, so we should expect some turn now.
So as the over comes to an end, it's 62 for 1. 25 overs completed. 30 to Imlak. Chandrapal on 7. And have you seen Chandrapal even at home using his feet to spin bowlers?
I think in terms of the Guyanese batsman, Vishal Singh
Yeah.
to me is the only batsman that actually chips down and hit the ball over the infield and so on, uses his feet. So I think that's an aspect our batsmen need to work on.
Yes, well, the batting, the biggest problem with the Guyanese and overall West Indians in recent times, or more than longer than recent times. This is a new over started by Reefer, bang on target, and they played defensively out towards cover by Imlak. Imlak has got a broad white sweatband on his left forearm, batting with his green-colored Guyana helmet. And modern day first class and test cricket, it's not whites. It's white with colors. And they've got their names and their number also on the back. That's the modern day for you. Back in the 1940s, you wouldn't see that at all. Here's a ball that's on the line of the off stump again. Back goes Imlak. And he's looking more confident as his innings is progressing.
Well, that's expected with time spent at the crease. You'll get comfortable. I think Imlak, in terms of the fitness, the yo-yo test, Imlak is the fittest among the Guyanese players. So I think with all that hard work, it's just time for him to score runs.
And I know you have been at 99% of those yo-yo test sessions.
Definitely.
So, Reefer. 8 to 7 on his back. Running in, bowls again, a good delivery, bang on target, but good defensive shots. So good cricket by both batter and bowler. And did it say batters now?
Batters, right. In terms of fitness, though, I mean, fitness has been an issue in the Caribbean. So I make it my duty to visit the Lenora track and field and observe the yo-yo test. And I would have seen improvements from the Guyana team.
I know you play for Tuckburg Park. Have you passed the yo-yo test?
I never attempted the yo-yo test, but on the next time I'll definitely.
Well, then you're
attempt.
not fit. If you didn't do the test, you're deemed unfit. Here's a ball outside the line of the off stump. Again, not close enough to challenge the batsman or for him to play a stroke, and he leaves it alone. If you've not taken the test, the selectors will deem you unfit. So you have to take the test.
On the next occasion, definitely.
Is there a high fitness level to cricketers playing local cricket in Guyana in terms of testing and so on?
Among the young players, definitely. But in terms of more senior guys, they would have, not taken fitness seriously. That's something we must work on in Guyana.
2 slips and a gully. Square cover, extra cover on the mid-off. Back comes the batsman Imlak. Reefer collects the ball and then threatens to throw it, but holds it, then tosses it gently towards gully. The fielder at gully and walks back to his mark.
Yes, Raymond Reefer played one test match, I think, for the West Indies. That's against New Zealand. Never played a test match since.
I think that Reefer should have been playing more international cricket.
I would agree with you.
Good afternoon to all my friends in the 66 square mile island of Barbados. Andrew Mason, good morning to you. Good morning to all my friends there, Sabina and everybody else. This is a ball that brings Imlak forward. Onto the front foot he comes and plays it, just pushes it towards mid-off, and there is no run. So 26 overs gone, 62 for 1. Chandrapal is still there, like a rock that's immovable, literally and figuratively. And Imlach is on 30.
Solid as a rock, they say. Tej Ryan Chandra Paul.
Yeah. So as the sun continued to blaze down, you you know that this was the beginning of the hurricane season in Trinidad?
Yeah, but by the looks of it, I don't think we'll have any hurricane.
Oh, yeah, that's very good. Because I've never seen a hurricane. The closest I got to seeing a hurricane was in St. Kitts during the Under 19 tournament in 2009. And that was a tropical storm.
Oh, wow.
If it was a hurricane, people told me I shouldn't want to see a hurricane. This is a new over. Well, experience a hurricane or be in the middle of a hurricane, except if you're the Luthers. They made a song when Hurricane Gilbert hit Jamaica in 1987. A Hurricane Gilbert, my TV, Hurricane Gilbert, give me that. So this is all punched into the offside, and it's going to have enough to carry it to the boundary. So a rare attacking shot by Shivnarine Chandrapal, which takes him into double figures. He's 11 from 78 balls, 30 to Imlach, 66 for 1. So at least we're seeing Shivnarine Chandrapal's son be a little bit attacking now.
Yes, that is required at this time. I must say, the runs is important as well.
And if you don't be positive, if you don't pick the gaps, you're not going to play each ball like you're mad. Wild. But you still have to pick the bad balls to score. Else, you're going to get bogged down. You're going to bat for hours and hours, and then you're going to get losing your concentration. You're still out. You get a good ball. One ball must do something, bounce and turn or something, and then you're going to get dismissed for a low score after doing all the hard work of batting long. So that's batting. You defend your wicket first, and then you look to score second. 66 for 1 as Chandrapal, who got a boundary in this over. Chase ball too short and too wide and slapped away.
An update from the Jamaica and Windward's match. Windward Islands are actually 63 for 5.
Wow. And the other game?
I'll have an update on that shortly.
Chase wrong the wicket. Passes umpire Gushard, bowls to Chandrapal kicks it away. And appeal more in enthusiasm than conviction. Not out, says umpire Gushard, the Jamaican. The man wants to say, wheel and come again. So the over comes to an end. It's 66 to 1. 27 overs gone. Chandrapal on 11, Imlach on 30. Guyana, if you've just joined us, winning the toss and electing to bat, they've lost the wicket of Hemraj, who was caught by the keeper of the bowling of Rifa for 19, and that time it was 20 for 1. These two have really consolidated the position with a good partnership. As we see spin, the second spinner coming on now, that's Warrican.
Yes, that was expected. It was only a matter of time. In the other match, Leeward Islands are 92 for 2, with Kyron Powell approaching a half century. He's on 46.
So Warrican, who is one of the, I think, 8 players in this side who've played international cricket, bowls, quicker delivery, that's flat and straight. And it's skidded on after it hit the pitch, but that's the normal way. Many spin bowlers bowl their first couple of balls, don't want to concede runs, just bowl it defensively and give you the confidence to judge the length and the lines that you've got to bowl on the type of surface you get. So Warrican, number 54, on his back, left arm around the wicket, passes the umpire, Tuckett bowls, and that's played into the offside, back towards the bowler, and there's no run. But if we count the people in the stands, you would come up to 0.0. Of course, today it's a working day here in Trinidad and Tobago, the commercial capital of the Caribbean. And of course, most of the people, I assume, would be, if they're going to cricket, they would go to see the home team play. That's at Turuba. So a good delivery again from Warrican, and played it easily into the onside. So these two teams, in fact, played the first class match in the West Indies in 1865. Then it was Demerara. So I'm giving you a history lesson here. This is turned into the onside. They'll come back for two. They will maybe even explore the possibility of coming for three, but then decide against it. So Imlach with that double goes now to 32. And Chandra Paul on 11. Guyana progressing quite nicely, 68 for 1.
Yes, and Imlach is growing in confidence. We see him playing off the back foot as well as the front foot.
So that's lunch on the first day of the third round of action here. There are two more matches being played. But Guyana Barbados, Guyana winning the toss and deciding to bat. They have lost Hemraj, caught by wicketkeeper Dowridge, bowled by Reefer for 19. This was 20 for 1. These two have now taken the score to 68 for 1. 28 overs bowled. Chandrapal on 11. Imlach on 32. We say goodbye until we come back in a short while for the resumption of play.
Hello to you once again. Welcome to the Queen's Park Oval for play after lunch on day number 1 in this encounter between the Guyana Harpies Eagles and Barbados Pride in Cricket West Indies Professional Cricket League 4-day tournament 2022. If we recall what transpired this morning, the Harpy Eagles won the toss and they decided to take first strike. They went to lunch and 68 for the loss of 1 with Narayan Chandapal on 11 having faced 82 deliveries, and Tevid Imlak on 32. He has faced 70 balls so far, 28 overs sent down in the first session, and now we await to see what might happen after the luncheon interval. In the bowling department, Raymond Reefer at lunch, 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 9. Akeem Jordan, 6 overs, none for 16, 3 were maidens. Jonathan Carter, 6 overs, no maiden, 4 runs. Keon Harding, 5 overs, no maiden, 18 runs, no wicket. Jomel Warikan, 1 over that cost him 2. And Ruston Chase, the off-spinner, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 17 without loss. So we have updated you with what transpired before lunch. With me once again is John Ramsing. John, 68 for the loss of 1. I think that the Guyana Harpy Eagles went to lunch feeling a little bit better, having lost Hemraj for 19.
Yes, good afternoon, Indrajit. Yeah, it was a pleasing lunch for the Guyana Harpy Eagles eventually.
So the first delivery after the interval stroked away down towards backward point, and there is no run. And bowling from the southern end of the ground, Akeem Jordan. And Jordan, let's see what he has to present here. No doubt, coming back after the lunch, he'll love to get a breakthrough here for Barbados. On the other hand, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they'll be looking to consolidate their position.
Yes, Jordan had a good start to not only to his career, but also his bowling spell today, but was just wicketless.
This is turned away off the body by Tejnarayan Chandapal. Down between the short forward square and the short backward square, forward square rather, and he didn't pick the gap. Good alert fielding out there. Chandapal will have to just concentrate here. He's been doing that. He has immense powers of concentration with 3 slips and a backward point. That's a good delivery. Had some pace on it. It was short and going away from the left-hander. But he just dropped the bat at the last minute and allows the ball to go by into the hands of Dowridge.
And that's the hallmark of the bowler, Jordan, bowling the ball away after pitching from the left-handed batsman. He did that in his opening spell with a new ball from the media centre end. And now we see him continuing against Chandapal, even as he's bowling from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
Ah, that's a good delivery there. It kept low, and he was inside his thumbs, Chandapal, looking to turn it into the onside. Had some bat and maybe some pattern to it too as the ball went into the offside. Good delivery.
Yeah, on the line of middle and leg, and Chandapal had to play. He had no choice on that occasion, but it was a fuller delivery, and that's why it kept a bit low. And Chandapal had to go down on it much quicker than normal, and it was equal to the task. But conditions now, it's very hot out there, and players will want to maximize their time in terms of their energy. That's a good delivery. And after pitching, straightened outside the off stump to Chandapal, and playing inside the line, some person may look at it and say he's beaten, but he's showing good judgment, young Chandapal. He's been there for a long time, since the start of the innings. Went to lunch with his personal tally on 11 from 82 deliveries. That's good temperament. That's what you want to see from a young batsman. Batting long, but he needs to improve in the runs column. Needs to get some more runs to survive at this level.
Well, the partnership so far has worked 48 between these two, Imlak and Tejnarayan Chandapal. It's 68 for the loss of 1. The first over after lunch has been completed with Tejnarayan Chandapal. He's on 11 and Imlak has 32.
Another maiden bowled by a Barbados Pride bowler. The first from Akeem Jordan upon the resumption. So he continues to bowl very well to the Guyana Harp Eagles batsman. Just that he is not able to pick up a wicket just yet. Very economical, 7 overs, 4 maidens, none for 16. And Warrican, with the pitch drying out a little bit, bowling just 1 over before lunch, will be able to perhaps tie up one in. He's a seasoned campaigner for the Barbados Pride. And once he continues to bowl well, he will just allow himself to bowl from this end and allow the other bowlers at the other end to rotate. Because spinners tend to bowl long spells. That's how they settle in. He's a veteran, 13 test matches under his belt, and just 2 days away from his next birthday. He's going to be celebrating a birthday very soon, Warrican, 2 days short of 30 years old.
And we might very well be here to say happy birthday to Jomel Warrican.
Might be a big celebration.
Yes. And here's a drive as the delivery tossed up down towards short extra cover. There is no run. The score is kept on 68 for the loss of 1. 12 maidens sent down so far, 11. Oh, and this is edged, beating the first slip, and that's going to run pretty close down towards the fine third man boundary. Does so now for 4 runs. Not the way that Imlak wanted it. Was a quicker delivery bowl by Jomel Warrican. He escaped. It was in the air.
Yes, not only was it quicker, it was straighter as well. So what Imlak was looking to do was go back to perhaps punch it through the offside. So with the extra bounce and extra pace, he could not open up that much, and the ball took the edge and even beat the first slip fielder. It looks as if the captain, Craig Braffett, is standing at first slip. It went to his left very quickly between the keeper and the slip and into the boundary.
So here is Warrican once again. That's keeping low this time. And moving across once again is Imlak. Has to be very careful there. Craig Braffett is down at the mid-wicket. It looks as though it's Shamar Brooks who is in the first slip position. And comes forward. Another good delivery. Oh. Yes, we'll try to get it. Shehope. That's right. So Shehope is in first slip as Warrican wheels again from the northern end of the ground and turned away down towards short backward square. There is no run. So there is a solitary slip. Backward point. There is cover, extra cover, wide mid-off. There is mid-on, mid-wicket, and a backward square. There's also forward short leg. So Jomel Warrican, experience, very good left-arm orthodox bowler as well, bowling to the right-handed Imlak. He defends. Another over has come to an end, 72 for the loss of 1.
Over which the edge was found from the bat of Tevin Imlak, but did not carry to hand. So the chance was created by Jomel Warrican. He looks as he's bowling a bit faster than what he normally does. Warrican, not only did that delivery beat Imlak for pace, but the next delivery was also much quicker and went through as well. So 72, the first opportunity of scoring, did not come in the approved fashion after lunch, but 4 runs nonetheless. Imlak will want to continue with his start, build on the start, but the partnership now past 50, and the both batsmen will want to ride on this start. They have good foundation, but it's just the start of their innings.
Yes, John, I do agree with you. The partnership so far worth 52, and certainly they are doing the Guyana Harpy Eagles a very good job at the moment, having lost the early wicket in Chandapal Hemraj. Hakeem Jordan gets one right up, and here is Chandapal coming forward and stroking it down towards mid-off and gets a single in the process as well. And this is good batting. Once it gets past the bowler, you're going to have a single down towards mid-off because mid-on has to come around. So this is what we were saying about if you're aware enough, you know where the scoring opportunities are, you can rotate the strike. And that was much better play from Tejnarain Chandapal as he moves on to 12.
And he's been there for a long time. You would have seen what the bowlers are offering, what the pitch has presented as well. And because of all those conditions he's taken into consideration, he must be able to do better with his scoring.
And John, here is Imlak getting a short delivery and looking to cut through point. Didn't make any contact. Maybe the delivery just lifted a little bit more than what he anticipated. It was very close to the body as well, so he has to be very mindful of the two slips and a gully and the backward point as well. You do not want to put in the hard work. And then a lapse in concentration causes all those effort to go down the line. Good ball, short of a good length, right on target too, coming up towards the rib cage of the right hander. He's not a tall man, Tevin Imlach, but he's played well so far, some crunching shots. He's a very good timer of the cricket ball. He's on 36 from 78. When you get here, you don't want to give it up. Your first target should be a half century.
Yes, you can perhaps look at it as scoring in tens as well, from 1 to 10, then 10 to 20, and so on. But it's a good start from him. And the ball that he was looking to cut a bit earlier was outside the off stump. And maybe it's a bit too close to cut. But he's riding on some confidence. So, and the opportunity was there. There's no feeler deep after the feeler at point, in backward point in Jamel Warrican. So it's a vacant boundary. And he saw the opportunity for scoring. But it was a bit too close to cut.
So he survived that, didn't get the edge, so no harm done. And the young man relishes the opportunity to play for his country franchise, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. This time wide outside the line of the off stump, just releasing the pressure a little on Imlach as he walks away, no doubt talking to himself there. What is it he might be saying to himself, John?
Look at the ball. Just look at the ball. Sometimes you just want to be your own advisor. So he's telling himself you just want to look at the ball and just be patient. It's an opportunity he has here now, so you want to bat along. This is a good start from him. Obviously, his best score so far at the first class level. Just had 3 opportunities, 8, 2, and 0. Now he's on the 36. You'd want to ride on this start.
Yes, another good delivery, short of a good length again, and played away down towards short mid-wicket. There is no run. Over has been completed. 73 for the loss of 1. The Guyana Harpy Eagles winning the toss and batting here against Barbados Pride.
A good testing over from Jordan once again. Just a single conceded, but with the inward movement to the right-handed batsman, Imlach, he has to be starting that ball much closer to Imlach, so allow him to play more at the deliveries. And when he's bowling to Chandapal, of course, you want Chandapal to fish at it as well. So allow the slip to come into play and maybe the gully. But so far, the track has been pretty even. So not offering a lot to the bowlers. So they have to work extra hard. And these batsmen are just showing good judgment, good temperament so far. Good half-century partnership. They got together very early on the opening day at the fall of Hemraj's wicket for 2 and for 19. The score was 20 in over number 5. So not only that they had to consolidate after the early loss, but they had to score runs. And after the first hour of play, they were just 23 for 1. And at lunch, took the score to 68 without further loss. They've increased their scoring rate. And now after lunch, the plan obviously is going to be not to lose any wicket, but to bat very deep. Barbados desperately looking for the breakthrough.
Yes, they will definitely want another breakthrough here. On the other hand, these two seems very set, and I think we can expect a lot of bowling from Jomel Warrican and Ruston Chase. How Craig Braffett uses his bowler, that's Jordan, and the next fast bowler. It is going to be interesting to see that. Right, Keon Harding as well. And there was Jonathan Carter too. And Reefer. So there are 4 of them. But the pitch, no devil whatsoever for batting. It looks a good one. And it might even get better as the afternoon progresses. Jomel Warrican. He's a left-arm spinner. And he's bowling with a slipper, a forward short leg. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. There's also mid-wicket, a short backward square. Forward square, posted way out on the boundary. That is short, off the back foot. Nicely timed and nicely placed too. From Tej Narayan Chandapal has Ruston Chase, is it? Chasing after that one. And they collected 2 in the meantime. Good looking shot, good timing and good placement. Just giving himself a little bit of a room.
Yeah, was there outside the off stump. It was like a free hit, you'd want to say. And Chandapal has been there for a long time. Will not miss out on that. previously perhaps would have allowed it to go by to the keeper, but this time he's growing in confidence and offered the bat and got 2 runs.
And this is a much better lined delivery there, Jomel Warrican. Flatter as well. He will, like to toss it up a little, tantalize the batsman, let him get into that state of mind where he thinks that I can come down, I can play the drive. And here he's onto the front foot once again. A little bit faster through the air too by the left arm spinner. Played down towards extra cover, and once again there is no run. Very mindful of the forward short leg lurking just in front his face there. It's short and tucked into the onside field. Down towards Shamar Brooks, patrolling the short mid-wicket area. And once again, there is no run. So good comeback here by Jomel Warrican after going for 2 previously. Good delivery, very tight here. And so too is Tejnarain Chandapal. He's always been a solid defensive player. He's kept very, very quiet on 14 of his 91 deliveries so far. Off the back foot, this time cannot get past Craig Braffett, patrolling extra cover. Another over has been completed at the end of it. 75 for the loss of 1. Guyana Harpy Eagles, after winning the toss and deciding to take for a strike here this morning. They started with Hemraj and Tejnarain Chandapal. Hemraj was the first to go, caught the wicket of the bowling of Reefer for 19. It was 20 for 1. That was a long time ago. In the 5th over, the first over produced 25 runs, 1 wicket fell. They went to lunch on 68 for the loss of 1, with Tejnarain Chandapal on 11, Imlak on 32, and this partnership continues to make some progress for Guyana. They're 75 for the loss of 1, and this must be a little bit bothersome for the Barbados Prize team at this juncture.
Yes, not only that they're not getting the wickets after that early one with Hemraj going very early, but they're also not troubling the batsmen at all. As we see Jordan starting a new over. And they've been, since this pair has been at the wicket since over number 5. So it's about time that the Barbados Pride will begin to worry, because they're not only batting a long time, but also they're now up in the tempo as well in the scoring. So obviously will be giving Barbados Pride some amount of trouble. But they know that a wicket or 2 can bring back this game in the balance. So they're just trying very hard to pick up the breakthrough and then work around the rest.
And you're right about that, John. They always say you add 2 more wickets to those that have gone and you'll see the difference of the scoreboard. Harpy Eagles, their batting has let them down badly this tournament. And there was a trend from the tournament in 2020 when their batting wasn't really clicking like it did from 2014 right on to 2019. So that is something that they need to pay a lot of attention to. Outside the line of the off stump, some pace there from Akeem Jordan, but Imlak judged it well, allow it to go by, and once again there is no run. There was once in the West Indies when we produced some of the most outstanding batters in the world. They were household names. They draw people to the gates. I'm afraid that is really going down the hill at the moment for West Indies cricket. I think the answer lies in the power structure that we develop and how we're going to nurture our players and our players themselves too, to make use of the opportunities that they get. Turned away by Imlak. They're going to come for the second. The return comes in, draws the keeper a little bit wide, but you can't blame him for effort. It was a good effort on the boundary area by Keon Hardin. 2 good-looking runs, 75 for the loss of 1.
I was very surprised that they came out for the second, because it looked as if they were going to be contented with just 1. But Tevin Imlak, he's very fit, very quick. So he was the one asking Chandapal to run hard, and eventually had to run into the danger end, and he got in quite easily. These two, both of these guys are very fit.
Yes, they are. And that's a bumper, an innocuous one as well, way over the head of Tejnarain Chandapal. Goes by into the gloves of Dowridge far too short. The pitch responded. It ballooned over the head of the
Yeah,
batter.
what you call tennis ball bounce. No devils really, just easy going over the head. And while it was going over the head of Imlak, I think he looked at it and said, "Oh, made in India." Yes, it was that slow.
This time a solid defensive shot here from Imlak, covering up and showing the bowler the full made of the bat. 77 for the loss of 1. Tejnarain Chandapal is on 14. Imlak has 38.
The last time these two teams met, just before the pandemic in 2020, it was a game at Providence. Barbados Pride batted for us 174, and I think the Guyana Jaguars, as they were then, felt they could have overtaken that first innings total, but eventually were bowled for 55. And then Barbados Pride batted again, 210, setting a target of 330. Seemed far away, but instead of trying to go for the runs or trying to maybe look for some personal milestones, the Guyana Jaguars at the time were blown away for 94, giving Barbados Pride huge victory of 235 runs. That will obviously be at the back of the minds of all of these players out here today.
Certainly, history do have a way as you reach your opponent in battle to come back to you. And I was making the point, since 2020, the batting just began to fall apart a little. They weren't clicking together as a team in that department. Here is an on drive by Chandapal. Down towards mid-on, cannot score. Keon Harding comes in, makes a good save. The score is kept on 77 for the loss of 1. And John, while the Harpy Eagles would have won the tournament, how many? 5 consecutive times. The role that Raymond Reefer played in then it was Guyana Jaguars team, just a name change. And Shivnarain Chandapal too, the role he played in the early years of that tournament, the Professional Cricket League, cannot be discounted. They were pivotal to the Guyana Harpy Eagles winning so many tournaments.
Yes, I think we badly missed the services of Raymond Reefer. We cannot discount what Shivnarain Chandapal would have done, but Raymond Reefer with his left arm variety started to open the bowling, and then whenever the team was in trouble, he would be the glue that would hold it together. He did extremely well, and I felt that when the Guyana Harpy Eagles lost him in terms of with Reefer going back to the Pride, I felt they should have done very well to get another player in the mold of Raymond Reefer, but that's not so. They got more right arm seamers, but no left arm. So the variety was missing in my opinion.
And here's a drive by Tejnarain Chandapal down towards wide mid-off. There is no run, and the players will have a little mid-pitch conference because the over has been completed. 77 for the loss of 1. I was taken by a little surprise. I mean, it's very difficult to get a left arm all-rounder, left arm fast, medium all-rounder from Guyana. But my thing is, we had Christopher Barnwell, who wasn't performing badly, and I thought that despite his right arm medium fast, that Christopher Barnwell should have been kept in the 4-day team as well. I mean, that's my thought.
Yeah, his record is not bad at all, and he was actually, to me, seemed to be getting better with age, Christopher Barnwell. But recently we heard that the selectors opted to play him in white ball cricket as opposed to red ball cricket.
So here is Hakeem Jordan once again, bowls to Imlak. That's a good ball, right on target, but he's defending well. And there is no run. Well, actually when Ramnaris Sarwan was the chairman of selectors for the Guyana senior team, he gave an explanation that they had a chat with Barnwell and told Barnwell that they're going to use him for T20 and he will not be required to play the red ball games. Yes, T20 and one-day games. I was a little bit surprised, at that decision, taking into context that the Harpy Eagles just lost Raymond Reefer to the Barbados Pride.
Yeah, I myself was surprised because, like I said, Barnwell seemed to be getting better with age and just came off a good season. and seemed to be offering a lot. Maybe not, like he was in his early days, but I mean, he is not as express as he used to be, but tone it down a little bit, and he's with more intelligence, and of course his batting. He has matured as well, so he was an asset to the team.
And there's another scenario as well that would have made a case for Barnwell to be in the 4-day setup. Kimo Paul coming back after injury in the Guyana Harpy Eagles to play an entire season. Well, now we are having 5 matches. I think he would have been a perfect foil for the likes of Niall Smith and Kimo Paul in this Harpy Eagle team. But I suppose sometimes, people have different thinking. I mean, this is our thinking. Selectors do have their thinking as well. You never know which is the right one. But if I was there, I would have ensured that the Barnwell would have been in a Guyana mix.
Maybe it's all about cricket development as well for them, for some of the persons, rather than trying to win another title. Because if you look at what they have done, they brought in some new players. Like now we're seeing Dimitri Cameron is on debut, right arm seamer again. Previously we had Clinton Pestano there. Romario Shepard, we know he's with the IPL at the moment. So the right arm seamers are coming through, and maybe they're looking for younger players. Maybe.
Well, that was the thought. It's a short lifting delivery, and Sarwan did mention that they're looking to give the youth players, a chance to develop their trade and so on. So you cannot blame him for thinking along the line, because you do not want a case where your top players all you'll be leaving at the same time. The transition will not be there.
I do agree. And Indrajit, let's take a glance at the IPL coverage, and the Lucknow Super Giants 210 without loss from their 20 overs with Quinton de Kock, 140 not out, 70 deliveries, 10 fours, 10 sixes.
Yes, the Harpy Eagles 77 for the loss of 1. Chandapal is on 14. Imlak has 38, and that's why they call it Giants, John.
Yeah, that's really a good effort. 210 without loss, but Quinton de Kock carrying his bat, obviously, 140. What a knock.
Yes, a superb knock. That's a big 100 for a T20 game. Must have been some tremendous hitting for sixes.
Yeah, 10 maximums, 4 fours, 10 fours, sorry. So that's really good. KL Rahul, the captain, was with him. Had the best seat in the house at the non-strikers then. He finished on 68 from 51 deliveries. 3 fours and 4 sixes. Nice partnership, 210 from 20 overs.
Has the reply started?
Yeah, 131 for 3, the Kolkata Knight Riders. They need 80 runs from 39 deliveries, 7 wickets in hand.
That's very gettable. And this is tucked around the corner, down towards forward square. And the return comes in from Reefer, who came away from the boundary. He gets a single taken around Chandapal. With that single, he will move on to 14. And Imlak will come back on strike. He's on 38. 12 away. If he should get a half century, he's going to feel very, very happy indeed. Take your guard if he gets there and build another 10. And you can count in 10 like Rohan Kanai used to say. He batted in 10s because he realized that 10 10s can give you 100.
Yeah, and that's what Imlak will need to do, because this is a good start from him. And batting with Chandapal, who got that 100 just before coming to Trinidad and Tobago. They're informed, they both have confidence.
Comes forward, defends, plays down towards short extra cover, and there is no run. So, Barbados pride, hello to you in that beautiful island. The land of flying fish and cuckoos. Maybe, John, you went there so many times, you will tell me, John, do the flying fishes really fly?
Yeah, they actually, like Sean says, they jump out of that water and it looks as if they're flying. Yeah.
Yes, I think that's when they're attacked by the predators. The speed that they traverse at the bottom of the water takes them above the water, and they closes the fins as they came above, spend a few seconds and then go down again.
Yeah.
And this is a sweep shot, and taken on the pad, goes away for forward short leg to pick up. There is no run.
Yes, down the leg side, and looking to help it along as we made no contact. But it's usually beautiful wherever you are in Barbados.
Yes. Jomel Warrican short off the back foot, caught and dropped that backward point. Well, it went straight into the hand of the fielder. That's Jonathan Carter. That's the second catch. He has put down for the day. Normally he has very safe pair of hands. YNR, Jonathan Carter, Craig Braffett and Jomel Warwican. I think they're going to have some strong word for him this afternoon.
Yes, and there we see Jonathan Carter head down, walking away as he over is completed. But he got in perfect position. The ball that was just outside the off stump. And there we see him cutting very hard. And Jonathan Carter got both hands to it, but could not hold on. That is a serious miss. And 78 for 1 could very well be 78 for 2. But just like we saw earlier in the innings, when Hemraj was floored, shortly after, he offered a catch again. Well, and then he was gone. So let's see if history will repeat itself from a Barbados pride standpoint. But Imlak trying his best. It was a ball outside the off stump, looking for a scoring opportunity. His confidence is high. So this now perhaps will bring him back to earth, and he will not try too many shots.
Yes, so there's going to be a change in bowling from the southern end of the ground, and that's going to be Keon Harding. He has replaced Akeem Jordan, right? He has replaced Akeem Jordan. Harding none for 18 from 5 overs so far. And he'll bowling with 2 slips and a gully. Feel a little sorry for Jonathan Carter. No doubt he might be shouting at himself deep inside. Should have been taken. And this is a good ball. Well, in fact, no ball signaled by the umpire. The intention was good. First delivery on the second spell here. And just breaching that crease there. You must have some part of that footwear behind, and he did not. In the minds of the umpire, it's kept on 79 for the loss of 1.
But it's good to see as well, Indrajit, that the umpires, on-field umpires, I must say, calling no balls. What we are seeing around the world now is that the third umpire has extra responsibilities to call no balls from the comfort of his box.
Yes, and that's because of the use of technology. Back and across and defending, down towards extra cover. There is no run. And I'm wondering, John, if a day might come when, technology that human will be able to get into a suit, press a button and you just fly.
Well, stranger things have happened, so you never know.
Yes. It's like, how far do you use that technology? Gone are the days when umpires make decision out in the middle and they depend on their human eyes there. And now you're having technology and you're seeing so many umpires' decision being overturned. And thanks to the third eye, as they will say.
So Harden coming back into the attack. Jordan switched, taken off. I don't think he bowled that bad to be replaced. Maybe it's a plan. Maybe they'll switch ends maybe. But Harding, he was attacking this morning when he bowled his first 5 overs. So maybe that's a reason that he's brought back into the attack as well. Looking for that breakthrough.
And that was another good delivery delivered by Keon Harding. Right on target. There is where he needs the ball. Put the pressure. You can always nip one back in or nip one away from the off stump, and you're having 3 slips there waiting, and the keeper as well. So he might be just thinking, let me give him 2 or 3 close and then give him one a little bit wider. That was a hallmark of the likes of McGrath from Australia when he played Test cricket. His 518 wickets that he got, he's just bowling it there, give you a little width, this is short, and pulled around. That's a great shot from the little Tejnarain Chandapal. Got a loose delivery, pivoted on the back foot, just rolled the wrist over it, down through the backward square. He gets a boundary to move on to 19.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Just stood tall and pulled. Ball was just outside the off stump, not far outside off stump. So it's not like he's exactly pulling it from outside off stump, but got into position very early and rolled the wrist over, and it went quickly into that boundary. Good shot.
Yes, that was a fine shot. This is what you want to see, the bad deliveries being put away. That's a short lifting delivery outside the line of the off stump. Pace and Curry as well. And Tejnarain Chandapal pulling the bat inside at the last second and allows it to go to the good response here from Keon Hardin.
Yes, and you want to see a good contest, between bat and ball. And Harding was roughed up the previous delivery, but he's going to come back fighting and fighting hard. And he almost induced a rush shot from Chandapal. He's now growing in confidence as well, Chandapal.
So the final delivery in this Keon Harding's over. Short, he rocks on the back foot and opens the face down towards extra cover at the end of it. Chandapal is on 19. Imlak has 38. The Guyana Harpy Eagles 83 for the loss of one. More from you, John, and then you'll be joined by Sean Devers.
And the partnership is growing. 63 runs now to the value. 83 for one. They got together with a score on 20 for one way back in over number 5. And now 63-run partnership for the second wicket. Imlak, twice the score of Chandapal. Imlak is on 38, Chandapal is on 19. And looking very well this pair, despite a chance going down in the previous over. Imlak is riding high on confidence and will want to get another 12 runs to get his first half century at this level. But more importantly, from a team standpoint, you want to bat as long as possible, getting as many as possible. Hello, Sean. How was your lunch?
Hello, John. I ate some pilau.
Pilau.
Yeah.
If you were in Guyana, that would have been cooker price.
Yeah. So, Warrican, who's also unlucky twice. We spoke about twice. Jonathan Carter dropped the catch. Twice, Imlak had a life. And twice, the catch was dropped off of Warrican. So that's 2 times trouble for all 3 players. So Warrican from the commentary box in bright sunny conditions bowls, and that's turned into the onside. 83 for 1 with Chandrapal growing in confidence. That was a good shot he played. Pivoted and pulled it for 4. He's on 19 now. Imlak is on 32. And with the loose catching by the Bajans, they would hope for their sake that these two don't build a big partnership. It's already reasonably big, 50. So Warrington, left arm spinner, bowls, and forward comes Imlak, pushes it into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, well, the partnership is already growing. It's 63 to the value at the moment, and some chances going down. And both batsmen seem to be growing in confidence as well. So it will be a lot of pressure right now and causing some headaches for the Barbados pride. And if they do not pick up get a breakthrough very soon, then perhaps we'll see the shoulders drooping some more and more runs being leaked.
83 for 1, 38 overs gone, which means the current run rate is 2.8. But that's building. At lunch, it was 68 for 1 with Imlak on 32 and Chandrapal 11. I'm sure they would have had words during the lunch break to Chandrapal especially to pick up the pace, work the ball into gaps, rotate the strikes and so on. But he's done that. After coming out, he's looked more positive.
And it must be said to him that, you've had a lot of time at the crease. You would have seen the conditions, seen most, if not all, of the bowlers. And because of that, you must be able to pick the gaps and pick up the scoring opportunities, not only to put pressure on yourself, but also not to put pressure on your partner, the non-strikers. Then you need to put the pressure on the opposition. And he seems to have learned from that, and now a little bit more free scoring, and let's see how deep he can take this.
And he scored 8 runs since lunch, both with boundaries, a cut off of Chase and a nice pull off of Hardin. Hardin it is, bowls from the jury crew members' balcony end, or the Brian Lar Pavilion end, and defensive shot play there by Tejnarain Chandrapal. 83 for 1, 19 to Chandrapal, 38 to Imlak. The partnership already 63. This is the 39th over in progress, and Hardin with a big white side screen behind his back. Moves to close to the umpire now and bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal drives, nice shot through the covers. And he will get one. He'll come back for a second. They explore the possibility of a third. It's not there. And Chandrapal looking more freer since the lunch break. He gets a couple, takes him on to 21. And the total going up to 85 for 1.
A nice shot. It was outside the ball pitched up and outside the off stump, and he drove it into the gap. Not powerfully, so it did not reach the boundary, but he found the gap nicely and collected too easily because all the fielders are in the what would have been a 30-yard circle in a limited overs game. And Rifa had to chase almost to the edge of the boundary rope.
Hardin from the far end moves closer to us now. Passes the umpire. Gushard bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal stands up straight, hits it out towards mid-off. And for the most part of his career, that was his problem, hitting the ball hard, but straight to the fielders. And in the innings he played in Guyana, that was the most impressive thing to me. Not only the rotation of the strike, finding the gaps. And he's not done that in the first session, but quickly into the second session, he's hit 2 boundaries and he's found the gap for a couple.
Yes, like I said, I guess you were spoken to and realized what he has to do differently.
Nice shot again on top of it and pulled it away, but good fielding there by Carter, who dropped the 2 catches. And he would be praying for Imlach especially to be dismissed, but he saved possibly a boundary. And definitely saved 3 runs. So Chandrapal with a nice pull. He's looking now. Earlier, he would have ducked out of the way. Now he's playing the pull shot. 22 is Chandrapal. Imlach, the right-hander, back in strike. He's 38. 86 to 1 Guyana. Remember, they won the toss this morning and elected to bat. And they lost Hemraj, who hit 4 fours in 19 before he was caught by Dowidge off the bowling of Rifa, 20 for 1. Since then, these two have joined forces. A no ball there bowled by Hardin, so that takes the score up to 87 for 1. And the partnership growing.
6 to 7 run partnership for the second wicket for the Harpy Eagles, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And Harding trying a bit too hard, so just jump in that front crease and sending down another no ball. But this type of track would allow these mistakes to be made because the bowlers have to work very hard for their wickets.
Yes, in sweltering heat here in Port of Spain, this is a good ball pitched up and defensively played out towards mid-on by the well set and good looking now Imlach. He's already progressed to 38. This is 30 more than his previous highest score. And he's looked quite good, hoping to don't throw away a good start. Bat on and get a 50 and then go on to a bigger score. But the bowlers have to get wickets also. So once he gets out with an unplayable ball, a good delivery, I don't have a problem with that. But my problem is when you get set and you just throw a wicket away with a loose shot. This is a nice shot played on driven out towards the mid-on position, Braffett in the way, and there is no run. So another over comes to an end. 39 overs gone, and the total 87 for 1. Chandrapal on 22, Imlach on 38, and so far so good from a Guyana point of view. Barbados now must look to get a wicket.
And the chances were created for Barbados Pride to pick up wickets, but not taken. One catch went through for a slip and the wicketkeeper. 2 went to hands of Jonathan Carter and floored. So the opportunities were created but just not taken. And on the flip side of that, the Guyana Harpy Eagles batsmen literally riding their luck and taking their chances. So with Warwick bowling from the commentary box end and the bowling changes are happening at the other end, that might be the ploy for the rest of this session. And if that doesn't work, then Craig Braffett will want to go back to the drawing boards. But right now the pitch is drying out. This is extremely hot conditions now at the Queen's Park Oval, and the pitch is dried out. So it's offering nothing at all for the bowlers at the moment. So they have to create the opportunities.
And in addition to that, early in the piece, Jordan saw Carter at slip drop hemorrhage when he was on 17. That they didn't pay too much for that because he fell 2 runs later. But they've dropped 3 catches since then. And they're now looking like they're going to pay for it. This is a good delivery. It spun in towards the left-hander, and he pushed at it. It didn't spin as much as he thought. He played inside the line, and the ball, luckily for him, passed the outside edge. Chandrapal survives. Here is Warrington. Over the wicket, bowls to Tejnarayan Chandrapal on the line of the middle and leg stump. Tugs it out towards the forward short leg, and there is no run. So there's a forward short leg, a solitary slip, a man catching at short extra cover, 2 men catching on the onside. Good aggressive field placing by Braffett on the line of the off stump. Steered against the turn, but in full control out to backward point, and chase in the way. Chandrapal settles. He's on 22. This has been a patient knock from the left-hander. He goes down the track now. As soon as I was saying it was patient, maybe he premeditated that shot, because all out of the blue, he came down the track and hit it back towards the bowler.
Yeah, pretty much like a shot in the dark, you'd want to say. But this time, no damage done, no danger, really. So he just drove back up the track, and Warrington almost surprised as well. Cocked the arm after collecting the ball and attempted to throw. But I think the plan is very clear for Chandrapal to get on with things.
And we don't see batsmen use their feet enough. Not only Guyanese batsmen, but in the entire region. So Warrington, who's played for the West Indies, bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal looking to play that a little bit squarer than it actually went. Peeled off the face of the bat. He opened the face, but was looking to drive in front of the wicket. In the end, he got 2 behind point on the offside. And he now goes to 24. It's 38 to Imlak. And as the over is completed, it's 89 for 1. 40 overs gone.
On another day, that double would have been just a single for Chandrapal. But also, not only are we seeing the positive intent in scoring, but also in running. He's also running much better between the wickets. Earlier, Imlak turned what was also 1 into 2. So the plan is clear, that they're trying to up the tempo in this second session. That is a very good plan.
And it's a long time since I've not seen 4 run on this ground. All run 4. So 89 for 1. So Hemraj, the only man dismissed, Scott Dowridge, bowl Reefer 19 at 20 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Lots of batting to come. Johnson, Paul, Akshay Prasad, and the like. So if you look at that, this pair is a very important pair at the moment, but lots of depth in the Guyana Harpy Eagles lineup.
Hardin, 2 slips and a gully going down, along with Dowridge and bowls, and that's a short ball pulled away in good control, but didn't get it as he would have liked. The left-handed reefer comes from in front of square, halfway back to the boundary, and limits the scoring to 1. But intentional shot, but maybe didn't get it as good as he would have liked. He's gone out to 39. The right-handed Imlak brings the left-handed Chandrapal, who's on 24, back in strike. It's 90 for 1.
Another positive shot from Harpy Eagles batsman. You mentioned did not get it right in terms of the shot, not get it the way he wanted it, Imlak. But I think he got more connection. Reefer, who was right back on the boundary, might have been in with a chance, because it would have given Reefer some time to run around, to maybe to his left, or maybe to stand his ground and take a simple catch. So credit must go to Harding for creating that opportunity as well, because the trap was set with Reefer being right back on the boundary, but at forward square. And Imlak almost went for the pull shot and did not get it right, but got a single.
Lots of memories between these two teams when they play each other. It's a lovely shot. Controlled, rolled the wrist over and hit it all along the ground. Chandrapal didn't try to hit it too hard, and he got a single. So Chandrapal certainly more intent on being positive.
Yeah, so not only we're seeing that the batsmen are looking to be more positive, also Keon Harding has been creating opportunities now. That's the second consecutive short ball, and both times the batsmen looking to pull, and the trap is set because Reefer is going back to that deep forward square, and then also when Chanapal was batting the left-hander, we saw Jonathan Carter right back on the boundary as well. So the bowlers are really trying, in this case Keon Harding, trying to create the opportunities as the batsmen are trying to get scoring opportunities.
So Chandra Paul at the non-strikers end, he's on 25. Imlak on 39 in strike. Harding in bowls to Imlak. Imlak playing that ball more on length and bunks. Maybe past just over the leg bail. He left it alone, taking down the leg side by Dowridge.
Yeah, that's a very close one because the ball came back after pitching from outside off stump and perhaps went a bit too close for comfort for Imlak. But then you look at what the type of field that was employed at that time. There was a leg slip as well. So they're working with a plan, Barbados Pride. And this is really nice to see that they're trying to create this opportunity for a wicket. They desperately need this breakthrough. Partnership now 7-1.
And in addition to the leg slip, more pressure because the forward short leg has now been put in place. But Imlak will tell you that he got the bunks of that delivery absolutely correct and he left it alone. Maybe some would say he was comprehensively beaten. This is a ball again outside the line of the leg stump. So they're bowling for him to work it off the hip and be caught at the leg slip position or try to pull and get caught at the backward square or the fine leg. And I'm talking about the memories of Barbados Guyana matches. I remember way back at Boda when Fouad Bacchus was batting, Sylvester Clark was bowling and he bowled a short ball, pulled it towards the GCC pavilion gate for 4, 1 bunks, pulled it again for 1 bunks, and then the fielder was placed right there and Bacchus was caught. Hit the ball the same place. This one is nicely turned all along the ground, good control off the hip, and Imlak goes now to 40, and the total going up to 91, 92 for the loss of 1 wicket. So those are times, the strategies and all these things that happened between these two teams since the first match was played at the Garrison Savannah in Barbados in 1865. That's a long time ago. And the Garrison Savannah now in Barbados is used for horse racing now. And the first match they played against Guyana was September of that year at the parade ground. GCC was at the parade ground. Then they moved to Boda. So the first class ground in Guyana was the parade ground opposite the Botanical Garden. This is a lovely shot again in the air and good stop. He had a mindset to go for the catch or to prevent the ball from going for 4. In the end, he prevented the ball from going for 4. Good stop in the end, but good batting there by Chandra Paul. Looks to take on the bowler now. He's looking to counter-attack. He's on 26. Imlak is on 40, 93 for 1. This is a period of much more positive cricket by the batting side.
Yes, but I want to give credit to Keon Harding creating opportunities because first Imlak was almost caught pulling into the onside, and then now we see Chanderpaul pulling down towards our good friend Jonathan Carter. Carter had to decide early whether to go for the catch, which would have been very risky. Perhaps you would have asked him to dive forward, which would have been, like I said, very risky. But he opted to just stop the ball. It was very close to be caught still. But like I said, credit to Harding for creating these opportunities. Imlak and Chanderpaul, they have gained a whole lot in confidence. And that confidence is oozing now. So that's why they're playing more shots. And as a result of that, the bowling side is in with a chance.
Harding has bowled 8 overs so far, none for 31. It's been a good spell. Testing the batsman. Here is Warakan, bowls to Chandrapaul again for the second time in his innings, using his feet and hitting it out into the mid-on position. If you use your feet, it doesn't mean that you have to attack. If you don't get to the pitch of the ball, you can still defend. That's the style of smothering the spin of the ball.
And T. Chanderpaul, when he got to the pitch, drove it through the onside. Most times you'd find a batsman, when getting to the pitch, will go for the big shot.
Yeah. Forward he comes as Warren flights a little bit more on the line of the off stump. So he's bowling maybe just outside the off stump to middle stump line. And the ball is turning, some is going straight. So Chandrapal has got to read the ball. Some batters read the ball from the bowler's hand, some read it off the pitch. Kalicharan, that's Alvin Kalicharan. Good afternoon to you, Derek, your brother. He used to read the ball by the way the rotations are on the ball. If it's rotating this way, north to south, he will know, well, east to west, he will know the ball is going to be a leg break. If it's rotating the other way, he will know the ball is going to be off break. That's how good he was playing
That's
spin.
special ability, I must say.
Good hand, good eyes. Here's a ball from Warrington. Chandrapal just drives out towards the mid-on position, and there is no run. So Warrington, none for 11 from 8 overs now. Imlak on 40, Chandrapal on 26. It's 93 for 1 Guyana.
Yes, and the partnership continues to grow, 73 now. And the scoring rate, despite all we're seeing, all the shots being played of late, the scoring rate is still just over 2.21 runs per over.
Because many of those aggressive shots have not reached the boundary.
Right.
They're good shots, but the ball has been fielded by the fielders protecting the boundaries.
Yeah. And Keon Harding is going to pick up the attack. And I think he's really creating half chances. Once he continues, I think he is going to be the one to get a breakthrough. That's just my humble opinion. You mentioned Parade Ground, Sean. Have you played a match at Parade Ground?
No, they're not. Christchurch Secondary School, the school that produced Hooper, they use the parade ground, but there's no pitch on it to practice on with cricket. It's more a football ground.
You mentioned Christchurch because I played a game for the Bishops High School against Christchurch at Parade Ground.
Yeah, well, you were better than me. You had the experience of playing on Guyana's first ever first-class venue. So
when I played that game was against Ron Matthews. He was actually captain for his side.
that's Sidney Matthews' son.
Yes.
He was a good leg spin and he could have
Yes.
bat. Played a couple of first-class games for Guyana and then all of a sudden just went away and stopped playing. His father was a fast bowler who in the end of his career turned a leg spinner. I remember 1987 when he got the most wickets in the fourth division competition. There was a ball that was it was bouncing more than the normal leather ball. And the spinners enjoyed that because most of the Guyana pitches didn't bounce. Here is Harding at the Queen's Park Oval, and this one is pulled away out towards the short square leg position, and there is no run. So Chandrapal normally before lunch would have ducked out of the way of those balls. He's now countering attack and playing poles and hooks. He's on 26 and
So what Imlak has been saying to Chandrapal, that you need to look at the onside field. There's a fielder at fine leg right back on the boundary. There's a backward square. There's a man at short fine leg, if you want to call him that, a man at forward square. So Chandrapal needs to be very mindful, and that's what good partnership is about. Imlak pointed it out to him.
yes, but Chandrapal is in no way playing rush shots. He's rolling his wrists and now he's ducking. He's playing with expert shot selection.
But I like the partnership. The communication is there.
Yeah.
Tevin Imlak coming down to have a word with Chandrapal again and telling him, look, don't need to take in much chances. Duck, do not play, and allow the bowler to bowl something different at you. And let's see if that's going to work. But like I said, I like the energy of Keon Harding.
Even though they're both 25-year-olds, Imlak is only in his third match. Chandrapal is in his 46. So the junior partner going up and talking to the senior partner, that's very good partnership. Again, he goes under the ball, and it's going to be taken down the leg side by Dowridge. But when he played those shots, he was rolling his wrist. None of the balls went in the air.
Yeah, but there's a lot of risk as well in the shot. You can get the top edge. Yeah, you could also feather one to the wicket keeper. These are the risks that you have to take when you're going to play shots like that, because the bowler is setting you up. So obviously, it's the plan. And if Chanderpaul will fall for that, you'll see he may get a few in the gaps, but also the risk is very high.
I'm sure Chandrapal wouldn't fall for that. He's got a level head on his shoulders, and he's a academically bright young man. He's got, I think, 8 O levels. Many people would not know that. This is a good delivery. Gets up on his toes and plays it in front of him. And this is good batting by Chandrapal, mixing caution with aggression. More after lunch.
Had to because at lunch, when lunch was taken, he would have faced some 82 deliveries for just 11. So he needed to get runs and also to rotate the strike, because Tevin Imlach as well at that time was on 32, was seeing the ball nicely and started to pick the gaps as well. So they needed to work in tandem to get a good partnership, and now it's 74 runs.
I'm sure the head coach, Crandon, and the assistant coach, Hercules, and the manager who's been Guyana's most successful on the 19 coach, Albert Smith, would have spoken to him. This is the final delivery. He's on top of it again and plays it out onto the onside. 94 for 1, Chandrapal on 26, Imlach on 41. And that's what you get when you have a manager who is a successful coach. Like Pat Legal and Albert Smith, they won the under 19 tournament for, I think, 7 years in a row. So we've got the break. You're not missing any cricket. As you can see, the curator, they don't like to be called groundsmen these days, the curators. He's sweeping the pitch as the players go off for a good refreshment. I want to say good afternoon to Dave Narain, who is in America, Dave West Indian Imports. And of course, to the man on the Essequibo coach, the new president, Dilip Singh, and his WD, Dalip Singh, and his WD hotel and mall. I didn't even know he had a mall at the hotel. And he was telling me he had a mall in Charity. And so good afternoon to you guys.
Yes. So Ralphie just sweeping there, and then the other curators will mark the creases, make it fresh. But at the drinks break, 94 for 1. The Guyana Harp Eagles, after lunch was taken, 68 for 1. Imlach adding just 9 runs this morning, since lunch in fact, while Chanderpaul marginally better, 15 runs added, but Chanderpaul after lunch outscoring Imlach.
And after this, Leon Johnson, Kimo Paul, Akshay Prasad, did you, was it surprising to you that Leon Johnson didn't come at number 3?
Yes, to an extent, but then remember the plan many of us was privy to, that Imlach would have played as a batsman, so maybe that's why.
And then that maybe got further pushed back because of the absence of Vishal
Singh.
Yeah.
So Reef for the loan, we could take a 1 for 9 so far. Jordan, Carter, Harding, Chase, and Warrican. Warrican and Chase the spinners. No other person picking up wicket except for Reefer quite early this morning in his third over. In all, 7 overs, 7 bowlers used.
But 2 catches were dropped off of Warrican. He didn't get any wicket, not because of his fault, because of the sloppy catching. But he has bowled well, as have the Pacers.
So the pitch has leveled out much more, and it's very even now in terms of with bounce. So nothing in it at all for the bowlers at this point in time, but they have to create these opportunities with some smart bowling, like what Keon Harding was doing moments ago. And the field placement's got to be spot on as well for these opportunities to bear fruit.
Predominantly a pace-based attack. There's no overcast conditions. It's sweltering heat, which means it's hard work for the fast bowlers. And if a partnership builds like 100, 150, that puts pressure on the physical aspect of the fielders, the bowlers. They're going to get tired, and if you bat out a whole day, 90 overs, anyone would be tired if wickets don't fall. The mental aspect of not getting a wicket adds to the physical aspect of being tired.
Oh, definitely. And that can really be the bigger impact because if you're not there mentally, everything else does not work at all. At this point in time, I'll say good afternoon to Arun Gupta, and the managing director there at the Bank of Baroda, the head office in Georgetown, with another branch at Monrepo on the east coast of Demerara, where they offer international banking. You have savings account, checking account, and electronic banking, where you can do your banking any part of the world.
Good afternoon to Derek Calitro. And he told me through WhatsApp that the memorial match for Suresh Ganari is in Canada at the Waterloo ground on the 11th of July, on the 11th of June. So that's Suresh Ganari died just before the pandemic at 63. He was one of Guyana's better off spinners. He only played 2 Shell Shield matches, but he played 10 first-class matches, and he was good. But he came in a time when there were other good off-spinners. Butts came after, and Harper, and then there was the best of the Guyanese off-spinners by far, the first bowler to get 300 wickets in Test cricket, Lance Gibbs. So Guyana's produced a lot of outstanding off-spinners.
And there's an off-spinning all-rounder, Carl Hooper, who have done very well, bat and ball.
Warrican continues after the water break, and first ball is back of a length, brings the batsman, pushes him onto the back foot, and he plays it in front of him, and there's no run. 94 for 1, a position of strength now for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 74 runs, the partnership between these two. Chandra Paul has been the supporter, and Imlak has been the aggressor. But recently, the methods have reversed.
Yeah, but marginally.
Yeah.
And I think as well, that was so because Chandra Paul got most of the strike in the first hour after lunch.
Yes, but he got both of his boundaries after lunch so far. One from a cut off of Chase, and a nice pull off of Hardin. But he's still there, and that's the important thing. Once you're there, you can make runs. And that must be the method of Shivnarine Chandra Paul passed on to his son. Bat long, and you will score.
And also, remember, Shiv Chandra Paul was also the coach or the assistant coach for the Guyana team just a few seasons ago. So that message would have remained with the Guyana side.
Warrican, Salty slip, a forward short leg going down, and this is played not in total control. It didn't bounce as Warrican would have wanted, but he kept it down. But it was not in control as he pushed forward.
Yeah, he got the inside edge and almost carried to that fielder, that forward short leg position.
Warrican bowls a quicker, flatter delivery, lower trajectory, and it's pushed back towards the bowler. So good variation in that over from Warrican. 26 to Chandra Paul, 41 to Imlak, 94 for 1.
Yes, this type of pitch where you have to bring out your variations as a bowler. And Warrican there, not getting a lot of turn, not getting a lot of bounce, just using the pace and the line a little bit as well. And almost had Imlak inducing the false shot. But 94 for 1, 74-run partnership. Indeed, a position of strength now for the Harpy Eagles after the early loss of Hemraj.
Yes, and when we think of spin bowlers from Barbados, I remember Albert Padmore. He was a very good spin bowler. Of course, Ryan Austin, who was actually born in Trinidad. He was one of the outstanding bowlers. In fact, is one of the 3 top leading wicket takers in regional first-class cricket. He played a couple of test matches when the players went on strike. And then Ryan Nurse, who is maybe the least talented of the off spinners that came out of Barbados in recent times. So they've produced a lot of off spinners. Chase, also a good off spinner, turns the ball, and as we speak, he replaces Hardin from the Brian Lar Pavilion end. He'll be bowling to Chandrapal, goes around the wicket to bowl to the left hand, and he runs up straight to the right-hand side of the umpire. And that's maybe a new ploy from the modern-day spinners. The old spinners used to go between the umpire and the stumps when they bowl from round the wicket. But if that works for him, it's fine. Tall, lanky figure, Chase, bowling to Chandrapal. Umpires Patrick Gustard, the Jamaican, and of course Carl Tuckett from Nevis. He's at square leg. Gustard is at a bomb ball. If there were people in the crowd, they would have gone, ha! But there's nobody in the stands. As I said, maybe it's a working day, and people don't really come out these days, even if it was not COVID period, to look at first-class cricket. And I believe, even though it's free, well, I know for sure first-class cricket in Guyana is free. I know you pay to see first-class cricket in Barbados. But even if it is free, people don't come. Maybe one of the reasons is the venues. Border used in the middle of the city. The ARG was in the middle of Antigua in the city, St. John's. And those grounds now, the Sir Vivian Richards ground is out of bounds, they say. Providence is far away. The Beausejour Stadium, now the Darren Sammy Stadium, is far away. So that's another factor that deters people from going to cricket now in droves. A capacity crowd. You only see that for the CPL.
We have more cars on the roads these days,
Yeah.
Sean.
Here
I take your point.
Here is Chase on his way. Bowls. And that's played into the onside, back towards the bowler. And there's no run. Well, Brandon is back. He comes from the Barbados area. It used to be the Asian county. Yes, he went to buy KFC. And he was thinking that he had to go on to the Port of Spain branch, which is the largest selling KFC in the world. They sell KFC for 24 hours. They don't close. 94 for 1, Chandrapal on 26, Imlak on 4-1.
Consecutive maidens, one from Warwick and now from Roston Chase. Start of a new spell from Chase. So it's a quiet passage of play since the drinks break. And sometimes you notice that right after a drinks break, a wicket would fall. And in this case, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, recognizing that they're in the middle of a good partnership, this pair, Chandrapal and Nimlak, do not want to lose a wicket. They consolidated. They watched those deliveries very closely, kept the wickets. But at the moment, Chase and Warwican are not getting a lot of assistance from the pitch. I would have liked to see Keon Harding staying on at least for another over. But it's very hot out there, Sean.
Yeah.
Conditions do not allow for fast bowlers to be on for too long.
Spells, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a good move you'd want to say on the human side.
Mm-hmm. I was talking about memorable moments between Barbados and Guyana as the Guyana physio comes bustling onto the field, bright yellow trousers and black and yellow tops. She's looking quite a picture. That's the Guyana training gear she's got on there. But during Guyana's dominance of 5 years, when Leon Johnson became the most successful regional captain, winning 5 years in a row, Guyana were set 6-9 to win, and they fell for 6-7 at Providence. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember that very well because there was so much of plans and so much of things happening around that match.
And Dwayne Smith was the destroyer.
Yes, and Jonathan Carter reminds me of how Dwayne Smith would operate. So the only thing I could have really said about that game after, Guyana just did not want 69.
And I remember, you're a naughty boy. And I remember Warrington, who was not one of the better fielders. Pomal drove a glorious shot to cover with 2 runs to win, and Warrington dived and saved it. And that told me that Ghana can't win this match.
It was not to be. Yeah. 69 is not for everybody, Sean. That score was not to be.
No. Anyhow, so you're not missing any cricket because the Guyana physio is making her way back off the field. and the players are, some of them are on their knees. They're taking a break. One is actually sitting on the ground. So it's getting hot in every sense of the word out there.
Yeah, and the cricketer that was on the ground was Jonathan Carter. Perhaps was a bit tired from dropping catches. Angelica Moore, Holder, that's the physio. Yeah, so doing a lot of work. Chandapal, getting some liquids, maybe a pill or two. Not sure what's happening with him. Dehydration, stepping in, cramps maybe. It's hot out there, Sean. I can tell you this. And a quick check of the conditions will say that it's 35 degrees on the outside. Feels like 39.
I want to say good afternoon to Jackie. She is the Barbados physio. And of course, our own Neil Barry Jr., the West Indies physio. This is slapped away into the offside as Warren starts a new over. And Imlak has grown so much in confidence, he's replaced his helmet with his cap.
Spinners operated from both ends, so
Yeah,
he's
but
thinking that.
Chandapal has still got on his helmet.
I don't think I've ever seen Chandapal bat without the helmet. Without the helmet, to be honest.
Roger Harper used to play spin bowlers with helmet, and the most important thing was the grill, because he said when he swept on the top edge, he could break your nose.
Yeah, and I saw in practice at the DCC ground, Steve Messiah
Yeah.
got a cut on his eye sweeping, and the ball that went up into the air.
Good afternoon to you, Steve, former America captain, now lives in New York. Ball is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. I believe if Steve was still here, he would have made the West Indies team quite easily from DCC. I played a couple of matches with him when he was under 19, just out of the under 19. In fact, he got the player of the series when they forced on a 19 tournament. This is nicely played, opened the face of the bat, steered it down towards the backward point position, and they jog trot a second. So 94 now, 96 for 1, Imlak on 43. And I was saying, on that occasion, if Steve Messiah was still here, he would have probably got into the West Indies team.
Yeah, he was quite an elegant batsman,
Yeah.
and he played all the shots in the book, and was a very hard worker as well. Both some good off spin, so a utility player.
Well, I don't know about that part.
Yes, he bowled a lot at DCC.
Yes, at DCC. Here is a ball that's on the line of the middle and off stump. Well, Steve would say he's a big off spinner, but I would say Steve is a great, potentially great batsman.
Yeah.
If he was here, he would have gotten into this West Indies team so easily. The same with Nizam Hafiz, the late Nizam Hafiz, who migrated to the States. And then he came back and he played in the regional tournament for the USA, but didn't play a match because he broke his finger while practicing. And then unfortunately, he died in the 9/11 event. So sad. Rest in peace, Nizam. He was my best friend. This is a ball that's on the line of the off stump. Forward comes Imlak and plays it quietly into the offside. He's kept on 49, 124 balls, and Chandrapal has faced more balls. He's on 26 from 138 balls, 96 for 1. The important thing, the partnership has now progressed to 76, and they're still together.
Yes, despite all that is happening around them, with the heat, rotation of bowlers, chances created, not taken, they're still there. And that's what's very important from a Guyana Harp Eagles standpoint, with the Barbados Pride at this point in time, desperately looking for that breakthrough. One will bring two. You never know.
Yes, Trinidad has gotten first in most things. They played the first regional one-day tournament here, under 19. In that year, 1998, when Steve Messiah got the Player of the Series award, the rain had fallen, and it was only 3-day regional under 19 being played, and they, instead of calling off the entire tournament, they wanted the players to get some action, and they played a one-day tournament. That's the first time one day was played in under 19 cricket, and now they play, well, most years they play the one day and the 3-day cricket, apart from a few years when they stopped playing the 3-day tournament. Most times that would have been World Cup years. So chase continues, and Chandra Paul, as solid as a rock, dogged innings continues, and he's one who will, as we say in Guyana, give bowlers box sick. Explain what is box sick to the audience.
So that's actually when you try and try without any luck at all. You bowl your arms out, your arms get long, and just not getting any way, no forward.
Yeah. So you have a hard day at the office with no results to show. Forward comes Chandra Paul and box it back towards Chase. So there's a ring of feelers, a solitary slip, a backward point, square cover, short extra cover, mid off. That's on the off side. And then you got 4 men on the on side, one at forward short leg. Forward comes Chandra Paul, plays this with a little bit more effort, but still just pushes it firmly out towards the cover position, and that's a maiden. Yeah, so another maiden bowled. Chandra Paul is kept on 26. Imlak on 43, 7 away from what would be a well-deserved maiden half-century, 96 for 1.
Yeah, but they're dealing in singles. Well, this case, not a maiden send down, but they perhaps will look into milk the bowling, just work the gaps, not trying to hit too many big shots at the moment. The little energy we saw earlier has dried up. Not sure what is the cause, if it's a physical something, because the bowling has certainly looked the same, nothing different, except for when Keon Harding was there trying to create the opportunity. But the batsmen have gone into a shell, and that's not really good to see from a Guyana Harp Eagle standpoint. But Barbados Pride will not mind, because if they can bowl more dot balls, then perhaps the pressure will be created, and a wicket may come, as Jonathan Carter is back into the attack now.
Yeah, Jonathan Carter, he's 34. He's one of the older players in the Barbados side, and he's one of the more experienced at the regional level. This is a side very powerful, as I said. 8 players, including him, has played international cricket for the West Indies. And he will, as you spoke about maidens, there was a commentator called Alan McGilvery, and he used to say, there are more maidens than in the stand. Henry Blofeld, in fact, that's a loose shot there. Had a bit of pace. It was short and lifting, and Imlak looked to take on the bowler, missed the shot.
And that's a good ball, good start from Jonathan Carter. Short ball, just to the head. And there's Imlak looking to pull, because it sat up a little bit and missed it. And the keeper standing back took it quite comfortably as well.
So Carter in bowls another short ball. This time it's top-edged, and it will go a long way down to the ball, towards the boundary, into the boundary for 4, but came off the top edge of the bat. The umpire telling Carter that's one short ball for the over, but an injudicious shot because he didn't control it.
Yeah, so another short ball from Carter, and this time we see Imlak getting back the ball, but not in total control. And the top edge found, but Warrican, who's down on the boundary, is very wide. So that ball went into the fine leg boundary, and Warrican's more that deep backward square region had some work to do. The 100 is up.
Carter would be encouraged by that. Bowls to Imlak. Imlak is shuffling across. Well, that shot brought up the 100. As you said, it's 100 now for 1 wicket, and that carried the partnership into the 80s. It's now 80.
Yeah, so 100 coming up in over number 48. It's there, and it means that it's the first time since 2020, because they haven't played since, that the Guyana side has gotten 100 against this Barbados Pride attack.
I remember in the first match when they played after independence, 1967.
You said you remember.
Yeah.
You were there.
I wasn't there. I read about it, that Guyana made their highest score, 641 at border, when 3 batsmen got hundreds. Rohan Kanai, I think Basil Butcher, and Joe Solomon. And Barbados responded with a big score of their own. I think Sir Garfield Sobers got a big 100. So Barbados Guyana matches go way back. So many memories. As Carter continues, he's got a moral victory there with that top edge.
And this last delivery, as Imlak drove down to cover, I saw him holding his midriff a little bit. Not sure if he's getting some crumbs there, Sean.
Carter in, bowls to Imlak. And I'm going to be smart. I'm going to tell Inderjeet that I remember reading about it. So I still remember. Yeah, current run rate now 2.8. Carter, none for 8. This is his 7th over. And he's bowled as Johnny, who? The commentator who said that there were more maidens bowled than in this. Henry Brofeld said there were more maidens bowled than than maidens in the stand.
Yes, there are more maidens in the books than in the stands.
Yeah. Anyway, it's the man himself. Andrew Mason likes to call him the goat farm. I don't know why. He's going to replace me, and he's going to join you, John.
Yeah, so the 100 on the board in over number 48 for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And this morning when they opted to bat after winning the toss, Leon Johnson, this is the position that they were looking for. To have runs on the board with little or no wickets down. With 1 wicket down, 100 on the board, they'll be very pleased. Barbados looking for that breakthrough. Good afternoon, Inderjeet.
Good afternoon to you, John. Hello to listeners once again. Good delivery to start this over by Rushton Chase, having the left-handed Tejnarine Chandler Paul playing defensively down towards short cover. I heard Sean talking about Goat Farmer. Goat is always the greatest of all times, John. You can't go wrong with that at all. Hello to our friend Andrew Mason in Barbados. This turned away down towards forward square. Cannot score. It's kept on 100 for the loss of 1. It's good to see triple figures coming up for Guyana.
Yeah, they haven't done so when the teams met the last time at Providence in 2020. Guyana side bowled for 55 and then 94. And then Sean mentioned that game when they were set a target of 69 and they got 6 all out. So 100 coming up for Guyana against Barbados is definitely something to celebrate.
Yes, certainly. And Ruston Chase is on a good line and length here, bowling from the southern end. He's a tall guy, and so far he has none for 17. This is his 6th over. So Captain Craig Braffett is looking just to ring the changes, presenting something new, especially with his fast bowlers. And you rightly mentioned, John, very, very hot out in the middle. This on the line of the leg stump and worked away on the onside of the pitch. And a little bit of misfeel there, allowing them to come through for the single. So one more to the left-handed Chandapal. He now moves on to 26. It's 101 for the loss of 1. In fact, Chandapal has gone on to 27. And this partnership has been very patient since the loss of Chandapal Hemraj.
And that's the characteristic of both of these players. They'll dig in rather than try to go for the expansive shots.
And this is swatted away, beat the short backward square out towards the boundary. The fielder try a little bit of a football and does a great job stopping it with his foot. That's Keon Hardin. Well done. Saved at least a run. Did they get the 3 or was it 2, John?
They got 2.
They got 2. Put good effort on the boundary.
Oh, lovely.
line.
Good commitment being shown by Keon Harding. Had to run a long way from that forward square down towards the backward square and eventually got the right boot in the way and saved 2 runs for his team. But Imlak kept on 49.
Yes, he's 1 away from a half century. Chase to Imlak. That's a good delivery. And he comes forward, no doubt. There will be some butterflies in the stomach there as the over is completed. Chandapal is on 27. Imlak is on 49. The Guyana Harpy Eagles are 103 for the loss of 1.
Yes, getting some runs, getting a bit closer to a maiden half century. And when you're on the verge of a milestone, these things tend to happen. So the butterflies in the stomach, obviously. And then it's a big stage as well. The first match after a long time at this level for the young man in terms of Tevin Imlak. So because of all that around him, this is going to be a special occasion. And once you get there, well deserved, but you need to make it count, go on and get a big one.
Yes, so they went to lunch at 68 for the loss of 1, with Chandler Paul then on 11 and Tevin Imlach on 32. The first hour after lunch produced just 26 runs of 15 overs. That will tell you that they dug in maybe for the long haul, preserved it, and so far they have progressed to 103 for the loss of 1. So Jonathan Carter continues from the northern end of the ground. That's our commentary box area. And this time to Tage Narang Chanda Paul, and he's pulling this around. Nice tackle by Keon Hardin down on the boundary. He gets a single, Tage Narang Chanda Paul. And he's not afraid to play the pull shot at all. Once it's in the slot and he's comfortable with it, he's pulling and keeping it down. So these are good signs that he's growing in confidence. And it's good to see that the strike rotation is far better in this period of play. Back come Imlach in strike.
And that was powerfully hit by Chanda Paul. All control for him, no danger at all. Rotation in the strike.
Imlach to this delivery allows one to go by outside the line of the off stump. And Tevin Imlach is one of the better keepers in Guyana as well. So the young man, he has the wicket-keeping ability, and now he's beginning to put runs on the board. This is a very good prospect, not only for Guyana's cricket, but West Indies cricket as well.
It's always important, not only that you get runs for yourself, but also for your team, and then make your team be in positions to win matches. And we know that he has been knocking a long time because of the amount of opportunities he got at the first division level in Georgetown, playing for the Denmark Cricket Club. He always been among the runs. Given this opportunity, let's make it count.
Carter to Imlach. He rocks onto the back foot, then comes forward. Very compact defensive shot down towards short extra cover, and once again there is no run. So if you have just joined the broadcast, let me remind you that the Guyana Harpy Eagles won the toss this morning and are batting against Barbados Pride. The only wicket to fall was that of Chandapal Hemraj. This one flies off the outer portion of the bat, beating the gully. They get the single, will go back and complete 2. And the 25-year-old boy from DCC, Tevin Imlach, has gotten his first half-century in regional and first-class cricket. Congratulations to him. Rode his luck, was given a chance, but generally has been an excellent 50 so far.
Yes, his first opportunity since March 2020, and to get a half-century, that's very good. Workman-like half-century. He had to dig in. He did so. He got the boundaries when the opportunity presented itself, and here he is on 51 not out. Well played, but you must carry on now.
Certainly, that should be the thing on his mind. I have gotten a landmark. I've gotten my half-century. I need to get to triple figures. Certainly, it has been a fine knock, and it is scored against a very, very strong bowling lineup.
And all the guys at DCC, like you mentioned, extremely proud of him. And also where he lives in Sophia, Georgetown. No doubt very happy that this young man has done very well in his return to first-class cricket. Well played, Tevin Imlach.
Yes, and he will be saying to himself, John, I've scored this half-century, and I've scored it against Barbados. So there's added thing to his half-century as well. He has played superbly. We'll certainly get those stats in a moment. Carter, none for 11 from 8 overs. Very, very economical, but he has not been able to pick up a wicket as well. So, to cool it off, he's off strike, Imlach. And Tage Narang Chandapal is back in strike to do battle with Roston Chaser. He's getting a good delivery, and the little left-hander is just standing around the crease area and just stroking it away. In front of him, once again, there is no run, so there's a forward short leg, a slip backward point, there's cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. Chandapal is contented to come forward on the front foot, strokes it all along the ground, down towards wide mid-off, and once again, he cannot score.
So Imlach 50 coming up with 7 boundaries from 135 deliveries. 135 deliveries, 7 boundaries. Very good workman-like half century upon return to first class cricket. Good partnership as well with his senior partner, Tej Chandapal. He's been there from the start, Chandapal. And persons back home were saying that maybe Chandapal would give way for Imlak. Now, together, they're doing it for the Harp Eagles.
Yes, certainly. That's a good delivery. Once again, stepping onto the front foot. He won't mind Tej Chandapal. He wants the bat until the cows come home. He's not going to give it up so easily. Puts a premium on his wicket, this young man. Chase operating around the wicket to the right-hander. And he pulls this one down a little and played defensively, just opening the face of the bat at the last minute down towards backward point. There is no run. So Barbados badly hunting another wicket here. Guyana has other thoughts. They want to bat and bat as long as possible. This is a brilliant drive coming onto the front foot and stroking it through the covers down towards the boundary for 4. You can't get them better. He looks so comfortable. Tej Chandapal gets himself another boundary. 110 for the loss of 1.
Shot of the day for me in the Jeet. That was a ball that was pitched up just outside the off stump by Roston Chase. And there's Chandapal into the drive very early and drove it not powerfully but exquisitely with a lot of timing and into the gap, and it just trickled across the rope. Allah, his father, Shivnarayan Chandapal, and that is a very good shot. And I say, shot of the day.
Yes, he has moved on to 32 chase so far, the off spinner. None for 24 from 7 overs. So Tej Chandapal, you can see it there. His confidence level is growing. He's looking much freer at the moment. Outside the line of the off stump from Jonathan Carter, Imlak walks across, watches the ball go by, knows that he's in no danger, and there is no run. So they came together when the score was on 20. So it's worth 90 partnership so far, and that's excellent in the circumstances.
Yeah, lots of time at the crease as well. So this is doing them wonderfully well. And just to bring an update on the other game that's on the island, and the Jamaica Scorpions against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The Volcanoes 124 for the loss of 8, with Kieran Katoy not out on 40 at the moment. So 124 for 8. That game is being played at Taruba at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
And this is a lovely on drive down towards mid-wicket. Cannot beat the onside field. Ruston chases in the way. There is no run. And the Volcanoes struggling there.
Yes, definitely. There's another game on as well, and this is at the Martin Sporting Complex.
Short and banged between cover and backward point. Out towards the boundary. It's not going to get there. Pulled back now by Reefer, who chased well, and Kean Harding completes the fielding, sends the return in, but 2 good-looking runs. Well played.
Yeah, short and wide, and Imlak, who's just gotten to his half century, is oozing with confidence at the moment. Just placed it and got 2 runs. Yeah, the other game on in the round at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Leeward Islands against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes 172 for 3. 172 for 3. And Monson Hodge, no score. Kieran Powell, 82 not out. Casey Carty, 31. Devon Thomas, 12. Amir Django, the local boy, 43 not out. So there's a partnership there between Kieran Powell, 82, and Amir Django, who's on 43. So the Leeward Islands, they're in charge of that game against the home team, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 172 for 3.
Good for them. We just witnessed a beautiful delivery, short, and took off from the surface and had the right-handed Imlak in all sorts of problem. Took the top of the bat, ballooned into the offside, but fell very safely. Another over has gone. The Guyana Harp Eagles 112 for the loss of 1, with Tej Chandapal on 32 and Tevin Imlak on 53. John has just updated us with what is transpiring across Trinidad and Tobago at Taruba and Diego Martin in the other games as well. While Barbados is heading the table, should they lose here, it's going to open up the competition.
Yeah, and then if you look at the other game as well, where Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're in second position, but they're also up against it against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. So different time of the year, because 3 months ago, Barbados Pride and the Red Force were on top of the table. Now, if there's a change of guard, it opens up the whole tournament again. And remember, it's just 5 rounds.
Yes, it does. So, Ruston Chase will start once again. Right arm off spinner. And Chanda Paul is covering up defensively. Down towards short cover, there is no run. Good to see Kieran Powell back in the runs.
Yes, it's always a good sight to see these batsmen, especially the guys with international or a lot of experience, coming to a level that we may say is a level down from what they have known, and to get runs.
Yes, and this is another delivery that is short of a good length. And these are difficult times. Thank God, we hope that we are moving away. The cases will go down. But COVID-19, what was a bitch to this world?
Very dreaded. We prefer not to have it anymore.
I tell you. Coming forward, defending, plays back up the track on the offside. There is no run. I mean, so many sporting personalities, cricket and in other sports, had to almost live out COVID-19 in their bubbles. Never easy. Here, thank God, we can ask people, take your precautions, ensure that you wear your mask, you sanitize, avoid crowded areas if you can. There will become a time as the cases go down when you can get back there. But we need to show what is reasonable and do what is right to protect ourselves and protect others as well. Here is Ruston Chase. Bowls to Chanda Paul. He's coming forward, opens the face. Now, this is a deliberate shot and a delicate one, too. Out towards the third man boundary. It's not going to get there. And Jonathan Carter running all the way to the boundary cannot prevent the second run. 2 more to the score. 2 more to Tej. Chanda Paul. It's now on to 114 rather, for the loss of 1. And he moves on to 34.
Yes, using the width that was on offer from Ruston Chase and guided that ball down to third man. A good chase from Jonathan Carter, all the way from backward point down to third man, just in front of the boundary ropes. And 2 more runs to the Harpy Eagles and Chanda Paul.
Yes, and he's looking a much better cricket as he looks for scoring opportunities.
At this point in time, I want to say good afternoon and get well soon to President of the Irish Cricket Club and Speaker of the National Assembly back home in Guyana, the Honorable Manzoor Nadir. He was actually hospitalized and had a procedure done and is recovering and is expected to be home on Thursday. So, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, my good friend, Mr. Nadir, get well soon.
Yes, the head of the National Assembly in Guyana is the Speaker. So I will join with you, John, in wishing Mr. Mansour Nadir, a speedy recovery. Get well, brother. Continue doing the great things you're doing, not only in Parliament, but at the Everest Cricket Ground as well. The home of the John Ramsing Media Centre. Yes, so the end of the over. 114 for 1. Tej Chanda Paul on 34. And Tevin Imlak, he's on 53. So the partnership between these two continue to be built. Akeem Jordan will continue the bowling from this end.
Yeah, the bowling changes must be done because it's very hot. You don't want any bowler to be going on for too long and being risked dehydration. Yes,
and Akeem Jordan, before this 10 overs, 5 maidens, none for 19. They struggled to score against him there and thereabout, nagging line and length, had some good deliveries, had a catch dropped off his bowling, and he's striving for a wicket here this afternoon. But these two are well set on a pitch that is offering the batsmen, to score runs, and they can score them easily too.
So Jordan, his line of attack is the outside the line of the off stump for the right-hander, angling into the batsman and, of course, away from the left-hander. So the batsmen, both of them would have been there a long time, would have seen him I will now just have to be a bit watchful. And when the bad ball presents itself, just take the opportunity to get some runs. But Jordan, at the start of a new spell, would like to get his breakthrough for his side. Make those two slips and gully count.
Yes, and you could see the game plan here. He's trying his best to bowl to his field. He wants to get the ball just on the off stump or outside the off stump, short of a good length, and putting a little bit pace on it as well, and maybe to nip it away from the right-hander. There was where a catch was dropped previously, so he knows where to work around there, but he's bowling to Tevin Imlach, who looks very well set indeed for a good score. Pitched up this time, and he's coming forward, and you can see the confidence level. In the meat of the bat, strokes it down towards mid-off. There is no run. And I would like to say thanks to Cap Global, one of the foreign business that has established itself in Guyana. One of my former students at Mortis Primary School is the head of that department. He deals with trucking service around the world. They actually give me a free ticket to Trinidad and Tobago, John, thanks to Cap Global. Edging, and he's gone, caught this time at a second slip. That's a fine catch. That was the plan, just outside the off stump, and they worked Imlach out. Shamar Brooks takes a good catch. Barbados Pride, they have gotten the breakthrough, and Imlach walks away after scoring 53. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're 114 for the loss of 2. Couldn't get the bat inside the line. And Akeem Jordan has gotten his man, and his effort has paid off. He has now picked up 1 for 19.
Like I did say, that Jordan, with an opportunity for a wicket, is first at first class level, because remember, he's on debut as well, and he's gotten the wicket of the half centurion in Tevin Imlach, who just got into his half century. A ball that was just outside the off stump, short of a good length, moving into the bat, and the batsman did not navigate the movement, the inward movement, and was playing for the straighter ball. And then the edge was found, a healthy edge. It went to the second slip, and Shamar Brooks, upon taking the catch, pointed his hands to the rest of the field to say, this is how you hold on to catches. And it was a good breakthrough, a partnership of 94 runs for the second wicket between Chandapal and Tevin Imlach, broken. Good breakthrough. Congratulations to Jordan picking up his first class wicket. But like I said, Tevin Imlach, after getting to 250, would have wanted to carry on more. It's not to be. Cricket is a game of runs and wickets. Barbados Pride got the wicket.
Yes, and I think what Imlach was trying to do there, he was trying to walk across the stump, and he was caught off guard. Was a good delivery outside the line of the off stump, and he just couldn't pull the bat inside the line, so he has gone. So skipper Leon Johnson has made his way out in the middle. He's left-handed, and he too, lots of experience for Leon Johnson, 34 years of age, played test cricket for the West Indies. His last test was way back in November of 2016, and that was against Pakistan. Most successful captain in PCL, 5 titles in 6 seasons. Well, this is the 7th season now. Has been awarded by the Guyana government the Golden Arrowhead of Achievement, a national award. Let's see how he responds. Onto the back foot and stroke down towards mid-on. There is no run. And former West Indies under 19 captain as well. 119 first-class matches as this over comes to an end. At the end of it, Guyana Harpy Eagles 114 for 2. Tej Narayan Chandar Paul is on 34, and Johnson yet to score.
Yeah, just like everything else, this partnership and Leon Johnson will start on 0, but from 0 it can only get better. But how will it get better? With time and sensible batting. But good wicket for Jordan, good wicket for Barbados Pride. They were looking for that wicket ever since over number 5 when Chandrapal Hemraj was dismissed. So now that they've gotten this wicket, we can see a little bit more energy in the step of Barbados Pride fielders. Why not? Because you're heading towards the other interval, which is T, and if you can pick up another wicket just before the interval or so, you can bring yourself back bring this game back in the balance But Johnson, with all the experience under his belt, with all the achievements he has as well, starting at zero, he's a bit short of runs recently, and he will need to be there for his side and himself.
Yes, John, and that partnership between Imlak and Tejnarain Chander Paul was worth 94 runs. I'm just wondering to know what happens. So many of our young players, they get to the half century, 50, 60, and they just, they're walking back to the pavilion, not going on to score three figures. Something has got to be wrong with their powers of concentration and the length of time they're out in the middle there.
Yes, and that's why we always say it's a mental game more than physical. So once you have that opportunity to conquer it mentally, you'll be able to do well physically.
Yes, I agree with you there, John. You have to stay focused, and it's how much bad you want it. The thing is this, that you might not be a superstar when you play, but you've been given an opportunity. You want to ensure you make use of that opportunity. He was dropped once down at backward point, and they say luck is when hard work and opportunity reach each other. And having gotten that let off, should have gone on. He never did. Cover driving this time, Tejnarain Chander Paul down towards cover, cannot beat the cover fielder, and the score stays on 114 for the loss of 2. The appetite for big scores by individual is not there. Rarely you're going to see that. As we watch Chase, Chander Paul is working this one nicely out through forward square, and he will get this single. Deliberate shot. He knows there's a scoring opportunity there because there's a short backward square. There's a fielder down at mid-wicket, but he got it to the right of the umpire between the two fielders and got the single as well.
Yeah, he's been there a long time, Chander Paul, so picking the gaps should not be something difficult for him at this point in time. And Roston Chase has been bowling. He's now in his 9th over, so Chander Paul knows what he's offering and can be able to pick the gaps easily. Now he has a new partner, Leon Johnson, so Chander Paul will have to be very mindful as well.
And that's a good delivery, no wit whatsoever. And all Leon Johnson can do is to get onto the front foot. He defends at the end of the over. Guyana Harpy Eagles 115 for 2 with Tejnarain Chander Paul on 35. Leon Johnson is yet to score, and Chase none for 27 from 9 overs.
Yeah, 3 runs and over from Roston Chase. And Roston Chase, just like a few of the other players, will be heading off to the Netherlands with the West Indies white ball side. So, in fact, Chase is not in that squad, Indrajit, and I think Chase is a very good player, across all formats for West Indies. He should have been in that team. But the point I'm going to make now is that some of these players in this round, this may very well be their last opportunity at this level, in this tournament, because they will go on to that tour with Netherlands and Pakistan, and so they want to make sure that they put in some good performances ahead of that tour.
Yes, John. Well, there are many people across the Caribbean. They were asking, why is it we have Nkrumah Bonner in that T20, in that 50 over squad? Some suggested the likes of Roston Chase should have been there. You never know. I think because West Indies is struggling to bat out their 50 overs in one-day international, the thought by the selectors is to ensure they have somebody out there that can hold innings together. But yes, I guess Roston Chase's name came on board as well. Joshua De Silva was even suggested by Caribbean fans to be on that tour. Maybe during the course of this over, I'll give you that full team that will be captained by Nicholas Puran, who is having a reasonable latter part of this IPL at the moment. Akeem Jordan starts another over, and Chander Paul is coming forward and defending down towards extra cover. So that team going to the Netherlands and then on to Pakistan reads Nicholas Puran. He's the skipper. Shea Hope, who is playing here, he's the vice captain of that team. Nkrumah Bonner, Shamar Brooks, Casey Carty, Akil Hussain, Alzari Joseph, Brandon King, Sharman Lewis, Kyle Myers, Anderson Phillip, Rovman Powell, Jaden Seals, Romario Shepherd, and Hayden Walsh Jr. So that's the West Indies squad. That's a good delivery. And there was Tejnarain Chanderpaul moving across the stumps once again. Gets a ball short of a good length, kept low, and played it away down towards mid-on. There is no run. And that squad with the likes of Rovman Powell, I'm happy with the way that Rovman Powell, have been doing his thing. The way he's been getting his runs, it augurs well for West Indies cricket. Seems to be a transformed cricketer. Still some work needs to be done on him. And now they're going to complete the single. No, they decide against it. Just lurking out of his crease there was Leon Johnson as they explore the possibility of a single, and the return coming in from Craig Braffett, striking the stumps, but no extras given away there.
Yeah, good work from Craig Braffett, realizing that there's an opportunity for a wicket via the run-out route. He hit the stump at a non-striker's end, but Johnson was in his crease. And then the opportunity presented for an overthrow, and they decided not to. But with the wicket now, we see Jordan really striving in and working up some pace again.
Oh, why did he want to play that shot, Tejnarain Chanderpaul? At this juncture of innings, he badly misjudged that short delivery, and it went past him as he essays a pull shot and not making contact.
Yeah, previously we see that Chanderpaul was leaving those deliveries outside the off stump, but now that he's gotten into the 30s and he's been there from the start of the innings, he's trying to play some more shots and looking to go through the onside, putting it across the line. Missed it altogether, but now there's just one slip and a gully.
And that's a short delivery and a good ball in the circumstances. This time he decides to get under it, nicely balancing the body well on his two legs and swaying out of harm's way as that ball went by into the gloves of the keeper. The West Indies actually start against Netherlands on May 31 with their first ODI, and that will be played at the VRA Cricket Ground, June 2nd ODI, that's June 2, and then June 4th, the third ODI at the same venue as well. Good delivery, right on target this time, bringing the left-hander onto the front foot, stroked away down towards wide mid-off. The end of the over, 115 for 2. Tejnarain Chanderpaul and 35. Leon Johnson is yet to score.
That short ball you said was a good delivery, Idajit. You must be a harsh teacher because that was an excellent short ball. Chanderpaul had to duck out like a boxer, evading a punch. But Akeem Jordan using the short ball to good effect on that in that over. And now that he's gotten to 35, wants to play more shot, but Jordan there not giving him the opportunity to free his arms, and that ball almost knocked him out. Good bowling from Jordan since picking up the wicket.
Yes, and it's been a very, very hot day, and John has kept us up with the temperature out in the middle, 35 degrees for most of the day. And that's not easy at all when you think in terms of the human body. Normal temperature is 37 degrees. 35 could be real hot out in the middle. It saps the liquid out of your body. So there's a silly point, a forward short leg and a slipper outside the line of the off stump. That's a quicker delivery by the right arm off spinner. And Leon Johnson carefully stepped on the back foot, pulled the bat inside the line, and there is no run. So we head towards tea on day number 1 in this encounter between Barbados Pride and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Here's a drive from Leon Johnson out towards extra cover, and once again there is no run. They started this morning with the Harpy Eagles winning the toss and batting first. Hemraj was the first to go, caught the wicket of Reefer for 19. It was 20 for 1 in the 5th over. The first hour producing 25 runs. 1 wicket went off 14 overs. Lunch, it was 68 for 1 with Chanderpaul on 11, Imlak on 32, 28 overs sent down in that session. And the first hour after the lunch, 26 runs scored, 15 overs bowled. As we watch this next delivery, Right on target by Ruston Chase, not giving anything here again. Imlach brought up his half century with 7 fours of 135 balls, and then he succumbed, was caught by Shamar Brooks at second slip of the bowling of, just missed that one. Right, Akeem Jordan. He made 53, was a fine half century, 114 for 2, ending a second wicket partnership of 94 between himself and Tejnarayan Chanderpaul. Down the track come Johnson, and what happened there? Was he mistumped? Did it took the top of the pad from Dowridge and ballooned in the air? But he should have been gone. It was down the leg side, and no doubt Dowridge must have been blinded there by the batsman, but deceived by Ruston Chase.
Yeah, where was Johnson going? The ball that was pitched up, and there he was running and almost ran past that ball, and the keeper did not take it. The keeper sighted.
Yeah, maybe he was heading for KFC where Brandon Corlett came from. Here's a drive by Johnson down towards wide mid-off, and Reefer just fumbled the left-handed return, and they get the single. They're going to walk away for tea on day number 1, match between the Harpy Eagles and the Pride in Cricket West Indies Professional Cricket League 4-day tournament at tea. The Guyana Harpy Eagles winning the toss and batting 116 for the loss of 2, with Tejnarayan Chanderpaul on 35. He has faced a whooping 172 deliveries so far, and Leon Johnson is on one of 8 deliveries in this session. The Harpy Eagles losing the wicket of Tevin Imlach for 53. John at 116 for 2 from 68 for 1 at lunch. How do you see it with the Jaguars just with their head in front, or do you see it even Steven?
I think even Stevens now, because just 48 runs were scored in that session from 29 overs. As you see, Johnson not out on 1 with Chanderpaul on 35, and the lone wicket going down in this session, Imlach 53. But still to come, Akshay Prasad, Kimo Paul, and the likes. And I think even Stevens, because like I said, 29 overs bowled, 48 runs in that session for the 1 wicket. Not a heavy scoring rate for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, but they lost the wicket, but 29 overs were sent down. And Akeem Jordan picking up his maiden first class wicket, joining Raymond Reefer as the wicket takers, while Carter, none for 13 from 9, Harding, none for 32 from 10, Chase, none for 28 from 10, Warrican, none for 13 from 10. They all bowled without any success. So at 116 for 2 after 57 overs, I still think it's even Stevens.
Yes, could very well be at this stage. Some very good bowling by the Barbados Pride team. If there is one criticism, it has to do with their ability to take catches in crucial situations. They have not done well with that. So at tea on day number 1, Harpy Eagles 116 for the loss of 2. We'll take a 20-minute break and we'll be right back.
Yes, well, welcome back to a sunlit Queen's Park Oval here in Port of Spain in the island of Trinidad and Tobago, where we see the players coming back for the last session of day one in this third round match in the CWI West Indies first class cricket tournament. Guyana versus Barbados, the defending champions, on the ropes. They've had two sessions in the field, and of course, the batsman for Guyana, Harpy Eagles, Tejnarain Chandrapal, he's also spent two sessions in the field because at tea, he's not out on 35. Johnson, the captain, who inexplicably charged the Ruston chase 3 balls before tea and was misstumped, he's still there. He's on 1. Guyana 116 for 2 at tea. Indrajit Prasad joins me. Indrajit, how do you sum up the day's play so far, especially the second session?
Sean, it has been a struggle to put runs on the board because, listen, 2 sessions completed so far. Harpy Eagles 116 for the loss of 2. What they have done, they have managed to preserve their wickets because they haven't lost too many wickets. They have just lost the 2 wickets so far. So this simply means when you look at 116, Barbados Pride, they have bowled well. At no time did the batsmen got over the Barbadian bowling. That was good to see. At 1 stay, 116 for 2 with Johnson on 1 and Chandrapal on 35. Listen, the last session, 2 hours of play, 48 runs were scored. That was even worse as far as run scoring is concerned, comparing the first session with 68 runs were scored. 1 wicket fell. 29 overs were sent down. I think at this stage it's even Steven. Barbados has done well. They haven't gone for too many runs. It is left now for the Jaguars to capitalize on this good start. One area of concern, the catching by Barbados. It wasn't good.
Well, Chandrapal has batted, in fact, 2 hours and 40 minutes and faced 172 balls. But the important thing is that he's still there and he can progress to a big score. Johnson has not been in form recently. He's one of the older statesmen in the Guyana side, and a lot will depend on him now to shepherd this Guyana team to a likely 12th title, which is going to be very hard if they don't beat Barbados.
And he's very lucky to stay there at the crease, Leon Johnson. Just prior to tea, Johnson came down the track, missed it. The ball ballooned off the pads of the keeper. It could have been an easy stumping there. So he needs to understand, Leon Johnson, to play a skipper role, play every ball on its merit. That was a lapse in concentration. So in that department, he needs to improve and improve very quickly.
Well, looking in context of these modern-day West Indian batsmen, he averages 32, which is reasonable, but in turns this one down towards fine leg, and that's going to go for 4. So he's now gone to 5 with that shot. Nice little tickle down to fine leg from 10 balls. And with him is Chandrapal, who's not yet faced the ball since the 120 for 2. But if you look at him, that's a reasonable average in contemporary batsmen. For West Indies, I'm talking about, because other batsmen average 50 and 40 and all of those things. But he's only scored 600s and 55 50s in 119 first-class matches. He's played 9 test matches and 6 ODIs. But as you said, the last time he played in a test match was in November 2016. And that's a long time ago. And if he does not have a dominant season, he's not likely to be recalled to the test side. And we've got to start looking for a captain. That's the problem with all aspects of West Indies cricket, the leadership. This is a ball that he's driving sweetly, but poor fielding there, and it's going to go out towards the extra cover boundary for 4. So 2 consecutive boundaries, one to fine leg, the other one to extra cover. But that was poor work there by Braffett, the captain, at the short extra cover position. Went right through him, and Johnson goes now to 9. It's 120 for 2.
Yes, that's very poor fielding. It was struck very hard by Leon Johnson. Braffett, he got there, went down. He didn't get the body behind the ball, and he allowed the batsman to pick up a boundary.
Here is the ball again, sweetly played. This is even glorious more than the last one. Down towards the boundary, consecutive boundary. That was a superb, exquisite, superb shot.
Yes, Sean, it was a fine shot, good timing, great placement, and it left the bat in a hurry. And you look at Leon Johnson there as he stepped into the shot. Everything was correct about it. The angle was good. He moved the right foot forward to the pitch of the delivery. Lovely looking shot.
All the 34-year-old Guyana captain. Maybe today is his day for a return to form.
It's very early. He's just faced 13 deliveries and he is a 9. He will want to return to form.
Yes, Jordan from the commentary box end in steaming heat bowls to Johnson. Johnson turns us the one away out of the pads, out to the long leg position and get a single. So he's quickly into double figures. He's faced 14 balls. Chandrapal is not going to be on strike because Johnson will be on strike. That's the end of the 58th over. He's on 10, Johnson. Chandrapal on 35. Guyana from a position of 116 for 2 at T. They've progressed to 125 for the loss of 2.
Yes, so we have seen 2 boundaries coming in that over, hitting by the left-handed Leon Johnson. And he certainly is looking a much better player than we saw prior to the tea session when he came down the track, missed one, and was mis-stumped. By nature, he's an aggressive batsman. He's going to look to play shots. He's going to look to make shots as well. But you will not like to see him at this time try to force the bowling. There's no need for that. Play every ball on its merit. And I think the track is still good for batting. And with Tejnara and Chandrapal well set, this here is an important partnership, thinking in terms that there's no Vishal Singh to come.
In his early part of his career, Johnson was slightly unfortunate, had to open the batting in South Africa and did well, made 54 in his last match, and then in his debut match was leg before for 6-4, and the replay showed that the ball was missing the stumps. So he's got misfortune, but he's got to get runs consistently, more than he's done in his career so far. You've got to convert more than 600s from 119 first-class matches.
Yes, Sean, I agree with you. And I hope that there will be a turning point for Caribbean batsmen not long from now when they become more consistent. Nobody's asking you to score 100 hundreds, but at least convert at least 50% of those half centuries that you have gotten into hundreds. It's going to be far better. You're spending more times in the crease, and you're going to learn the game better as well.
Johnson is forward, pushes it back along the track. Johnson has got 6-1 scores over 50. He's converted just 6.
Yes, I've seen those statistics. It was kind of painful, though, when he played for the West Indies and had to open the batting in South Africa. That wasn't nice. Leon Johnson didn't open the batting for Guyana.
No, he batted at 3 and 4.
That's right. And I always feel, and many share that belief, opening batsmen are special people.
Yeah.
You just don't pick people and shift them as an opening batsman, especially in Test cricket. You're going to destroy them.
Chase from around the wicket, bowls to Johnson, the Guyana captain who hails from the Community Creek in the Tomeri area. He comes forward, pushes it into the offside, plays most of his cricket. Well, all of his cricket went in Guyana for the Georgetown Cricket Club, similar to the Queen's Park Cricket Club, the leading cricket club in Guyana, and back in the days, one of the elite clubs, the Georgetown Cricket Club. He is actually was the Georgetown Cricket Club captain at one time, but because of his trips to England and so on, he's not made the captain. Forward he comes, pushes it back towards the bowler, and as the 59th over comes to an end, it's 125 for 2. Guyana Harpy Eagles, Chandrapal on 35, 10 to Johnson.
Yes, and Ruston Chase just completing his 11 overs, none for 28, so he's yet to pick up a wicket. 125 for the loss of 2. Very good bowling attack by the Barbados team. I haven't seen Carl Mayers in this Barbados 4-day setup, Sean. He is going with the West Indies, but still Shamar Brooks is here. He's going with them there as well. Shea Hope, the vice captain, is going. He's playing with them here. Have any idea on
No,
Kyle Myers?
I'm not aware what is the position with Kyle Mayers, but I know he's not in this team, and I don't know why. Unlike we know that Hetty Myers said he was unavailable for the West Indies going to Netherlands and Pakistan. Obviously, he'll be unavailable for these 3 matches, but he's gone back now to the IPL. But I don't know what's the reason that Kyle Mayers is not going. Someone maybe can call and explain to us why. What's the reason? Here is Jordan. Bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal covers up and plays it into the onside, and there is no run. So a good day, putting it into context for Guyana, because they have sunned the opposition out, and they've only managed to get 2 wickets. No fault of the bowlers, especially Warrington, because 2 catches have been flowed off him. And also Jordan. Jordan has picked up his maiden first-class wicket. This is his first game at this level. This is a ball that's back of a length. Again, Chandrapal comes across. His bat as broad as the side screen and plays it out into the offside. But when Chandrapal settles in, most likely he'll get at least a 50. But the thing is that he's not got the concentration as is that. If he bats for 5 hours, he would get mentally tired and he would play a rush shot. That's not so with his dad. His dad would bat for 1,000,000 hours. This is a ball that's short and pulled away out towards the long leg position and fielded by Chase, who comes off the boundary. So Chandrapal with number 5 on his back, counter-attacking. And that's good. We saw him do it just after lunch. Maybe he was told he got to rotate the strike more, be more positive. He's 36. Gives his captain back the strike, Johnson, who's on 10, 126 for 2.
Yes, and his pulling has been good. His cover driving has been good whenever he gets hold of them. Many years ago, Sean, I saw young Tej Narain Chandrapal playing for Guyana right here at Queen's Park Oval, and he was facing up to Gabriel. And Gabriel was bowling very quick. The little man went on the back foot, got smacked flush on the helmet. There were splinters all over the face, all over the place. He fell on the pitch. He got up, the physio came out, they had a look at him and so on. In those days, there wasn't anything like the concussion rule. And he stood up, took a while. He was revived, and the very next delivery was a short one, didn't get up the way, he stood on the back foot, and he punched Gabriel through extra cover for 4. It was a delight. He made 45 in that. And I felt at that time, here is a youngster who is going to go on and play for the West Indies team, because we followed him from the youth cricket right on to when he made his debut for Guyana. But since then, he has not really developed at the rate we were expecting.
That was the game when he and Shiv played together.
Yes.
That's the first time that the Guyanese father-son combination played together. It only happened once in West Indies first-class cricket, you know, from a Trinidadian. So Larry Constantine and his son played together in a first-class match. That was way back in the 40s. So the overs completed. Johnson is on 10. Chandrapal is on 36. It's been a marathon knock so far from the little left-hander. And the total is 126 for 2. But Larry Constantine, his father was, I think, 48 when they played together. And then Shiv and Brandon, as we know him in Guyana, Tej Narain Chandrapal, is called Brandon. They played together. And I remember when he played together again at CCC, Chandrapal hit a big 6 out of the ground. You know where the volleyball court is at CCC? Right there. And Shiv went out, said, hit the ball on the ground, Shiv. As if 6s don't play in cricket. It was not a small 6, just landing just beyond the boundary. It was a mighty 6. But that's the mindset of Shiv Narain Chandrapal. Better safe than sorry. As chase continues again, bowls to Chandrapal. That is, in fact, yes, Chandrapal pushes forward and there is no run.
I think we need to check this one out. I was told that, may his soul rest in peace, or Everton Weeks, he was one of the hardest hitter of the cricket ball, and his entire test career.
1-6.
Good.
Yeah.
So which simple mean that he hit the ball flat on the ground and score runs as well.
Yeah.
But I think if you're good enough, you have the strength, you can pick the ball. Why not smash them out of the park?
But Everton Weeks had 5 centuries in a row and got maybe controversially out on 96 in his 6th innings, and he hit the ball predominantly on the ground. But as you said, the times have changed, the bats have gotten heavier, and the batsmen have gotten more attacking. So, and 2020 cricket is maybe the real cause of batsmen looking to hit big shots.
And you're going to see more as 10-10 takes the world by storm.
Here is Chase on his way, bowls, and forward comes Chandrapal, plays it up into the onside. Well, I'm not a big fan of T20 cricket. It's good, it's commercial, it brings the crowd, it's entertaining. But when you play, you close your eyes, we call it a blindy in Guyana, and the ball peels off the edge, the crowd roars. And if you play a classical cover drive to sweep and you get one, they don't want that because it's entertainment, big shots, 6s and 4s. This is steered away towards backward point by Chandrapal, and there's no run, still 126 for the loss of 2.
Well, Sean, Test cricket is for the purists. They will love a fast bowler from the long run. They want to see a bouncer that send the batsman bobbing and weaving. They would like to see a lovely cover drive.
Chase
T20. Yeah, so you go ahead.
Yeah, Chase bowls, and that's played into the onside. The overs completed at the end of it. 60 overs gone. Well, 61 overs gone. It's 126 for the loss of 2. Chandrapal on 35. Johnson on 10. Well, I still like 5th over cricket, even though it's limited and it's white ball. But I could live with 50 over cricket. Remember in the World Cup, the first 2 World Cup, there were 6 overs when one day was first introduced, and they brought it down to 50. I can live with that.
Yes, and the scissors came out since then, trimming 5-day test matches to 60 overs, and then it came to 50 overs, and then we begin to have T20. Now we're having T10. I doubt whether it might ever go shorter than that, but why
You
not?
doubt?
I love test cricket, and I also love the shorter format of the game, 50 overs, T10 and T20. They're thrilling, full of excitement.
Yeah, well, I would like to go as a spectator to watch T20.
You don't want to
cricket.
commentate on them?
Yes, but
Yes.
I would. But that's not my favorite cricket.
Test cricket is your favorite
Yeah.
stuff. Well, there are many that will say the same story like you, Sean.
Jordan is in, bowls to Johnson. Johnson tucks it off his pads out towards Chase at long leg position. And again, the jock trotter single.
Well, they say, Sean, the shorter format of the game in 1972, when it was reduced to 50 overs, they compare it to mini skirts. The shorter, the more exciting.
Well, then it won't be exciting to have a 5 over then. Then you won't leave nothing to your imagination. All right. Here is Chandrapal in strike. 127 for 2 in blazing sunshine here in Port of Spain. And this is a ball that's tucking Chandrapal up. He was looking to play it into the onside with play around the ball. And maybe should have played it up towards mid-off. But he's definitely looking to score more now. He's playing more aggressive shots, more scoring shots.
And I think that is because his foot movement has improved as well. And if you're going to play your shot, the coaches will tell you, well, good coaches should say to you, it's important that your body coordination, that your hand, your eye, and your foot movement are in order for you to be successful. And he's much more busy there. You could see him moving the legs, getting in line of the deliveries. And when you can do that, well, then you'll be able to place the ball where you want them.
And he's got a very good defensive technique, which means he unlikely to be bowled or not easily be bowled. And also, when you have a proper defensive technique, you can always score runs. This is a short ball again and pulled away. They come back for one. They come back for two. No, they decide against it. Good return to the bowler's end. That's a long throw there from Chase at long leg. And they get a single. So good rotation in the strike also, as the total goes up to 128 for two.
And Sean, that was a fine shot by Tejnarain Chandapal. At one stage, you feel that the ball was getting big at him, but then he got it nicely in the meat of the bat, rolling the wrist and keeping it down. That was another fine shot from him. And as his innings begin to lengthen, it begins to bloom as well. And this is good.
So Chandrapal is on 37, Johnson on 11, but batsmen like Chandrapal, like Craig Braffett, they play sedately, they play correctly, but they can't make the money that the other players who play in those franchise leagues, the 2020 leagues, because they are not suited for those conditions. How would you say this has been a disadvantage to them or advantage to long version cricket?
No, I think it's neither a disadvantage nor is it an advantage to them as well. Every single cricketer out there, they have a role to play. They train themselves for that, maybe the mindset in their youthful age. This is how, they approach the game. And this is their limitation as well. So they play within that limitation. I think T20 is cut out for different players, while some players are just cut out for the longer format of the game.
120 for two, but players like Sangakkara, Kohli, you could reel off them, they play all three formats.
And the reason why, because those players understood good batsmanship, how to get off strike. They understand how to manipulate the bowling. Their awareness level is their superpower. They know exactly what the bowler is trying to do, what the captain is trying to do with the field placing, and they manipulate the field as well. They were in a different category. Listen, those guys' name that you call, they were superstars.
Well, David Warner was the opposite. He came from 2020 and developed into a tremendous test cricketer.
And it has to do with the mindset.
Yeah.
Let's say, for example, Tejnarain Chandapal now, he feels he wants to play T20 to make a career out of it. Not only the money, but a career as well. He will have to change his approach to the game. So if they don't want to change their approach, this is how they settle.
That's a good stop, brilliant stop. Lovely straight drive there by Chandrapal. Had some power on it, and a good left-handed stop by Chase as he starts a new over. 132 for two.
Yes, and I think that discussion will continue as we go on over the years as to what players are suited for what game. And I feel that players that can get off strike might very well be suited for any other match, the shorter version of the game.
Chase with a forward short leg in place, bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal is brought forward, pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. Chandrapal kept on 37, 132 for the loss of 2 wickets.
You know, Sean, I always feel that success depends on many things. But most of all, that success depends on you as the individual, what you want to achieve in life, how you're going to go about this. That's one aspect. The second aspect, too, those that you associate yourselves with, those that might be paid to coach you and take you to another level. So it's a whole set of chain link that comes together to make you into the individual that you are. Some players, they will step out from the longer format of the game. They'll go and they practice, like you mentioned, David Warner. Imagine David Warner said, I learned so many things from Shivnarine Chandrapal.
Yes, you wanted to know why Chandrapal would bat for 5 hours.
Right.
After batting 20 minutes in the nets. And Chandrapal told him that if you want to bat 5 hours in a match, you've got to practice batting for 5 hours.
Exactly. So it comes back to how much you want it. Make use of the opportunity that you get. And I always say it happens inside of you, the mindset that we have towards success. And not only in sports, it's everyday life.
Yes, but there's a lot of new shots being played in 2020 cricket, which you don't see in 2 innings cricket. That's a good shot, but straight to the field at backward point. Right, Chandrapal, he remains on 37. It's 132 for the loss of 2.
And Sean, we're seeing all these innovation in ODIs and T20 and T10. And there's a reason for that. The name of that nature is runs. Spectators come there to see ball going over the boundary. They want to see the dancing girls. They want to see the noise coming from one stand spreading to the next. That is one. Secondly,
that's why I said it's commercial, it's for entertainment, and some of the people don't even know what's going on. They come for the fet.
Yes, and while it's commercial, while it's for entertainment, it's a huge money payday for the entertainers as well. There's also a lot of fielding restrictions in those formats that you do not have in the first class format 4 days and 5 days. So if you know you have the 4-6 overs, men will want to go over the top.
And I'll give it to you that there's hardly likely that a 2020 match will end in a boring fashion, because every 2020 match, even if you got 10 to make in the last over, it's exciting.
Certainly.
And another thing, it's the West Indies mandate to manage cricket in the North America. And if you carry test cricket to North America, as they say in Guyana, you suck salt. So that is the type of cricket, the only type of cricket that can make an impact to the American market.
Yes, certainly. And that's true. Cricket West Indies, they have been tasked to develop the game in North America.
Warrington continues, bowls to Johnson. Johnson, a little shimmy down the track and then strokes it out towards Braffett at mid-off. And of course, in that, my brother, who is from America, the man, he said, how can you have a game that's 5 overs, 6 hours a day, 5 days, 6 hours a day, and you still at the end don't have a winner? That's the cricket he was talking about.
That's the nature of the game. You know something, Sean, as I look back at this battle here between the Guyana Harpy Eagles and Barbados Pride, I just beginning to think at what juncture of the game that Craig Braffett actually let up the pressure on the Guyana Jaguars. Why, on the Guyana Harpy Eagles, while they weren't picking up too many wickets, the Eagles weren't scoring freely as well. And I felt he should have maintained that pressure. 3 slips, a gully. He disposed of those things, released the pressure a little, and now you find these batsmen consolidate their position, especially when Imlach was out in the middle. You know, I feel that he wasn't aggressive enough to maintain that pressure.
Well, in defense of that, of the defense of Braffett, there were catches being floored. Warrington should have gotten...
Warrican?
Yeah, Warrican should have gotten Imlach twice. And even Hemraj, they didn't pay for that because he was dropped in the slips on 17. So, but they didn't pay for that. But they didn't also pay much for the dropping of Imlach because he wasted a good start and didn't go on to a big score. But oh my, this is a ball that's hit in the air, rare aggressive shot, and that almost went for 6. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. All of a sudden, Chandrapal charges Warrican and hits him over long off for 1 bounce boundary.
Yeah, Sean, the intention was there. He didn't get it the way he wanted it because mid-on and mid-off were both in. So he had the opportunity to come and go over the top.
Yeah, low-risk shot.
Yes.
So he's gone into the 40s, he's 41. But it's good to see Chandrapal looking to be aggressive.
Yes, and if you were in the law courts arguing for Craig Braffett there, I think the prosecutor would have said to you, Sean, that's the reason why there were drop catches in the slips, maintain the attacking position, another 1 or 2 will be coming your way. But I feel he just let loose of that little thought in those areas where you're dominating. And not only Craig Braffett, we have seen across the region, I think our skippers are not aggressive enough. More from Sean, and you'll be joined by John Ramsey.
I was on Andrew Mason's program the other night. We're talking about the retirement of Pollard from international cricket, which means that he wouldn't be captain of the white ball teams anymore. And I said to Andrew, we have a crisis of leadership in the Caribbean, especially in various aspects, but especially in cricket. We are not grooming young captains to take over from those incumbent. And that's the case even with Guyana. We've not had no concerted measure to groom a captain. Kimo Paul is now the vice captain of Guyana. And when Leon goes, I'm hopeful that he doesn't go quickly, but he's got to make runs. When does Leon go? Who would be the full-time captain of Guyana? We are not grooming any young person. So the current run rate still 2.14 on the low side, but a good partnership here needs to be built. And the Guyanese have only lost 2 wickets. Reefer comes back. He's bowled, gotten 1 for 9. But those figures are slightly flattering. 1 for 9 from 6 overs because of the method that the Guyanese batsmen have been employing. 137 for 2. Chandra Paul on 41. He's looked up the tempo recently. Johnson has played 2 glorious shots in 1 over. 16 years. But this is a situation where you need to preserve your wickets and have good shot selection. Nobody wants you to go and blast the ball away. You just pick the good balls, defend them, and make use of the bad balls. Rotate the strike. You force the bowler to bowl to different batsmen. That's batsmanship. That's building partnerships. And eventually, if a partnership grows, the fielding side would, like Inderjeet said, go on the defensive. Good afternoon to you, John.
Hi, good
Lansing.
afternoon, Sean, and quite a mouthful there, but let's go to Leon Johnson first. Sometimes he bats with too much of pressure on himself, pressure of wanting to do well, and that's a good thing when you have a form on your side, but it works against you when you're struggling.
Nice shot again, turned away into the onside. I believe Leon works too hard, and that might be strange to say, but if you overwork, it's just as bad as doing no work. And Johnson is a perfectionist. He wants to do everything in the correct, approved fashion. Maybe that's a culture coming out of GCC where they tell you you've got to have sound technique, you've got to be impeccable in your defense, and so on. But I believe that Leon's problem is his mind or his work ethic. He wants to do this so badly that he ends up putting a lot of pressure on himself.
Yeah, and it's very evident. Even when we look at him in the last game they played in Guyana, we can see that he was really looking to get runs. He wanted to spend some time at the crease. And every time that he would have played a shot, he's gesticulating 2 or 3 more because he says, perhaps saying to himself, this is my second option, this is my third. And these are things that we see that Leon Johnson has been doing. I remember in Guyana, perhaps he was given out, had a bad or a little bit harsh decision, and he felt it because he wanted time in the middle as well, not necessarily runs only, but he wanted to battle long for himself.
Refer from the far end, bowls to Johnson. Johnson is steering it away out towards the backward point, and there is no run. He's kept on 16, 41 to Chandra Paul. He's played a marathon innings so far, batted the entire first and second session, and he's still not out here. 137 for 2.
Yeah, and then let's go to the second thing that you mentioned of major significance is the leadership crisis that we're in the Caribbean. Let's look at on a local context back home in Guyana. Many of our players that are in the national setup are not necessarily given leadership at their respective clubs. And that is where it all starts because
Loose shot again by Johnson. Just played at it cordially. No movement of the right foot across, and just played at the ball, and it went by to be taken by the keeper. Lack of concentration, maybe?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah, because it was a ball that he should have allowed to go by rather than playing at it. It was very wide outside the off stump from Reefer, and Reefer would come back and mix it up, and he's been off the ball for a while, Reefer, in terms of his work today. So he's a bit fresh. I will definitely be looking to get that breakthrough. He played at GCC while he was in Guyana, Raymond Reefer, alongside Leon Johnson. So they're club mates as well as national, well, back then, franchise teammates. So they probably know each other a little bit more than many. And because of that, Reefer coming back now with this burst, this spell, looking for a wicket. But I was saying, The crisis, like I mentioned, is because a lot of these players are not getting the opportunity at their club level. And remember, if the club structure is not strong, then it cannot filter up.
Yes, well, I quite agree with you with that. The club structure has to be a lot stronger, and we don't see the older players at club level playing alongside the younger ones. Here's a ball that's pushed into the offside. Nice, easy shot from Chandra Paul. He goes more and more into the 40s. He's now 42. It's 138 for 2. So Johnson will come back into strike. But in the old days, well, not the old days, recently, there were, not recently, but back
Not
in
too
the
distant
days. Yeah,
past.
not in the too distant past. There were former players who would play second division and be at practice with the first division players who were young, and they would learn from them. That's not happening now in most of the countries, especially Guyana, because those players, for one reason or the other, have moved away from the country or moved away from cricket. Here is Warrakan. Left arm orthodox spin over the wicket and pushed into the onside by Johnson, and there is no run.
I like to look at it in a practical sense, where it says the blind leading the blind, because everybody, if there's no leadership, that experienced players that you're speaking of, if they're not there to groom the next level, then it's like headless chickens just running around.
And especially in Guyana's structure, you don't find a lot of old people or older people. It's almost the same level playing first division cricket. Under 19 players now have to play first division cricket because there's not more other players who have the quality. They're all gone. Even the players who can still play first division cricket, most of them are playing league cricket in the United States and living there. Ball that's on the line of the off stump, and Johnson pushes it back towards Warrakan. Another tight over completed. He's now had 12 overs, none for 19, and Johnson remains on 16, 42 to Chandrapal, and Guyana Harpy Eagles from a position of 116 for 2 at T. They've not lost any wickets yet. They're now 138 for 2.
And that scoring rate was not allowed to go very high at all.
It never reached 3.
Right, so because of the good controlled bowling and then the manner in which the Guyana Harpy Eagles batsmen have approached the game, it was not allowed to go very much past 2.2 maybe. So that is really something remarkable for the Barbados Pride. Despite not picking up the wickets, they're not leaking runs as well.
And even if you bat long, these days, especially Guyana again, batsmen don't make hundreds regularly. If one batsman makes 100, then he makes 100. Then another day, another batsman makes 100. The one that makes 100 fails. But in the olden days, that's down the leg side. They go for a bye as Dowridge chases the ball. It's 139 now for 2. And Chandrapal remains on 42. Johnson remains on 16. The run goes up by 1, the bye. But in days of the past, you found that there was a lot of hundreds being scored together. The last time, Guyana had 3 batsmen that scored 100 runs. Make a guess who's when. 1998 against Trinidad at Enmore, when Hooper, Lambert, and Chandrapal got hundreds. That since 1998 has never happened again for Guyana. So technology has increased. So why hasn't the standard increased along with technology? You've gotten the videos, the analysts. Back in the days, West Indies team didn't have analysts. They used to depend on Malcolm Marshall as their computer.
Then the coaching staff was just maybe one manager, one coach. Not a coaching staff perhaps is bigger than the actual cricketing squad. Or that management squad, if you want to say.
Refer from the far end, bowls, and pushes the ball into the onside and into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, that mental capacity is very weak in many of our players, Sean, and that is where it all breaks down.
Of the modern batsmen, since they came up from under 16 days, Craig Braffett has gotten hundreds at every level he's played. He's gotten hundreds for his club at under 19 senior all levels. He's the most consistent batsman in this West Indies team to make hundreds at every level he's played. And a lot of hundreds. Down the leg side again. And there's no run as Johnson looking to flick and missed. So that tells you the mentality of certain batsmen, the consistency level. He understands batting long because the way he bats, if he makes 100, he's got to bat long. So from young, he learned to make batting a long exercise, and when you bat long, you would score runs.
Well, Chandler Paul has been batting for a long time. He's now on to 42. And in his first class career, we mentioned all day, just 200s to go with 1050s.
He's forward again, pushes it into the outside. It maybe now he can break that and get his third 100. And Johnson can get his seventh, his seventh first class 100. He's got 55. Imagine you've got 55 50s in 119 matches, and you only got 600s.
Very poor conversion rate.
But then he would say his average is 32. That's comparable with most of the West Indian batsmen now.
Yeah, which we see that those averages are under 25.
Yeah. That's a ball that's trying to drive Johnson. Didn't time it too well. A cracking song as the leather kissed willow. Hit the bottom of the bat, and the over has been completed. 139 for 2. Leon Johnson on 16. Chandrapal on 46.
A nice little partnership developing with Chandrapal and his captain Leon Johnson. 25 runs so far. Remember, they got together when Tevin Imlach got to 53 and was caught at second slip. And since then, they've been working together, Chandrapal and Johnson. But there's a lot of work to be done because this pitch is just as flat as it can get now. And if Barbados Pride should get an opportunity to bat, they'll be doing the same thing, batting long and perhaps at a faster rate. You never know, but I think the way the pitch is flattened out now, it's just tailor-made for batting.
Well, both teams go trying to win matches, but the onus is now more on Guyana to win this match, to stay in the line for the title. Barbados can lose, and they still have a great chance of winning the title, depending on the other matches. If they beat the other two teams, they'll certainly win the title, even if they lose this. So Guyana has to try not only to bat long. Batting long is important because when you bat long, you delete the possibility of losing. But then you have to bat long and make a big score and try to bowl out the other team twice.
Yeah. With this start that the Harpy Eagles have, it would be good for them to get at least 300 runs.
Another loose shot there from Chandrapal. Going down the track, and that's not his game. That's out of character. Looking to hit the ball in the air, mistiming it, and falling just short of just behind the fielder who's running back from mid-off. If they put the pressure on him now and push this man back to long off, would he play that shot again?
I doubt it, but what he should be doing if that happen, should be pushing it down the ground for one, where it's always a single.
Much better defensively. And maybe because he's not his dad, he can't concentrate as much. Few people can concentrate as long as Shivnarayan Chandrapal. And you don't want to put yourself into a mold where you bat too long and get burned out mentally and out yourself with loose shots.
Yeah. Well, at this start he has here now, he's just faces 200 delivery. So this is a really good start for him despite not getting a lot of runs. He's batted time and should not want to give his wicket away.
And he's forward in defense, bat and pat close together, textbook style, plays it out towards cover. Another over from Warren comes to an end. He's bowled 13 overs now, none for 21. And Johnson is on 16. He'll face the new over. Chandrapal is on 44 from 201 balls. He batted at 2 hours and 40 minutes plus what he batted now. So that's a lot of time.
2 hours in the first session, 2 hours in the second session. That's 4 hours already,
Yeah.
and 45 minutes now. So it's 2 hours, 4 hours and 45
Yeah.
minutes. That's a lot of time for just 44 runs.
Yeah, but the main fact is still there.
Still there,
Yeah.
right? But like I said, with this start that the Harpy Eagles have 140, 1 for 2, they should at least want to get 300, 350.
They need to get a lot more than that because of the time they're batting to give themselves a chance of bowling out Barbados twice. Because batsmen save matches, bowlers win them.
Yeah, so you need to give your bowlers a lot of time and a lot of cushion in terms of a lot of runs
And
to bowl out the opposition twice.
They might be thinking to bat once.
That should be the game plan. But that formidable Barbados batting lineup will not want to be bowled out twice, especially on a feather bed like this at the Queen's Park Oval.
Well, you never know. Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties.
Very much so.
But it's unlikely that this Barbados side would fall for low scores twice in one match.
We just said it, Sean. Cricket's a game of
Yeah.
glorious uncertainties.
Rifa, who played most of his initial first-class career for Guyana, bowls to Johnson. Johnson pushes it into the offside and into the onside and doesn't get a single. Johnson was Rifa's captain for most of the period that the franchise tournament was held.
And then, of course, because of the work that Rifa put in with the Guyana franchise, it allowed him to get into the West Indies side as well. He went on to play one test match, so he's a test player, Raymond Rifa, and he would have gotten into that test side because of what he did with the Jaguars at that time.
In he comes, bowls to Johnson. Johnson is driving out towards cover, and there is no run. Lots of West Indian players in the Barbados side. I think 5 players with international experience in the Guyana side. Well, 4 now because Vishal Singh, who played a couple of test matches, he's unwell. And that's a big blow for Guyana, especially in terms of their batting. Here is Rifa, bright sunshine, bowls to Johnson. Johnson is working this one off his pads out towards the deep mid-wicket position. And there is just the single. Warrican comes in, fires the return to Dowridge. And the total going up to 142 for 2. Johnson on 17.
So you're just mentioning 3 centurions in one 4-day first-class game, right, Sean?
Mm-hmm.
So news coming out of Guyana is that at the start of the senior women's intercounty tournament, at that match being played at Providence today, Essequibo women against Berbice women. Berbice women batted first. And I'll tell you the total after this delivery.
Rifa, as the sun goes behind the clouds, no threat of rain, bowls a short ball. That was too short. And Chandrapal getting under it.
So after 50 overs, Berbice batting first, 519 for 3 in a 50 overs game. 519 for 3. Marian Samaru, the opening batter, 1. The other opening batter, Katana Mentor, 159. Captain Shabika Gajnabi, 129. And Shanita Grimman, 101.
Right,
Not
so
out.
3 batters making hundreds there. But you've got to put that in context. The quality of the Essequibo side, they're young players. They're mostly under 19. So records are records, but you've got to take records into context.
Yeah.
Here is Rifa. Bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal drives nicely, but not exactly into the gap. It was fielded by the fielder coming across to his left from wide mid-off. He got the single, he kept the strike, and he goes now to 45, and the total is up to 143 for 2. As the physio, who's had a hard day at the office, she's running back and forth. She begins to come out again, and then decides, no, it's nothing urgent. I'll go back. The 12th one could deal with this.
Yeah, just a towel that Leon Johnson and Tejan and Chandrapal wanted, and a drink as well. So the 12th man, Kevin Sinclair, can handle that. Yeah, 519 for three, and the other batter to get some runs, Sherika Campbell, 43 not out. So that was some amount of batting. And when
that
they,
is certainly an intercounty record.
yeah,
The last time the team that made 30, that was also a record at senior intercounty level.
yeah, now in fifth,
Essequibo.
and this is a 50 overs game,
Yeah.
and Esukebo 38 all out, 38 all out, highest contributor being extras with 10, so no batter getting into double figures, and the Vikan Narayan 5, Varuni Pitambar 8, Rhonda Jones, in fact, 8. So no other person really getting into double.
Who got the wickets? Militon?
So in terms of wickets, Irva Giddings, 2 wickets. Tremaine Smart, none for 7 from 5 overs. Shabika Gajnabi, 3 wickets for 2 runs from 3 overs. Sherika Campbell, 2 wickets for 9 runs. Shanita Grayman, 1 wicket for 1 run. Ashwini Munisar, 1 wicket for 2 runs.
So Militon was
Millington
rested.
was rested.
Okay. Yeah, she was the player of the 2020 series, the intercounty, the senior intercounty. She's a dead sure, as we say, automatic pick for Guyana. So Barbados cricket, women's cricket is so strong that they can rest a few players and expose the new ones to the selectors. And they still win. Because Barbados structure for women's cricket, they have 4 teams that play women's cricket. They have women that play with the men at second division level, on the 19 level, and of course, in the case of Chimin Smart, she plays at 4th division level with the men sometimes when she just came back from the West Indies team. Braffett is bowling now, a new bowler, trying something different. 143 for 2. And once a captain begins to change his bowlers in a 4-day game and comes on as just an optional bowler or a part-time bowler, it shows that the batting side is getting the upper hand.
Yeah, most time. But then Craig Braffett has a 5-wicket haul as well at test level.
Yes, but Sarwan has a 5-wicket haul at regional level too in a 1-day match.
Yeah, so he's a good bowler, Craig Braffett. So it's a good bowling option. But to take your point that indeed the batting side has really gotten under the skins of the bowling side.
Braffett now be level on his back and bowls. That's a beautiful ball turned away, and he is convinced that the ball found the edge. Not so his umpire Tuckett. He says no, and he's the man in charge, the man that makes the decision.
Yeah, so that ball clearly was missing the outside edge of the bat as Chandapal stretched forward. It was the wicketkeeper and Shane Dowridge that went up, but caused Braffett to go up in elation as well. But clearly, no edge found.
Braffett bowls to Chandrapal. Chandrapal hustling for the first run. Will come back for the second and will make it 2. He just turns it into the vacant gap. The man had to run all the way to his left from the backward square to short fine leg. And Chandrapal gets a second, so he goes now to 47, closer and closer to his 50. 145 for 2. Johnson is kept on 17, and more from Inderjeet afterwards from John Ram Singh.
Yeah, so it's good to see that despite the weather back home in Guyana, that inter-county women's game was played at the National Stadium at Providence, and that is the first of the 50 overs segment of the senior women's inter-county tournament, and Esquivo losing the opening encounter badly to Berbice, and the next game will be Demerara against the Select 11, and that game should be played tomorrow as well at the same venue. But 481 run victory for Berbice. That was a mauling. That perhaps would have been good to watch there in the JIT.
Yes, John and our youthful commentary panel of Clyde Butts and Matthew Kissoon would have had a field day in the commentary box calling that game. Here at Queen's Park Oval, we're watching Rifa bowling to the left-handed Leon Johnson. He turns it away down towards the backward square and will scamper and return for the second run. Good-looking shot. Johnson picking up 2 more. So it's a good battle going on out in the middle there. Captain Craig Braffett, John, looking for another wicket, and these two are looking to press home what little advantage they have at the moment.
Yes, and the partnership between Johnson and Chanapal extended now to 33. So Guyana Harpy Eagles getting the little partnerships. They got 20 for the opening wicket, 94 for the second wicket, and now 33. These are really good signs, you'd say, for the batting team. And they really want to bat long, get a lot of runs, and perhaps bowl the opposition out twice.
Reefer once again to Johnson. That's a good delivery by Raymond Reefer, right on target. And Johnson stepping out, playing defensively down towards short cover. There is no run. The score is kept in 147 for the loss of 2. I've heard a lot of people said that bowlers win matches for you, batsmen save matches for you. Do you believe that?
Yeah, well, when you really look at it and you really have a really close look at it, yes, you can look at it and make that kind of conclusion.
Reefer tries once again. And this is a good, lovely straight drive by Leon Johnson. And this kisses the ground from the time it left the bat. And it scoots away down behind the bowler for 4. That's a lovely looking shot. And Johnson is going to feel happy as the 150 come up for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
What a way to bring up the 150 with a straight drive from the captain himself. I would like to pretend that I did not see that shot, or I can see more of it from Leon Johnson. That was a good shot to a ball that was pitched up. And Johnson just drove beautifully all along the ground, and this outfield is quick.
Yes, that will certainly hurt Reefer as he tries once again. Good delivery, defending Johnson, playing it away down towards backward point, and there is no run. What happens in a scenario where a team declares and asks the opposition to score 150? Do bowlers still win matches there, or do batsmen win matches there?
So if they have to get 150, it means that the bowlers have to defend that 150.
No, the batsmen have to get the 150 to win. A team declares and leave the batting side 150 to win. For the batting side, the batsmen have to get the runs. For the opposition, the bowlers will have to get it. So we need to see it either way. I think that's an old adage that has been used over time. At the end of the day, both have their roles to play. I say this to you because I heard a nice discussion between yourself and Sean, West Indies cricket in those glorious years and so on that we have. I think, the journalists around the Caribbean, if you're going to compare what's happening now and then, we need to focus and see how many times did that strong West Indian batting lineup, we all love, how many times did they get past 350 and reach 400 in Test cricket that they won? It was the bowlers, right, that came and won matches for them. But not all the times. You have to see it both ways. So while we've been looking at our batsmen today, comparing them with those in the past at the Test level, it will be lovely to see how many times that great West Indian batting team scored above 300, 350, 400 in Test cricket. There were many times when they were bowled out for 250, 280, 290, 300, and our bowlers came and win the game for them as well. So we need to look at everything in that context too. My point is, having said all of that, maybe trash as well, is that we need to have fast bowlers to win cricket for the West Indies team. And at the demise of that art of fast bowling, everybody begins to beat us. Nobody's comfortable against fast bowling. You call all the big names in this world. None of them, the greatest they are, they will tell you fast bowling is never easy to handle.
Yes, nobody wants to be hurt really, and wants to leave a damaged part of their body and so on. Yeah, but our bowlers have been doing it over the years. Like the conclusion that has been drawn, the bowlers will win matches, what we're saying perhaps more often than a batter would do.
That's right. That's right.
The batsman will have to graft sometimes, bat an entire day to save a match as well.
Yes. So Craig Braffett continues to bowl to the left-handed Tejnarang Chandapal, and he gets a good delivery there. It was popped in the air, but off the pitch as well to the bowler himself. He collects, and there is no run. And I think, fast bowling is so important to our cricket down here in the West Indies. than maybe any other nation in the world, because it was those guys with tremendous slip catches as well. You know, today when you look at catches being flowed all over the place, and you remember the likes of Viv Richards, Clive Lloyd, Alvin Kalicharan in the slip there, nothing will get past those fellas. The fielding was so brilliant. Their anticipation level of where the ball was going enabled them to move in that direction. Oh, they were so brilliant. He's coming forward, gets a good delivery. Tight bowling here from Craig Braffett. He's looking for this breakthrough. He's not getting it. Sometimes it can be frustrating as well, John.
Yes, and with 72nd, with the 72nd over in progress now, Barbados Pride perhaps will look into the second new ball, because this one not giving them a lot of promise. Craig Braffett bowling now, just some doublers, some lollipop bowling like Jeffrey Boycott would say, and the seamers perhaps getting a rest. Maybe they want to use the second new ball before the day is over, pick up a wicket or two, because at the moment, this ball, the first ball that they started with, not anything happening with it. And the game has evolved so much in the JIT, and if you look at what's happening with T20 especially, and what's happening in the IPL, I said one team got 210 this morning without any loss. This is a good shot from Chandapal. We get some runs. And he's going to come back for two into the vacant mid-wicket region. They feel that the backward square had to come around to do the fielding, but Chandapal moves on to 49. If you look at what was happening this morning in the IPL, in the JIT, one team got 210 without losing a wicket. One batsman 140, that's Quinton de Kock. KL Rahul, the captain, 68. And 210 as the over is completed, and the Harpy Eagles will take a drinks break. In fact, it's a drinks break here at the Queen's Park Oval. 72 overs gone. 153 for the loss of 2. Chandapal will take some refreshments with his score on 49 from 215 deliveries. Leon Johnson, 23 from 55. Partnership of 39 so far. Let's get back to what I'm saying. So, 210 in the T20 game. You find that to be more often than not a winning total quite comfortably. But look at a run chase this morning from the Kolkata Knight Riders. 208. 208 for the loss of 8. So they just fell short by 2 runs. So 210 in a T20 game is not safe anymore.
Can never ever be safe. That is one, John, and you rightly pointed out to me this morning. Listen, if a team needs 25 in the last over, there is a belief that we can go in there and get that 25. That is what makes it so exciting. Right on to the final ball. Not boring at all.
Not at all. Within the G, this game is setting up nicely for, well, today's play especially. Heading down towards the final hour of play on day number 1 now. After 3 months, we're back into first-class cricket, but the Guyana Harpy Eagles, won the toss this morning and opting to bat. Johnson himself, captain, is on to 23, and Tej Chandapal on 39. This is really a good batting effort from the Harpy Eagles.
And 37 runs scored after the tea session here. 153 for the loss of 2. They went in at tea and 116 for 2. And the good thing for the Jaguars, for the Harpy Eagles, they haven't lost a wicket in this first hour. So Johnson and Tej Chandapal, they have consolidated their partnership very nicely indeed. And this must be frustrating for Barbados. Let me remind you, wherever you are watching, you're listening, to tell you that the Guyana Harpy Eagles won the toss this morning and decided to bat first. Hemraj was caught at the wicket of Reefer for 19. It was 20 for the loss of 1. And at lunch, 68 for 1 with Tej Chandapal on 11, Tevin Imlak on 32. 28 overs sent down in that session. And at tea, it was 116 for 2, having lost the wicket of Imlak. In that period, he was caught by Shamar Brooks in the slip of the bowling of Jordan. For a fine half century, he made 53. It was 114 for 2, ending a 94-run partnership between himself and Tej Chandapal. And the first hour after tea, they have reached 116 for 2 with Leon Johnson on 23. Chandapal is on 49. He's 1 away from a half century. It has been a long innings for him. He has faced 215 deliveries so far, and in the context of the game, he will feel comfortable that I've played my role. This is my role in the team. I've preserved my wicket, and because of that, we can reach 153 for 2.
And just to bring you up to date with what's happening in the other, one of the other matches in the round, Jamaica Scorpions against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The Volcanoes are bowled out for 137 in just 51.1 overs, and in reply, Jamaica Scorpions 55 without loss so far. John Campbell is on 33 and Leroy Logg on 20. So 137 all out, and a strong reply so far, 55 without loss in the Windward Islands Volcanoes innings. The top score of 50 and even 50 from Kieran Kotoy, and bowling for Jamaica Scorpions, Nicholson Gordon 4 wickets for 43 runs. Marquino Minley 5 for 20. So 137 all out, 55 without loss to reply.
That's a very strong reply to that 137. The Volcanoes, they're going to feel pretty disappointed with their batting performance, and they are staring there at very, very difficult situation.
And in the other match, that has been played right not too far from where we are at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, the Leeward Islands still batting, and they're in a good position, 244 for the loss of 4 wickets. Monson Hodge went without scoring. Casey Carty 31, Devon Thomas 12, Amir Django 58, Terence Ward is on 13 not out, and with him Kieran Powell 125 and not out.
Congratulations to him for scoring that 100. And at this stage, 200 and how much you say, John?
244 for the loss of 4.
They're scoring at a very healthy run rate there, the Leeward Islands. So when they get runs, they get them quickly.
That's generally how they score.
Yes. So it's looked like Jonathan Carter has been reintroduced into the bowling. Yes, is it Carter? Yes, it is Jonathan Carter. And he'll be bowling to Leon Johnson as Guyana puts up passive resistance against everything Barbados has thrown at them. And look at Leon Johnson. That ball was like about 3 feet wide outside the line of the off stump, and he went after it, just flirting there with danger, and it went by into the gloves of the keeper. You don't want to play that kind of shot, Leon Johnson.
As a captain, you want to lead by example, and if that's the type of shot you're going to be playing, what will you tell the rest of your batting lineup to do?
Yes, you need to set the example out in the middle. This time he's showing good discipline. Judging the line, judging the length, and allow it to go by into the gloves of the keeper. Do you think, John, that Craig Braffett missed a little trick earlier on? Maybe could have rotated his fast bowlers a little bit more, and at the same time maintain the attacking feel that he started with. Yes, a few catches went to begging, but you have them in those positions just in case he could have added to the pressure of the Guyanese.
I felt this morning when Jamel Warrican was settling in from the media center, and he should have rotated the bowlers a bit more at the southern end of the ground, the Brian Lara Pavilion end, but that did not happen. And then when he actually started to rotate the bowler, with Harding and Jordan getting some pace, I felt it was a bit too late by then because the batsmen were settled in nicely.
Something has to be wrong here for Leon Johnson's concentration. Just after the water break, for the second time in this over, that ball was short, no need to play at it at all, and there was the bat hanging outside the line of the off stump as though, someone is just putting out clothes on the line to dry. Luckily for him, he didn't get the edge. He lives to survive. Leon Johnson just losing his concentration for a moment. And this time he's driving back on the offside, down through mid-off, beats the leaping hand of the bowler and down to the boundary for 4, Leon Johnson. So he's fighting here with good sound aggression. He gets the boundary, 157 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, that's a much better shot. He was more purposeful, very positive in that stroke play. Hit the back past the bowler. And that's what you need to do sometimes. Not necessarily to play rash shots, but play the shot on its merit.
And this time, short of a good length again, and Johnson turned it down towards short mid-wicket. Cannot score at the end of the over. The Guyana Harpy Eagles 157 for the loss of 2. Chander Paul is on 49. Johnson is on 27.
Nice partnership, like I said, 43 runs now. And Chander Paul will have strike at the start of the new over. No, in fact, it's going to, yes, he will have strike at the start of the new over. And he's just one short of 10th first class half century. And if he gets there, that'll be very good for him. He's battled a long time. Maybe the only thing we may want to have a little bit of a concern with is the strike rate and the strike rotation from the young man. But with the axe hanging over his head, he's battled a long time, and now getting some runs. This is going to be a good knock for him.
Yes, a mixture of sound defense and moments of aggression as well. And he's off the back foot this time. He's going to get the single down towards cover. That's his 11th half century at first class level. And the 25-year-old just lifts the bat. And I'm sure he's going to be given a touch or a hug from his skipper. He has gotten to his half century. Tejnarine Chanderpaul. John, in the circumstances, well played.
Yes, and you can see a sigh of relief from him. He had a big sigh. And then a smile eventually as he went down to be greeted by his captain. 11th first class half century, well played. He had to wait 8 matches. He went 7 without a half century. The last half century was at Providence in the 2020 season against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force when he got 68 in the first innings around January 22nd. So it was a long time waiting for Chanderpaul, but he eventually got there, and it's really good from him.
And now he's cutting one and bisecting the slip on the gully down towards the third man boundary for 4. And this is Leon Johnson. With that boundary, Leon Johnson will move on to 31. And that will take the score now out of 162 for the loss of 2. That was a good looking shot by Leon Johnson.
Yeah, nice shot. The ball was outside the off stump, so the shot was on. It just opened the face of the bat and allowed it to go down because Bradford bowling a little bit quick as well as an off spinner, and it was a safe shot because no fielder was in that area, that third man region, and he got the boundary that he was looking for.
Yes, and getting back to Tejnarine Chanderpaul, John, maybe just after this delivery from Joe Mello, in fact it's Craig Braffett, good delivery, and defending is Johnson. Tejnarine Chanderpaul, maybe he was threatened, you need to come good, guy, or else we have people in the team to replace you. He responded with 165 in the trials. He has come here and scored a half century. I think somebody should say the same thing to Chanderpaul Hemraj.
Oh yes, most definitely. And like I said, the axe was hanging over his head. Maybe what the lead selector back home in Guyana would have said really did something to Chanderpaul to motivate him and to make him a bit more determined for some runs, and it has helped.
And this is a cheeky single right under the eyes of the fielder coming in from forward square. Good running between the wicket, and Johnson with the single. He will certainly move on to 32. The score 162 for the loss of 2 as we come down towards the closing stages of day number 1. Always competitive when Guyana and Barbados play. And he's getting a good delivery right on target, bowled by Braffett. You have to be careful against him because sometimes these part-time bowlers come in and they'll get you the breakthrough. The over has ended 163 for the loss of 2. Tejnarine Chanderpaul on 50, 216 balls. Johnson 32.
Yes, nice half century from Tejnarine Chanderpaul. They're 11th at this first class level that we keep saying. What we need for him as a young West Indian opening batsman to just go on. 3 centuries to go with that. Not good just so far for him. 25 years old. He's been playing at this first class level since 2013. So it's been a long time at this level. You need to show that you have made that transition now and you're ready for internationals. Be more consistent, and now that you have a start, make it count.
Outside the line of the off stump. No pressure here on Leon Johnson. As the ball goes by into the gloves of the keeper. And we're seeing there 3 slips. We also have a backward point. there's an extra cover, and there's also mid-on. I feel here there's something that is telling Jonathan Carter and Craig Braffett that Leon Johnson just lapses a little bit in his concentration, and he's most vulnerable at this point in his batting. That's a good delivery. And while Johnson is playing defensively there, he still gives you the feeling that he wasn't confident as to what the ball was going to do.
Not too sure at all, but having played first-class cricket for the number of years that Leon Johnson has played first-class cricket, he perhaps would have seen it all.
Yes, I do agree with you. He's a very compact batsman. He's stylish as well. And when he is unsung, he's good to watch. Leon Johnson has a good cricket brain, Leon Johnson. And over the years, he has proven that. And because that, he was given a national award as skipper of the Guyana Jaguars for 5 consecutive victories. Don't you think the entire team should have been recognized as well, John?
The players were rotated. Not the same. It was not 11 players that did that right through the tournament.
Yes, so it was very difficult for that to happen. But they give the skipper because of his brilliant leadership.
Yes, he was consistent.
Yes, so that's a good delivery as well. And there is no run. So Jonathan Carter goes back to the top of his mark. Carter so far none for 17 from 10 overs. He's in his 11th over so far. Good solid defensive shot by Leon Johnson. Plays down towards extra cover and once again cannot score. He should not mind that at all. He can make up with that as his innings progress, and there is no need to rush the bowling at this hour, to hurry it into anything. The more you frustrate Barbados out in the middle, the more runs are definitely going to come. So I think in the circumstances, it's a fine partnership building between these two. This is cut away once again, wide outside the line of the off stump, throwing the bat at it, gets it all along the ground, down towards backward point, did not pierce the field. The over has ended. Guyana Harpy Eagles 163 for 2 with Chandapol on 50, Johnson 32.
Just 5 overs away from the second new ball, and I think with Craig Braffett and Jonathan Carter in operation at this time, the second new ball may be taken as soon as it becomes available. And we may see Akeem Jordan and Keon Harding sharing that new ball, maybe Raymond Reefer as well. But if that is the plan and they're keeping their seamers a bit fresh for that last burst on the number 1, that may be a good plan, because this ball as it is now, not a lot in it for the Barbados Pride bowlers. And Johnson and Tajan Wright Chanapal settled in nicely, so may want to have something different before the day's play is ended.
Yes, and if the truth be told, that the spinners have been ineffective so far bowling against the Guyana Harpy Eagles team. This is forced away down towards cover, and they'll get this single. So I will agree with you, John. I think as soon as they reach that point, we're in 75.1 overs. As soon as they reach, is it 80 overs, right? The new ball can be taken, and that might very well be taken. Now we're having the two having a little mid-pitch discussion.
Yeah, I think they're looking at the running, because some of the players on the offside, the fielders, are getting in closer. So the cheeky singles, they may want to eliminate those singles. In the last over, you called Craig Braffett a part-time bowler in the G. I understand what you're saying, but he may not agree, because his bowling stats says that he has 25 wickets at the test level, including that 6 for 29.
Tell me, how many test matches has he played? Down comes Johnson and hits this away over the mid-wicket area and down to the boundary for 4. Good full-blooded shot. This time no edge. Came down, reached it, and smacked it away for a boundary.
Yeah, Johnson there getting to the pitch with good use of his feet and making Braffett look like the part-time bowler, like you're calling him indeed. And that was easy as 1, 2, 3 for Leon Johnson. But that's something that we need to see again. Batsmen using their feet to get to the pitch of the deliveries to the spinners. It's happening in limited overs cricket at the IPL. I'm telling you, batsmen are walking into the faster bowlers.
Yes, Johnson is slapping this one down to the field on the extra cover boundary, and he will take another single. So one more to the score. Yes, you're so right about that. Whether you come fast, whether you come slow, runs is the thing that they're looking for. And how they're going to score it, whether they hit it over the keeper's head, whether they reverse sweep, whether they switch hit. Down he comes and drive. That was heading towards the boundary, but knocked down by the bowler. Was it a drop catch?
I think so. It looks that way from my vantage point, and look at the reaction as well from the fielders, especially wicketkeeper Shane Dowrich, as that ball was played back. Full-blooded drive to the bowler, and he could not hold on. One-handed he went. So that's another chance going down for the Barbados Pride. So that was Chandapal being floored on 51, but he's now on 52. So riding his luck, and he not like what Tevin Imlak did, got to 53 and then give it away. Chandapal, he's dogged, has a start, getting towards the end of the first day's play. He may want to take a fresh guard and come back again.
Yeah, so what we've had, 4 drop catches and a miss stumping in the field by Barbados Pride.
So far, yes.
And not good enough, despite there was a valiant effort made by their skipper to come off with a catch. It was low, it was going down, he had to adjust, the ball went into the hand and out again. So he lives to survive, Leon Johnson. Tej Narayan Chandapal, 170 for the loss of 2. He's on 52. And he has been as cool as a cucumber out in the middle, Tej Narayan Chandapal. He isn't bothered by whatever is happening around him. He's playing his natural game. Back and across and is defending. Back up the track. Once again, there is no run. Another dot ball goes into the scorebook.
Yes, he's going to do that every single day. And it's good to see. And this half century, it was really needed because I think he had a dip not only in form but in confidence as well. And his shot selection in the last few rounds was very much off, and not the Chandapal that we know. So this half century is going to not only do himself wonderfully well, but the team as well. It will give them the opportunity to be a much more settled unit, because not only that he has gotten a good half century, also Tevin Imlak, who was looking perhaps for a slot at the top of the order, has gotten into the team, got a half century as well. So if the players they're settled, then you can have better results.
And you're totally right about that one, John. And Chandapal is defending again. A delivery pitched in line with the stumps, cannot score. And I guess that Tej Narayan Chandapal came into this match with a lot of pressure. Despite that 165 in the trial, he knows a failure here might be the end for this season. So he wants to ensure that he makes the selector rethink by putting runs on the board and cement his place for the rest of the season. Now, this is a lovely looking shot off the back foot, and calculatedly he bisects the point and the cover and will come back and complete 2. No danger. He knows there's a scoring opportunity there, and he played it well.
Yeah, that was an easy shot. The ball was just outside the off stump. The pitch has gotten very slow now, so he just pushed it in the gap and got 2 easily. And if you notice, there's also an increase in the run rate since Johnson has gotten to the crease, and that's very good, because getting towards the end of a long day's play, we understand that the fielders have been there for the entire day. Their feet are obviously a bit rubbery, so you can also capitalize. So Johnson with fresh legs at the crease, trying to get the run rate up, and he's doing a good job so far. Nice partnership. The partnership has now gone past 50. It's 58 runs so far for the 3rd wicket.
And that's very good as far as the Guyana Harpy Eagles are concerned. So we have seen 2 consecutive partnerships that presents worry for Barbados Pride. The one between Imlak and Tej Narayan Chandapal, and now between Johnson and Tej Narayan Chandapal. So they're batting around him. And Johnson, we know he's a free scoring batsman. He's not going to be bogged down.
Yeah, the common denominator is Tej Narayan Chandapal. But when you look at what's to come, Akshar Prasad has had a few first class matches, did not light up the scene so far, has the potential, very good player from the Average Cricket Club. Then there's Kimo Paul, the all-rounder, Anthony Bramble. So there's batting to come when you look at the Guyana Harpy Eagles side. And they'd want to really make this opportunity that they have here now count.
So we're watching Craig Braffett once again as he continues, drawing the left-hander, Leon Johnson, into the defensive shot. So far, none for 19. In fact, none for 17. This is his 5th over being bowled by Braffett. So he fancies his chances of picking up a wicket here. Another good delivery. And he's one of the few bowlers who you can say has a golden arm brought on.
Oh,
and
yes.
he will break a partnership.
That is for sure. And maybe that's why he's a part-time bowler with that stat. He got the golden arm indeed.
Down the track and he's gone. Caught at extra cover there. Leon Johnson has fallen for the trap. It was floated up and Craig Braffett gets his man. And that was a fine catch taken by Reefer. No, is that Reefer? No. Yes, Raymond Reefer. Thanks, John. Fine catch straight down his throat. And Johnson is going to feel disappointed here. And Barbados Pride, they're happy. Johnson gone. Caught Reefer of the bowling of Braffett for 37. It's 172 for 3.
Yes, a good wicket, you would say, for the Barbados Pride to get. Not only that, he's the captain of the Guyana Harp Eagles, but it's also Johnson, who was starting to accelerate the scoring rate. But we have been calling Craig Braffett the part-time spinner, the man with the golden arm. And here he is again, getting the breakthrough, ending the 58-run partnership between Chanderpaul and Johnson. And that is what you need. He, as the captain, opted to pick up the ball and said, you know what, I'm going to get this breakthrough. And he floated it up nicely outside the off-stump. Johnson, looking for the expansive drive, got back onto the ball, but did not hit it along the ground, nor high enough. And Raymond Reefer came up with an excellent catch at extra cover. And that's the end of Leon Johnson. Little innings, 37. Short of runs, short of time in the middle. Had an opportunity here. Did not make it count. 37, yes. And he's gone.
Yes, John. And when you look at the field placing too that Craig Braffett had for this over, you had at the extra cover area Raymond Reefer. And you also had a short extra cover. So when Johnson came down the track, he was looking for the gap between the two, and there wasn't much. He hit it in the air. He paid the penalty. Didn't get right to the pitch that he was looking for. My opinion, I felt he should have been a little bit more careful, knowing in the previous over delivered by Craig Braffett, he should have been a goner as well, but he was dropped. He didn't survive that. And he's back in the pavilion. The rest is now history. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, 172 for the loss of 3. So the Pride, they have gotten the breakthrough. They have been looking for it. Congratulations to them. They have persevered under difficult conditions. The heat that is really tearing down from above, and the stubborn batting by Tej Narain Chanderpaul, preserving the wicket and getting to a half century, and Johnson looking to be aggressive in all of that. They've managed to keep their cool and picked up a wicket as well.
Yes, and that has brought Akshay Prasad to the middle. And Akshay, who started his first-class career in 2018. Yes, and also played his last game in the same period, 2018, January. It was at Providence, Trinidad and Tobago, his last team he played against. And with his record, not really one that you'd want to say inspires a lot of confidence, but his ability is very good. He was actually in the Guyana winning on the 19th side in 2016 when Hetmeyer, Kimo Paul, Sherfin Rutherford, Tevin Imlak, and so on were part of that side. And we know those guys, some of those guys went on to play for the West Indies and won the under 19 World Cup. And Akshay Prasad was actually one of the standby players for the West Indies in that year. So lots of promise, lots of potential. He played a few matches for the combined campuses and colleges, and he was part of that winning team a few years ago in 2018 when they won the championship. And he got some runs, got a few half centuries, just 2 half centuries. But he has great potential, Akshay Prasad.
Yes, well, he needs to make use of the opportunity that he's having now. He has been a touring man with the team, Akshay Prasad. Hasn't gotten many opportunities like his record suggests. But here is one, but he's been clustered at the moment. 2 slips and a silly point tossed up. and played away down towards short extra cover. There is no run. And I'm sure that Craig Braffett is going to use all his experience here. He has picked up a wicket and feels, as we go towards the closing hour in today's play, that he can add some more pressure. Outside the line of the off stump, goes by into the keeper. The end of a successful over for Craig Braffett. 1 for 17 from 5. The Harpy Eagles 172 for 3, with Chandapal on 54. Akshaya Prasad yet to score.
Yes, and good wicket for Barbados Pride, but the rock is still there. You want to say Tejan Ryan Chandapal is holding the innings together, because Imlak came and went. Johnson did not last very long, and of course Hemraj quite early this morning. So had it not been for this innings from Tejan Ryan Chandapal, it could have been a very different scorecard we're looking at. Akshaya Prasad just gotten to the crease. Lots of potential, but we're not sure what he's going to give us just yet. And he as well is making a comeback into the first class setup. He had some good scores before this tournament started, when the trials were held, and he was in the squad for the first 2 matches, did not play, retained his position for this last 3 games, and now getting an opportunity, maybe Hetmeyer out, Vishal Singh out, and of course he's now getting a start here. It's a good time for him to really bat out the rest of the day and come back tomorrow and continue.
Yes, on the other hand, Craig Braffett will want to make further inroads in this batting. He knows this is at a crucial point at the moment as Carter begins his approach, and that's short and pulled around down towards the deep backward square, and Reefer will send the return in. Warwickon rather running away from the boundary area, sending the return in, and they completed 2. So 2 more to the score. Tejan Chandapal not afraid to play the pull shot whatsoever today. He has seemed to master it so far.
Yeah, it looks good playing it, because he's in total control, getting on top of the ball and rolling his wrist as well. So playing it all along the ground, and looks in total control, like you mentioned. And now that he has a new partner, yet again, he has to start over again his partnership, because that's how cricket works. You work in partnership, because it takes 2 batsmen to complete 1 run.
Absolutely right. Can never be wrong with that. And there isn't anything like a run and a half.
Never.
Yes. So I guess maybe you can expect another short delivery in this over from Jonathan Carter, with the square leg back on the boundary. And so too is the deep backward square on the boundary line. So let's see what the plan is here now. We are having 2 slips, an extra cover, a wide mid-off. And this is a good delivery, pitched up, right in line with the stumps. And Tejan Chandapal has been seeing this ball as big as a breadfruit, they'll say. And he covers up nicely, played down into the offside, down towards extra cover, cannot score. He won't mind that at all. He's on 56 from 228 deliveries. Short, and he's tugging this one around, this time forward of square. And they will get the single. So that was expected, that the short ball is going to come. Chandapal plays it well. He gets another run. He will move on to 57. So they're testing him with some short delivery. So far, so good. He has handled them very well.
The short ball was expected, and then the pull shot again was expected.
Yes.
So good control. I think the Barbados Pride will have to rethink their strategy of that short ball to Tejan Chandapal, because he's so comfortable to it. All that is happening at the moment, when that is served up, it's runs. So maybe you want to not give him that free scoring shot, but may want to do something different, like perhaps bowling to a fourth stump and asking him to drive, and maybe the edge will be found.
Yes, you never know what can happen. In the meantime, it's Akshaya Prasad. He taps away at the crease. He's yet to score, and he's coming forward very stylishly too, and plays down towards mid-off. There is no run. So let's see, that's Reefer just raising the hand, apologizing for a return that he sent in that he felt should not have been, but he did it. No harm done. Here is Carter once again, and Akshaya Prasad is getting his first run. He turns it delicately off the body down towards long leg. gets a single in the process. So he has gone to 1, and that will take the score to 176 for the loss of 3. The end of the over, 176 for 3. Chandler Paul is on 57. Passad has 1.
Passad off the mark nicely. And I'm just checking, when he made his debut against Jamaica in Jamaica in 2018, he was actually asked to open the batting in the first innings, and he was dismissed without scoring. In the second innings, he batted in the middle order, and he got 7. Then when he played his final game, his second and last game against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at Providence, he batted in the middle, got 21 in the first innings, and then was not required to bat in the second innings. So he's a middle order batsman. He can bowl left arm spin as well. So 28 runs before today in his little career so far. And he bats left-handed. He marks his guard like Shivnarine Chandapal would have done with the bail. He likes, in fact, he calls Shiv Chandapal Pops because, he emulates him. He looks at him as a role model as well. So Akshaya Prasad has been the first division captain for Everest for quite some time as well. So he has got some leadership experience, lots of responsibilities on his shoulder.
Braffett starts another over. Good delivery and worked away down towards wide mid-on. There is no run. And this man that is bowling here, Craig Braffett, the West Indian test captain. Craig Braffett bowling there. No, it's Ruston Chase. Yes, it just surprised me. I thought that it was Craig that continued. And this is turned away into the onside field. And he will get a single. Good play here. Because mindful there's a forward short leg and a short backward square. And he gets the single. He will move on to 2. I was caught off guard there. You were talking about Shivnarine Chandapal. And I was thinking at one time I heard Craig Braffett said his favorite cricketer is Shiv. So many people, they look up to others and they mold themselves, pattern themselves behind of them.
Young Matthew Nandu, the West Indies captain, West Indies vice captain and captain at the under 19 level, also patterns his game off the great Shivnarine Chandapal.
Yes, and that is so nice to hear. And he's a very good young prospect. But I looked at the under 19 World Cup and just beginning to look a little bit suspect with good fast bowling. That is an area that he needs to work on. Says turned away into the onside field and there is no run. And I think all who have seen him bat and bowl his cheeky little off spinners will realize here is a talent that we have, someone we can work with. This is played defensively into the offside field. Once again, there is no run as the right arm off spinner. Ruston Chase continues his bowling so far. This is his 6th over, the final delivery coming up in this over. He has gotten 1 for 18. And he's defending, and here is Ruston Chase thinking that Akshaya Prasad was out of the crease. Just to reverse the return to the stumps, misses the woodwork. The overs come to an end. Chandapal is on 57. Prasad is on 2. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, 177 for the loss of 3. John, you have seen a lot of the Harpy Eagles in Guyana?
Yeah, well, yes, definitely.
Don't tell me you're seeing 2 of them out there.
No. In the Georgetown Zoo. I'm yet to see a harpy eagle. Maybe a few years ago might have seen a harpy eagle in its natural habitat, but they're rare birds. They're not necessarily easily to be seen.
And that's a good delivery, but Akshaya Prasad is getting everything behind that one, takes it on the up and strokes it back on the offside of the pitch.
Yes, I remember a few months ago in a stint, I was in the north of Guyana, region number 1, Barima-Waini, in the Warapoka area, and I heard the harpy eagles, and I think it was at that same point in time, around that time, I saw the harpy eagle flying.
And he's cover driving, good looking shot by Akshaya Prasad, and will come back and complete to bisecting the cover and the extra cover. Good timing, good placement, and he plays it with so much comfort. and certainly looks good. He now moves on to, well, should be going on to 4.
Yeah, he's doubled his score.
Yes, 177 for the loss of 3.
But the harpy eagle is very rare. It's a rare bird. A vulture, they attack. It's a scavenger, so they eat. The natural prey is human, but not humans really. It's some small mammals like monkeys, other rodents, and anything they can really get their big claws on. And the sharp beak of the harpy eagle, they're very dangerous birds, I must say. Because I remember when I was at university, there was a research on the harpy eagles, and it's one of the birds that, not necessarily endangered, but if you do not care for them, it can become endangered.
Yes, and it's a precious bird in Guyana, the harpy eagle. That's the reason why they changed from Guyana jaguars to the Guyana harpy eagles. There might be other reasons for that as well, but not a bad name to choose because it's a pride possession of Guyana. Barbados team is the pride of Barbados, so they call it the Barbados Pride. And Guyana naming their team after the harpy eagle. Outside the line of the off stump, there is no run. There is one at our zoo, and I've seen a National Geographic where a British firm filmed the harpy eagle. They're rare. They only could do that when the nesting season comes because that's the time when they are spotted. Huge bird, very, very strong. The talons, like you said, the claws are sharp, and so too those sharp curved beaks of the harpy eagles. They fly high, and it is said they do not fight you in your battlefield, but they take you to their battlefield in the air where they do the destruction. The over has come to an end. 179 for the loss of 3 as the Guyana harpy eagles look to take on the Bajan, that's the Barbados pride, in the field of the harpy eagles. So far, 179 for 3, so good.
Yes, and the second new ball is available to Barbados Pride if they need it, because we now at the end of 81 overs with the first ball. So the second new ball is available, and with just about 20 minutes, under 20 minutes to go before stumps in terms of 5 o'clock cutoff. But there's 9 overs still to be bowled, and let's see how much time you'll need to bowl those 9 overs. But the second new ball is available to the Barbados Pride.
Yes, so Ruston Chase will continue. I think at some point in time we might very well have that new ball. They'll want to try it out against Akshaya Prasad, not necessarily Tejnarain Chandapal. And Chandapal is coming forward. He plays defensively back on the offside of the pitch. And if he should stay there till the end, we'll have that distinction of batting out the entire first day play.
And that would be something good for him. It shows his fitness. And that would be good for the Guyana harpy eagles as well. That a set batsman is going to come back on day 2.
So he goes onto the back foot this time and just steered it away down towards backward point and can't get a run as the fielder moves away towards the right and see if whatever run there could have been on offer. It's not on. Ruston Chase, right arm off spinner, West Indian player looking to impress here this afternoon at the Queen's Park Oval. Tossed up, and Chandapal is coming forward. He's walking into the shot and he's defending back on the onside.
And if the Barbados Pride can pick up another wicket or 2, it means that they're firmly into the lower middle order with just the bowlers to come, and that would be something that they need desperately, Barbados Pride.
Yes, I do agree with you. A valiant effort made by Shane Mosley, but as he went down to collect the ball, he had a little bit of a slide while the 2 batsmen out there were hustling the single. Good running, good communication between these 2, and he gets the single. Tejnarain Chanderpaul. This has brought Akshaya Prasad back in strike. Just a slip. Would you have added a silly point there for the off spinner, John?
Yeah, most definitely a fresh batsman at the crease as well.
Outside the line of the off stump, and some turn here for Ruston Chase. We haven't seen him get that kind of turn previously, but this one was pitched about the middle stump and turned viciously outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, the ball is now 82 overs old, so it will turn a little bit more, and the pitch has dried out nicely as well.
Good delivery once again by Ruston Chase. A sound of baton to that one as it goes away down towards the silly mid-on. He completes another over. At the end of it, the Guyana Harpy Eagles 180 for the loss of 3 with Tejnarain Chanderpaul on 58. Akshaya Pasod, he's on 4. The wicket to have fallen today. Chanderpaul Hemraj, he made 19. Tevid Imlak 53. And Leon Johnson, the skipper, going for 37.
Yeah, 3 wickets in the bag for the Pride, and they would want to pick up another 2 at least before stumps are drawn today. And we can see third umpire Michael Kaulasar coming out, no doubt. He's going to be bringing out that second new ball, and yes, he is handing that second new ball to umpire Gustard, and the umpire Gustard hands the ball to Keon Harding. So Keon Harding is going to start with the second new ball over number 83. So 8 overs still to be bowled before day 1 is completed, and the second new ball is taken. And Chanderpaul 58, Akshaya Prasad just gotten there, he's on 4. I think it really is a good time for that second new ball to be taken, because not only that Chanderpaul has been there for quite some time, maybe getting tired, well, should be getting tired, he's human, and Akshaya Prasad, a new batsman, just gotten there, now back into first class cricket. There could be an opportunity for a wicket this afternoon if the Pride can use this ball. Very good. But they're starting with Keon Harding, who I think was very unlucky this morning not to pick up more wickets. That should be something that we can look forward to as we say good afternoon once again to Sean Dever.
Good afternoon to you, John. Good afternoon to viewers and listeners wherever you are, especially in Guyana, and of course in the beautiful island of Barbados, the most easterly Caribbean island. Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to Faisal, Mr. Singh from the Essequibo Cricket Board. He's the president. Dilip Singh and Dalip Singh. Good afternoon to you, sir, and hope you're doing well at the WD Hotel and Mall in Charity, and also to Dave Narain, who's the owner of the Dave's West Indian Imports in New York. Here is Hardin on his way, bowls to Chanderpaul. Chanderpaul is back and just covers it away out towards the mid-wicket position, and he get a single. So he's gone now to 58 from 239 balls. Ashkar Pasad, he's on 15 balls, and this has been a marathon innings from young Chanderpaul.
He needed to bat a long time, bat time and runs, and we have gotten time so far towards the 39 deliveries and 58 runs. So he's there, and from a personal standpoint, this is what was needed to really get back his appetite for big scoring and for batting long.
Bowls from round the wicket, Hardin, and Pasad is forward, pushes it into the mid-off position, and gets no run. So Pasad played only 2 first-class games, both in 2018. Then he lost his place in the side, but he's a good. These times, most of the batters in the team are left-handers. Is that a sign of Chanderpaul and Lara's era?
Most definitely, yes. With that era, that early 90s to maybe early 2000s, when the left-handers from the West Indies, Brian Lara, Jimmy Adams, Shiv Chanderpaul were dominating. Obviously, players coming through wanted to emulate their heroes, and they started to bat left-hand.
No ball from Hardin takes the score up to 182 for 3. Guyana in a firm position, but not totally in control.
No, because if you look at, we always say add 2 wickets to that, and then you'll see the difference, because 182 for 3, if you put, let's say, 190 for 5, and you're into the lower middle order, and just the bowlers to come, you may not even get to 250.
2 slips and a gully outside the line of the out. A little bit of bounce, good carry to Dowridge, who's a short man, and he seemed to have grown a little bit since his under 19 days. Dowridge out of the West Indies team now, and replaced by Joshua De Silva, who's from this island, Trinidad and Tobago. 2 slips a gully, a backward point, cover short, And then there's the mid-off. That's the offside field. Bright sunshine still prevailing, although the shadows of the stands linked in across the ground. This is a good sharp single. Good positive running between the wicket two. Good sliding stave at cover, but couldn't prevent the single. The both batsmen started off immediately after the ball was hit. And Chandrapal goes now to 59. Prasad is on 5. It's 183 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, the ball was placed in the gap, but was not placed firm enough to run away to the boundary. So the fielder at cover run around a bit to his right, and Captain Craig Braffett, and effected the fielding. But by then, the batters have decided quite early to go for the single, and for them to complete it, they need to run a bit hard, and they did.
Hardin moves in from the northern end, bowls outside the line off. A little away movement, but not enough to tempt the batsman to play a cut. And it was taken easily by Dowridge. So the over is completed, 183 now for 3. So 83 overs completed, 183 for 3. Chandrapal still there. He's been there from the start. He's on 59, and Prasad is on 5.
And a loosener from Keon Hardin. He had a long break, and he's now into the attack again. Before that, 9 overs, none for 33. And conceding 3 runs in his last over. But I think he's a better bowler than that. He should be asking more questions of the batters. And the second new ball is going to be shared with Hakeem Jordan. Hakeem Jordan picking up his first class wicket earlier today when he had Tevin Imlach caught at second slip. So he'll be looking for more success. So both of these bowlers, I think it's a good opportunity for the Barbados Pride, because once they can use this new ball well, they'll be able to pick up some wickets. And they're bowling in the absence of Kemar Roach and Chimar Holder, who are both injured. And I heard you guys asking about Kyle Mears. Kyle Mears is actually in the IPL with the Lucknow Super Giants.
Ball that's on the line of the off stump, just outside. And it goes by to be taken by the keeper as Jordan, armed with the second new ball, starts a new spell. 1 for 35 so far. He's bowled 15 overs, and that's a long spell for a fast bowler in this heat.
Yeah, but it actually was not 15 on the trot. Because of the heat, he was managed. He bowled 3, 4, 5, but I don't think he had a 5 over spell.
Jordan round the wicket, passing umpire Tuckett and bowls, and that's steered away. Down toward the third man position, he's going to lose the battle, and the ball goes into the boundary for 4. So Chandrapal congratulates Akshaya Prasad on that boundary. He moves now to 9. Good shot. They're teammates at Everest.
Oh, yeah.
So they know each other well. And they're similarly built.
Yes. And, of course, with a Guyana green helmet. They're both sporting left-handed as well.
Both long sleeve shirts.
Long sleeve shirts. Yeah, so you can get carried away a little bit. Yeah.
So 3 slips on the gully.
It was a
Backward
safe
point.
shot from Akshay nonetheless.
He kept it down. He opened the face. And he's on to 10. This time he's gotten into double figures. A nice shot. Punch it off the back foot. And he comes back for 2. As Reefer gathers the ball, running back from backward points. So he's gone now into double figures. He's 11, 59 to Chandrapal. And we've seen young Chandrapal share in 2 half-century partnerships, one with Imlach and then one with his skipper Johnson. Imlach making 53 and Johnson making 37. If you've just joined us, Guyana won the toss. Guyana Harpy Eagles early this morning, and asked the opposing captain to field. And they had a very reasonably good start, dominated by Himraj, who was dropped. And this is a lovely shot. Again, wouldn't have the legs to take it to the boundary, but it was well timed. Didn't try to hit it too hard, just leaned into it and getting 2. So he's gone now to 13. And Chandrapal is on 59, 191 for 3, the 200, the next landmark. The partnership already 19. So this has been a game with good partnerships. Hemraj the first to go on 20 for 1. He made 19 with 4 fours. He went blazing. and then he was caught behind off the bowling of Reefer, and then Tevin Imlak, the 25-year-old, he was caught by Brooks at slip off the bowling of Jordan for 53. It was 114 for 2. Here is Jordan in bowled. He's bowled him off stump knockback. That kept a little bit low, and you have to feel a little bit sorry for Prasad. He came back, quick bend of the knees, but he couldn't keep it out, and the off stump disturbed. So he's gone, bowled by Jordan, who's picked up his second wicket on debut, and he's gone for 13. All of a sudden, Guyana Harpy Eagles, 194 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, 191 for 4, in fact. And like you said, it was, you must feel it for Akshaya Prasad. Ball that was pitched on the line of off stump and kept low. So and then it had a little bit of pace, of course. It's a new ball. So by the time he got down onto it, it had already passed him and hit his off stump. And to hear that death rattle is obviously not what you want as a batsman. But elation for Jordan nonetheless. And I did make the point that if there's anybody that would be able to make this new ball count, it would be, of course, Akeem Jordan and Keon Harding, and to a lesser extent Raymond Reefer. And they've given the new ball to Keon Harding. He had a gentle loosen on his last over, but Jordan on debut with all to play for, making the new ball count by bowling full and straight, and asked the batsman to play. The batsman missed, and that's the end of Akshaya Prasad, gone for 13, but a good wicket for Barbados Pride in the dying stages of day number 1.
Well, after Johnson shared a half-century partnership with Chandrapal, he was caught by Reefer of the bowling of Braffett. He went for 37, 172 for 3. And then Akshaya Prasad was bowled with a ball that clipped a bit low. It came back and beaten for pace. He made 13, maybe an unlucky number for him. So to come, Bramble, he's there, Paul, Pomal, Moti, Smith, and Cameron. Well, I know that Paul is an accomplished all-rounder. Pomal and Moti can bat. And I don't know if Smith is batting at number 10 just because Cameron is a debutant. He's the junior one.
So you're saying lots of batting or not so much batting to come?
Reasonable batting. But I don't know why Smith is batting ahead of Cameron.
Yeah. Well, he's in the batting lineup, but we saw just moments ago ahead of Cameron. It's still left to be seen if he will bat ahead of Cameron, the debutant.
So the slip cordon reinforced. 3 slips now. And the gully. The new batsman, Anthony Bramble, the man from Skeldon. He plays for Albion in Central Quarantine. This is a good shot off the mark with a boundary. Just clipped away. And a slight misfield there from the man at the mid-on position. And he got a single. He got a 4. So as we are confronted with some bees, maybe not. It's sounding like bees.
Yeah, some bees actually flew across from the commentary box moments ago. It looked a bit dangerous.
At least we're safe in here. Oh, there's a slight
opening
crease in the window.
Yes.
I was going to say we're safe in there. We're locked up in an AC room. The players out there are in danger.
Yeah. But a good shot from Bramble to get off the mark. The ball was full outside, on the line of middle and leg, and he drove through the line and got a boundary to get off the mark. Bramble has been in good touch as well. He had a nice half century in the practice game before the team got to Trinidad and Tobago.
Got a big score here in the first round.
So he also had some runs before as well. So he's in good touch.
Hardin with colored hairstyle, maybe mohawk, not gray, gold colored mohawk. Most of the cricketers now, especially in the 2020, is that a mandate that they color their hair and look fancy to match their uniforms?
I don't think it's a mandate. I think it's just a personal preference thing, you know. And since the short and shortest versions of the game has been so exciting, they perhaps want to have the attire to go with it.
This is a ball that's short and lifting and punched away out towards the cover position. There's some music coming into the commentary booth. So I don't see anybody in the stands. Where is the music coming from? Might be under us, on the stand to the commentary box end, the media center end. Here is Jordan. Breaks into a nice run, passes the umpire and bowls, and that's sweetly played, but couldn't find the gap. Straight to the fielder. Chandra Paul continues to bat. If he bats all day, that would be 2 hours and 20 minutes, the first session, then 2 hours and 20 minutes, the second session. 2 hours. So that will be a long time. 6 hours
So
batting.
in fact, at the time now, it's actually 5 o'clock. It means that he has been there for 6 hours already.
Right, so he bat over 6 hours if he continues to play and remain not out.
Yes.
Even if he doesn't continue to play and gets out in this ball, he'll be batting over
6
6
hours.
hours.
And that says a lot about your fitness, not only your physical fitness, but your mental fitness.
Yeah.
Because if you're not there, if you're not mentally strong, you'll not be able to do it physically.
Yeah, he had to concentrate as the shadows of the media center begin to lengthen more and more across the ground. The electronic scoreboard, the shadow of that also going across the ground. Here is Hardin, moves in, bowls up outside the line of the off stump. No shot played there by Chandra Paul. He likes to leave it alone. And you can still see Chandra Paul does not want to get out because he's leaving balls alone. Most batsmen, 59, batting so long, would try to play a shot at those type of balls.
Yeah, most batsmen batting for 245 deliveries may not have 59. They may have lots more than that, but that's the temperament of Tej Chandra Paul, not being able to be tempted easily.
Hardin with his colored hair, bowls outside the line of the off stump. A little away movement this time. Doesn't test Chandra Paul or challenge the off stump. Chandra Paul leaves it alone. It's taken by Dorridge. The over is completed. He's bowled, gotten now none for 35 off of 12 overs. And Bramble is there with first ball. He hit a 4. He's on 4 from 1 ball. Chandra Paul is on 59. Guyana in the 80. After 85 overs, 5 overs with the new ball, they've got 195 for 4. So the Barbadians took the new ball just after it was due.
Yeah, after 81 overs to be exact. And that was a maiden over sent down by Keon Hardin, but not necessarily offering the batsman enough opportunity to play. He was just too wide of the off stump to Chandra Paul.
So that's a loose shot there by Bramble. It pitched, it bounced, it left. But that was too wide for Bramble to go launching at it. At least, especially in the dying stages of day one.
Yeah, it was short and wide, and after pitching went even further wide of Bramble, and he was looking to perhaps help it along through the offside for another boundary, but made no contact. I think he's going to go hard once the opportunity presents itself.
He's been at this level for a long time. Good servant for Guyana's cricket. This is a nibble and a miss. And it went by to be taken by the keeper. So 2 consecutive deliveries going past the outside edge.
Yeah, well, this one is much better from the
Forced
bowler.
him to play.
Yeah, Jordan bowled much closer to him and angled into the body as well. And he was beaten outside the off stump. Well bowled.
He's improved tremendously as a keeper from when he started. And also his batting is very, very good. At one time they said he was not making the West Indies team or the B team because of his batting. Then he started to make consistent runs. He's still not making a West Indies representative team.
Yes, because the last thing that was said about that is that he was below par in his fitness.
Yeah.
And now he's worked a lot on that as well. You can see it. He's physically looking better.
And as I said earlier, He's 4 runs short of becoming the second wicketkeeper in the West Indies to score a double century. This is a ball that he's stocked up, pushes it into the onside. Reefer comes in like a deer and collects the ball. And there is no run as Jordan marches back towards his mark. These players, especially, well, not especially, Chandrapal too, and the players, maybe the umpires, would be looking for a close of play very fast because it's been a long day. The sun has been sweltering hot most of the day. This is a lovely shot. Well stopped though. Good fielding at mid-off by Braffett as he came down and stopped it going to his left with his left hand. 195 for 4. Chandrapal on 56. But that's Bramble. He would play shots when the ball presents itself to be played. The first ball of the day or the last ball of the day.
So with a batting average of just a sec, just 30. He wants to improve on that, and this is an opportunity for him to get some runs for his team, come not out and increase his average. But that's a very wide delivery, again, from Jordan, this time not tempting the batsman and signaled wide by the umpire. Maybe the first wide of the day, Sean.
Yeah, I come to think of it.
Yes.
I've not seen a wide so far. And especially in the red ball cricket, umpires are more lenient in calling wides. It has to be very wide to be called a wide. 3 slips, a gully going down along with the keeper. Jordan in bowls, and that's a good delivery. Kept a little bit low.
A lot low.
And if one thing in this pitch, we see as the game progresses, the ball is beginning to keep just a little bit low. And that could work in Guyana's favor. When Barbados start their innings, Guyana wouldn't want to start their innings anytime soon, though, because Guyana would want to build a massive score and bowl out the Bajans twice, which is unlikely if there's not a dramatic collapse because of the strength of the Bajans.
Yeah, in the previous over, when Akshay Prasad was bowled, that one kept low from Jordan. And now the end of this over, that ball also keeping low, but good thing for Bramble, he got bat onto it and did not cause him too much trouble. But indeed, we started to see the two pace and the invariable bounce here at the Queen's Park Oval, and not a good sign for those to follow in terms of batting.
At lunch, Guyana 68 for 1, Imlak on 32, and Chandrapal on 1. And then Chandrapal and Imlak adding 94 for the second wicket. At tea, it was 116 for 2, with Chandrapal still there on 35. His captain Johnson, who was misstumped in the last over, went down the track, inexplicable shot, and missed, and luckily for him, so did the keeper. It bounced off his pads, and he was 1 at the tea break. Eventually, he was caught by Reefer playing a uppish drive off the bowling of Braffett for 37. He fell at 172 for 3. And then Prasad, as you said, bowled with a ball that kept low for 13 by Jordan, 194, 191 for 4. It's now 197 for 4. Bramble has just come out and he's pulling this one out towards the forward square. Well, Bramble is going to fight fire with fire. He's going to counter-attack. That's his nature. He's got off the mark with a sweetly timed on drive for 4, and he's now bowled short, hard in, and he's countered that with a hook shot. So when the ball is up, he will drive. When the ball is short, he will hook.
Hook and cut. Yes, that's the man, Anthony Bramble. But with the type of attacking strokes that Bramble want to play, the Barbados right bowlers would think that they have an opportunity at a wicket. But if they're not in position to take their chances, before they know it, he may have 100. He's that quick.
Here is Chandrapal facing up to Hardin. Good delivery and no ball. That's the overstepping of the front line just spoiled that delivery. It was an excellent delivery. It came back, and Chandrapal just left it alone. But one of the rare transgressions of the bowler bowling a no ball. It's been a real disciplined performance on the day one from the Barbados Pride. Even though they've worked themselves hard, they're in the field all day chasing leather. Not a good delivery outside the line of the off stump. No shot played by the batsman. But even though the score is 198 for 4 and they've been in the field all day, it's a balance. We wouldn't say one team is way ahead of the other.
No, not at all. Because the batting side, the Harp Eagles, were not allowed to have any period of free scoring. They were always kept in check. And likewise, Barbados Pride were not allowed to pick up a lot of wickets. There were always partnerships being built. So because of that, you can say that it is in the balance indeed. And it's difficult to even say who's having the slight advantage.
Yeah, well, there were brief periods. The first one was before the fifth over when Hemraj was hitting those boundaries 8-4. But then he was dismissed. And then Leon Johnson played some lovely shots, reached the boundary a lot. But when he was dismissed for 37, Barbados has bowled pretty well, bowled with control. But I think the first session, Guyana allowed them to get on top by not trying to score off of more bad balls. They just look to prod at the bad balls, push them away, and this is on the line of the leg stump and clipped away. It's going to go into the fine leg boundary, and that's 4 runs for Chandrapal. He goes now to the 200 is up in the 200 for 4, and Chandrapal now goes to 63.
Yes, a nice way to bring up 200 for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. It was on the line of the leg stump, and Chandrapal just tucked it off the hip nicely and fine enough to beat the fielder at that deep fine leg position. He's a bit wide in Shane Mosley, and the ball went into the boundary just below our microphones. Good placement from Chandrapal, and now he's into the 60s. Good innings from him continuing.
Bad line there from Hardin. You only got 3 men on the onside, and you bowl it again. This time is closer to the line of the middle and leg stump. This time he plays it in front of him. There's protection at short mid wicket, and there is no run. But he would want to bowl the ball starting just outside the off stump and move it away, or on the off stump, forcing young Chandrapal to play. He's on 63. He must be tired. He's been batting all day, and so would be the bowlers. They've been bowling all day, fielding all day. Here is Hardin. Changes his attack to over the wicket and angles the ball across Chandrapal, and he doesn't play. So it'll be frustrating to bowl to a batsman like Chandrapal, who doesn't play at anything he needs not to play at.
Yes, and as the over comes to an end, just 3 of us to go into this play. Chandrapal is not going to allow those balls to tempt him into any shot outside the off stump. And as a result of that, the bowlers will have to pitch the ball much closer to him for him to play at these deliveries. And at the moment, he's winning the battle. He's been there from the start of the day's play. 63 not out from 253 deliveries. That's really good from him. A mountain of concentration. And he's looking really composed at the moment, following up that good 163 in Guyana in that practice match with another good knock here in the first class match against a powerful Barbados Pride side.
Jordan on debut, he's picked up 2 of the 4 wickets so far, bowls, and Bramble hits it into the onside. He'll feel more comfortable bowling to a batsman like Bramble, because Bramble takes more chances, so you'll expect him to miss hit one, edge one. But the Chandrapal, who is bent on solid defensive play with shots appropriately, and this is a ball that's hit out towards Hardin, had to shy the stumps, and Bramble dive full length.
Yes, that's the premium he's putting on his wicket. He wanted to get some runs. He wanted to bat long as well. And that ball was driven Straight to Keon Harding. Keon Harding picked up nicely and sent the return to the non-strikers end, and there was Bramble diving full length to ensure that he get back into his crease, or get back into that crease, in fact. And the single was taken, but Bramble really had to work hard to make sure that he did not lose his wicket. Full-blooded drive straight to the fielder and took off.
Yeah, well, a good indication of his fitness because he got there and he dived. It's been a hard day for everyone involved, a long day. In fact, even us.
Yeah,
here
we're
in the
doing overtime
commentary
today.
booth, yeah. So Jordan moves in once more. Beautiful ball. Chandrapal did play at that and was beaten. He didn't play no shot.
Yeah. He will tell you that he saw it and he's playing inside the line. But that was a good ball pitched on the nagging middle and off stump line and asking Chandrapal to play. And as he was playing, the ball left him nicely and into the gloves of the keeper. Well bowled once again from the debutant, Jordan.
As the old timers would say, that one was pitched just in the corridor of uncertainty. This one was a little wide, and Chandrapal definitely played inside the line. There were players who used to do that. Desmond Haynes, Clayton Lambert, play inside the line deliberately. But certainly the previous delivery was beaten comprehensively. Chandrapal didn't play inside the line. He played at the ball, and it left him. The next one, deliberately playing inside the line. The shadows of the media center lengthening now almost onto the pitch. Here's a ball that kept a bit low again. Dowridge took it ankle height.
Yes, and somehow we're seeing Jordan bowling from the commentary box in, and the ball keeping very low. And that one, like you mentioned, was taken by the shoelaces of the wicketkeeper. So Chandrapal, the rest of the Guyana Harpy Eagles batsmen will have to be watchful. We're not seeing that toothpaste when the bowler's coming from the other end, the Brian Lara Pavilion end, just this top end. So you just have to be very careful.
Jordan in, passes the umpire, tuck and bowls, and tucked up is Chandrapal, as pushes it out into the onside. The over is completed, so the current run rate has never reached 3. It's 2.32. Bramble is 7. Chandrapal is on 63, 204 for 4. So Guyana has never really gotten the freedom to score, except in brief periods when Hemraj and Johnson were batting.
Yes, and then because of that not being able to get that free scoring opportunities, Barbados Pride also not being able to pick up wickets in bunches. We can say that almost at the end of the day's play, both teams still in with a chance. Nobody has taken the ascendancy, and Chandrapal has been there from the start. The day one really belongs to him, and that shows good concentration, good physical fitness as well. And if he has been there from the start. All of the fielders have been there. The umpires have been there in the field as well. Hot conditions. I can only imagine how the fielders are feeling, especially the bowlers who had to toil all day. Many of them very unlucky. But it's what we have signed up for in terms of cricket. This is first-class cricket. It happens that way. But it's good fitness being shown, especially by Tejan and Chandrapal.
And Chandrapal batted a long time. As I said, he had partnerships of 50 or above with Imlach and Johnson. We should also mention Imlach. Imlach played a good innings until he was out for 53, and this is just his third match. So he contributed to the partnership. He made more runs in the partnership than Chandrapal.
Yes, he started slow as you would expect, back into first-class cricket. The bowlers were on top at that time. He weathered that initial storm. Then he got to 41, was a bit slow in the 40s, got to 50, and then lost his wicket. He played a very good hand as well, a 94-run partnership with Tejan and Chandrapal.
Good delivery again from Carter. He's in his third or fourth spell.
Yeah, perhaps his fourth spell,
15th over, none for 25 so far. Want to say good afternoon again to Derek Kalitaran. I've now got it right. It's the 2nd of July, the Suresh Ganori Memorial Game. That's going to be played at the Waterloo ground in Canada. It's a game that's been organized jointly by Raj Mizir, former Barbados under 19 player, and Derek Kalicharan, the former West Indies B and Guyana player who bowled with alongside Butts and Harper in the days. Was Kalicharan, Butts and Harper. Here is a ball that's outside the line of the off stump again, and then came Nagamutu and Magaril, continuing with Butts and Harper, and then Bishu and Pomal and Moti.
Right. So Moti is there now with Pramal. St. Clair is in the squad, but did not play. At this point in time, we want to say good afternoon to the guys who are following at Legends Resto Bar and Lounge. Legends Resto and Lounge at International Drive in Orlando, Florida. And they say every day is curry day. And you can also get the best of Guyanese fried rice and noodles, grilled meat. And then after that, the party continues into the night at Legends Resto and Lounge, 5250 International Drive, Orlando, Florida.
I want to say good afternoon to my dad, who is watching the live feed in New Jersey, and also to everyone who is watching the feed wherever you're watching it from. That's the ball that goes away. So Carter is showing his ability to move the ball both ways, getting good lateral movement off the seam.
Yes, he's always been giving you that extra effort as well, Jonathan Carter. Not only today, but over the years, he's had a few missed chances earlier today. But now with the ball, we see he's been trying to work up some pace. He was bowling some bouncers earlier, so now trying to get the lateral movement to work in his favor.
Partnership now 13, and Bramble is coming across. Bramble moves a long way across to get behind the line the ball. He's almost ending outside the line of the off stump when he hits the ball.
Yeah, but not only that he's moving across,
moving forward.
moving very much forward as well, a long forward. A few steps down. Over completed. So we're down to the final over of the day's play now. So Bramble still on 7. With him is Chanderpaul on 63, 204 for 7. It's the final over, which is going to be bowled, and it's going to be debated as to who's going to bowl that final over. And it looks like Jamel Warrican has won the battle, and he's going to get the ball away from the fast bowlers. So after 8 overs with the second new ball of pace, Jamel Warrican is going to come and have a go in the final over of the day's play.
Well, Chandrapal is still there after 6 hours of batting, more than 6 hours, 257 balls. He's on 63, and he's got a 20-run partnership with Hemraj, who was first to go. He scored 19 of those 20 runs. He was caught behind off the bowling of Rifa. Then you had 114 for 2 when Imlak was caught at second slip by Brooks off of Jordan for 53. Then you had Leon Johnson caught by Rifa off the bowling of Bradford for 37, 172 for 3. And then the last wicket to go was Ashkar Prasad. He was bowled with the one that kept low for 13, 191 for 4. And these two have now taken the score to 200, and they are now 205 for the loss of 4. With Chandrapal still there, he's really showed tremendous temperament, tremendous concentration, and batted all day. Bramble was with him on 7, and Guyana on 205 for 4 from 90 overs. Well, this is the 90th over, bowled by Warrington, the first with the second new ball, the first spinner to bowl with the second new ball.
Just got a message as well. The guys at Eureka Medical Laboratory, they're watching. Good afternoon to Mr. Boyle, the managing director, and everyone else at Eureka Medical Laboratory.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. Boyle. You gave us a lot of privileges when we went to get our vaccinations. Well, our vaccination tests. This is a ball that's clipped into the onside. Well, Bramble would be Bramble. Last day, last hour, first ball, he would play a shot if the ball presents itself. A bad ball is a bad ball. Warrington bowled on the line of the leg stump. In the final over, Bramble put it away for 4. He's gone into double figures. He's 11, 209 for 4.
Yeah, remember he got off the mark with a full-blooded on drive, so he's not going to mess around. If the ball is there to be hit, he will hit it.
A leg slip, a solitary slip, and a forward short leg. And this is played a little uppishly, but well away from the forward short leg and well short of the short mid-wicket. That's Braffett. Warrington will try again. He's got 4 balls to prize out 1 more wicket. Bramble will not want to be dismissed. Defense, and the ball is back to the bowler. So 3 balls left, barring a wide or a no ball. 2 balls. So 4 balls bowled in the over. Number 54 in his back. Warwick on the left arm spinner. And Bramble goes down the track and hits it pugnaciously out for 4. The penultimate ball of the day. Bramble just giving him the charge and hitting it for a powerful boundary. He goes to 15. It's 213 for 4.
You know, when you get something that you're not expecting, it's called a surprise. So Bramble surprised everyone there. Even Jamal Warrican could not move around to his left. It was hit not too far away from his left in the air, but he was not expecting that. So he just watched it go by, and the field that made off as well in Raymond Reefer. It's like, wow, it actually hit in the air. Good shot, safe shot in the end from Bramble.
So final ball of the day. It's down the track he goes, and that's gone for 6.
That ball is into the stands and yet to be retrieved. That one is hit almighty from Bramble. He's not going to miss out. And that is the first 6 of the day's play, coming off the last ball of the day's play. That's Anthony Bramble for you. Consecutive boundaries to end the day's play. It was a full delivery. He made it into a full toss and hit it all the way over long on into the stands. And Shane Mosley had to do some climbing to get that ball out of the stands. But it's a good way for the Guyana Harp Eagles to end day number 1. On a positive note, Bramble finishing on 21 from a runner ball and 219 for the loss of 4. Chandler Paul is still there on 64, 258 balls, a mountain of concentration. Day 1, perhaps we would say now, a little bit more in front, the Guyana Harp Eagles, just getting ahead of the Barbados Pride.
And the best bowler for Barbados, Jordan on debut, he took 2 wickets. So this is where we say goodbye on behalf of John Ram Singh and Indrajit Prasad. I'm Sean Dever saying goodbye until tomorrow at 10 o'clock when we rejoin you for Day 2 action.